Also, the school feeding program, which has been one of the topical issues even in the last few weeks, with a lot of schools not having food. And she said that very soon it should recommence. And also one of the issues being quality of the food provided the students or the pupils is something that her ministry would also consider, of course, in partnership with the finance ministry as well. I'm sure you recall that when the Minister for Education, Haruna Idrisu, was being vetted, he was also asked about that. And one of the main issues that came up was even how much is dedicated to this program. And so that is something that the government will be looking at. And so you heard the gender minister and you watched the minister designate also explaining how and why the quality of food given students under the school feeding program is relevant. And of course, she went on to talk about that campaign promise, which was championed by the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, about Women's Bank and how it was going to operate. And I'm sure if you've been monitoring the vetting as well with us, you've realized that the minority leader, Alexander Apenyo-Markin, has been consistent when it comes to asking questions about lands that are owned by politicians or properties. And you heard him ask Haruna Idrisu about whether or not the cantonment apartment he has, it was for him and how he acquired it. He went on to ask the minister designate for gender, children and social protection as well about where she lived, Nungwa, and whether or not she acquired the property. She owns it and how she went about getting that property. Very shortly, we'll be crossing over to Parliament because the vetting committee would also be vetting Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, who is the Minister Designate for Trade and Industry. Perhaps we can cross over now.
Shall be the truth. Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare. You are welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Can you tell the committee briefly about yourself?
Thank you very much. I am Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, born Elizabeth Adjare Mensah some 50 years ago to lawyer and Mrs. Adjare Mensah. I started my primary education at Ridge Experimental Primary School, where I sat for the common entrance, and by age 11, I was on my way to St. Monica Secondary School, where I obtained my O and A-level certificates. From there, I proceeded to University of Science and Technology, now Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, and obtained a BA Hons in Social Sciences. Still following my dream of becoming a lawyer, I enrolled at the University of Ghana, where I read law and graduated with an LLB in 2002. I continued to the Ghana School of Law, where I got my BA and was called to the bar in 2004, some 20 years ago. I have since obtained an MA in International Relations and an LLM in Alternative Dispute Resolution. Honorable Chair, I am third of 10 siblings, all of whom are ladies, and doing various things in the country. I am married to Dr. Lawrence Ofori-Adjare, and we have Lawrence and Lauren. In 2020, I was privileged to represent the people of Techiman North, and they renewed my mandate in 2024. In the world of work, I started my practice at Holy Trinity Chambers in Kumasi, a law firm founded by the astute Sir Justice Dennis Adjare. I rose to become a partner of the firm. I have worked for Legal Aid. I've served on a lot of boards. And in 2013, I was appointed Ghana's Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. In 2017, when we left power, I set up Elizabeth Law Center. And now, I've been nominated for the position of Minister for Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry, and I'm before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. We'll proceed with questions from the committee, starting with Honorable Stephen Amwa.
Thank you, Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable. I'm sure for the President to nominate you, he's been able to assess your capability. And the element of meritocracy was key for you to be here. So I'm sure issues that we are going to raise here, you are going to demonstrate to the world and Ghanaians that the President did not make any mistake. My first question, I want to find out your position on 1D, 1F. Do you believe in that concept? How it has helped Ghana? Are you going to continue or you are going to discontinue? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's my first question. Should I proceed or?
You know, the question is 3 in 1. When you ask a question, you allow the nominee to answer. Then you ask another question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. That was what I wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the question. 1D, 1F is a program for Ghanaians by the government of Ghana. It has its pluses and minuses. For the pluses, the 1D, 1F set up factories where individuals could add value to our raw materials. And these agro-producing factories started, but because of some challenges, they've not been able to do what was expected of them. One key challenge I have been briefed from the Ministry of Trade is the fact that these factories lack raw materials. And we know that one big challenge in the agro-processing industry is lack of raw materials. So these companies have not proceeded the way the government intentioned it to be. Again, even though government supported them with some inputs, they lack capital. And because of lack of access to capital, they've not been able to do their work as expected of them. And if you look at the other 1D, 1F companies that signed on to the program, their major challenge is the fact that you recall, Honorable Chair, that government capped their interest rate at 20%. And government promised to pay 10% for them, which was a very good program. But somewhere along the line, the interest rate shot to 35%. So now the problem the companies have is who pays the difference of 15%, because they have already sold their products calculated at an interest of 10%. And one thing government has also not been able to do is to pay the extra 10% that it promised these manufacturers. They also have the issue of raw materials, and we know that issue of raw material availability did not start today. It's been there for long, and it has worried our industry. That is why our industries have not grown to the levels we want. So these are the challenges of the 1D, 1F, but there is always a solution to problems. It is good that it has started. Now that we know the challenges, how are we going to solve it going forward? I see the solution in the 24-hour economy. Because, Honorable Chair, in the 24-hour economy, businesses are going to receive incentives. In the 24-hour economy, agribusiness is going to play a key role. And in the agribusiness role, we are going to do commercial contract farming. The commercial contract farming is going to solve the raw materials problem to a very large extent. In so doing, these factories that have signed on the 1D, 1F, I'm sure will sign on the 24-hour economy and get a benefit of the raw material availability. They'll get the benefit of the tax holidays. They'll get the benefit of the stimulus packages they will get. And I think that it is Ghana. These industries are not political. They are looking for what a country can do for them. What the NPP did for them, they have taken it. What the NDC will add to them will make them even better. So I think that the implementation of the 24-hour economy will solve most of these problems that the 1D1F programs suffered. And at the end of the day, Ghana will be better for it. Thank you.
Chairman, I have a follow-up question with respect to what our honorable member has just presented. Chairman, honorable member nominee has stated a couple of challenges. One, some 10%, if I heard her right, and as a other 15% that have been a challenge or have been challenges to 1D1F actors. And then she's saying that it will take the 24-hour economy to address those challenges.
Honorable Stephen Amwa.
So the question following up is that...
Very well. Ask your question.
Is that twofold. What will be the percentage of 24-hour economy to our GDP under your government, and how much have you earmarked to deal with the 15 and the 10% in terms of nominal values? Thank you very much, Chairman.
Very well. I will allow the nominee to answer the question, but I will treat it as a substantive question. Thank you very much. Proceed to answer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the solution to the difference between the cap rate and the 15% will be to renegotiate these loans. Because as a lawyer, I've had the opportunity to renegotiate loans. Even though they agree on a certain percentage, the law can go bad for certain reasons and it will be renegotiated. So I think we need to renegotiate those loans. Again, I have instructions to work closely with the Minister for Finance to see what package will be available for these industry players so that they will be able to contribute positively to our GDP. I may not be able to give you the exact percentage of our GDP that the contribution will be, but I hope that it will be substantial. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. My second question, substantive question, has got something to do with trade balance. 2016, Ghana's trade balance was negative 2.3. As of the end of last year, which is the record we have, it has moved to 4.6%. We know our challenges are profoundly stemming from the fact that we have issues with import and export. And these are core areas when it comes to trade ecosystem. What do you have in place for Ghanaians to deal with these export-import issues where Ghana has been seen as import-driven economy? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the beautiful question. In order to improve our trade balance, we have to work on the production of raw materials in this country. I have indicated that under the agribusiness, we are going to do contract commercial farming, and it's going to make available raw materials in Ghana. If we get raw materials in Ghana, two things will happen. Firstly, our importation of the raw materials will reduce, and we know what happens to our trade balance when we are importing more. When we are, importing less. And so, when we have raw materials in Ghana and we import less, it will be good for us. Two, the raw materials coming into this country are what give us the problem with our foreign exchange. So that one also be catered for. Once we have the raw materials in the country, the essence is value addition. So when we add value to our raw materials, it will also decrease the number of the finished product that we import. So the imports will reduce in two folds. The import of raw materials will decrease. The import of the finished product will also decrease because we'll be having them in country. With the 24-hour economy again, more production will happen and our exports will improve. If we are exporting more, it shows that we are getting more foreign exchange. Again, We have, these are in respect of non-traditional exports. We'll also be looking at adding value to our traditional exports like cocoa and gold, because since time immemorial, we've been exporting our raw beans. With agri-processing, we can process our gold in two folds, semi-processed and then final process. We can have the semi-processed materials by, for example, if you have cocoa, adding value to make it powder, exporting it for same to be used for chocolate or drinks. We can also add value to a finished product like chocolate. And so if we are now adding value to our traditional export in addition to our non-traditional export, you know what will happen to our export numbers. That is how I seek to improve our trade balance. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, my next question is not 3. It's my last one, please. Mr. Chairman, I want the honorable nominee.
Honorable Stephen Amwa, remember you have a follow-up question. One follow-up question.
No, what you mean is that you have a follow-up question on each question.
Also, I can ask.
Do you have a follow-up on this?
Chairman, honestly, she answered the question very well.
Very well. So your last question.
Yes. We all know that one of the factors confronting Ghanaian businesses, apart from the fact that we have, as described by experts, that we have weak entrepreneurial ecosystems, is the fact that Ghanaians as entrepreneurs find it very difficult to compete globally. I mean, let's be very honest. They always complain about Chinese, Indians, and co. taking over our businesses and even going to retailing, which is against the law. And we all always concentrate on the systematic risk factors, being the macroeconomic risk factors and also capital. But I think there's an issue with company-specific risk factors being unsystematic. What is this factor? What does it entail? And what will you do when we are talking about companies or entrepreneurs-specific risk factors in this country, apart from capital that they need? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question. Some of the company risk factors go to capacity. Most of them lack capacity. And so when I'm giving the nod, I will ensure that we build their capacity in this area, and this will go a long way. Even though you have mentioned access to finance, we know that this is very key. And so I'll be dealing with the Minister for Finance to see how we are able to make available finance for these companies to do their businesses and for the business environment to thrive. Because, you know, as a government, if you do all these things, it looks like you are helping the entrepreneurs. But at the end of the day, you are creating jobs and you are stabilizing your city and you're having a strong economy. So I think that this should be dealt with. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Chairman, thank you. I think I'm okay. At this point, I can only value all the best. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Honorable Bepi.
Thank you very much, our wife. Thank you very much. Hey, congratulations. Thank you very much. The Chairman, the concept of free zones has come to stay. I guess you know about it. And Ghana's practice of free zones has been extremely different from what happens in the whole worldwide. We are practicing the two-tier system of free zones where we practice the enclave system and the single factory system. This has not been good for the country over the period because Ghana is losing a lot. How best can you work with the Free Zones Authority to streamline the free zone system so that we operate only the enclave system, which happens everywhere in the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Free zones is the way to go if you are interested in our export promotion. And so I would do well to work closely with the Free Zones Authority to help them work at their laws. We use legal frameworks for these things to happen. And so if you are given the opportunity for single factory operation and the enclave is the way to go, our legal framework should be strict and good enough to take care of all these things. So I'll be working closely with the authority to ensure that we have the proper legal framework for this to thrive. Thank you.
So on this note, it is clearly, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that you know that the free zones concept and the law, Act 504/1985, has become very outmoded. I mean, it's not consistent with what happens in the whole worldwide free zones ecosystem. So how best will you also help in amending the laws of free zones and trying to review the laws to make it very relevant to modern day free zones and special economic zone system? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think my answer can be found in the previous answer I gave. Law is dynamic. Things change, times change. And so you need to change your law to reflect the current conditions of a country. And it's tried learning that this law is outmoded. So I'll work closely with the Free Zones Authority and Parliament to ensure that we promulgate a law or we amend this law to suit the needs of our time. Thank you.
Any further questions?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, you are in the House.
Honorable
Ofori-Adjare. Mrs. Ofori-Adjare. Mrs. Very important. Our wife. So she's the wife of Ofori-Adjare, so our wife. Very important. So you were in the House when the former Minister of Trade and Industry submitted a proposal on import restrictions on 22 different commodities to the House. And the essence was to try as much as possible to help to streamline the systems, I mean, what we operate in Ghana, so that we're able to restrict unnecessary importations of certain things that can easily be manufactured in Ghana. What is your opinion on limiting the importation of certain commodities to reduce the outflow of foreign exchange?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I know this has come about as a result of stakeholder consultation, as a result of evidence of practice. If I get the opportunity and I go to the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, I'll also have the benefit of the reasons why these commodities have been listed. And then I should be able to give an informed opinion after I've looked at the situation as it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Atta Mills.
Mr. Chair, please, it's left my last question. So,
please, this is the third question.
No, this is
if you have
a follow-up,
if you have a follow-up, the first question was a substantive question.
Yes.
The second question was on the law.
Yeah.
And then the third question that you have asked is the proposal.
No, the second question on the free zones was a follow-up.
Go ahead and ask.
So this is the last question, sir. Thanks so very much. Honorable Mrs. Ofori-Adjare, our wife. Yes, very, very proud. The concept of the African Continental Free Trade Area has come to stay. It's like social media. Nobody can do anything about it. The interesting thing is that out of the 55 countries in Africa, 54 countries have accepted that agreement. And we believe that there's a need for us to push the agenda of intra-African trade. What strategies will you use to improve intra-African trade, taking into consideration the favorable conditions created by the African Continental Free Trade Area? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the question of AfCFTA. Fortunately, the headquarters of AfCFTA is in Ghana. So it is right that we must take opportunity and then do business. We need a lot of integration to do. Economic integration, trade integration, security integration, and in certain cases, we have to synchronize our laws to make the trading more interesting. And you know that if I want to pick each one and answer, it will take forever. But the fact of mentioning this will show you that I know exactly what it is. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, on this note, I want to formally, on behalf of Ofori-Adjare, congratulate you in advance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's now the turn of Honorable Samuel Atamis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Nominee, I know you do an awesome job. I have worked under you and the Ministry of Tourism, and I know you do very, very well. As the Member of Parliament for Komenda, Edna Egwafo Abrim, I want to ask you about Komenda Sugar Factory. The last government tried to make it into a white elephant. What has been your brief on Komenda Sugar Factory, and what is the way forward?
Thank you very much. I've had a quick...
Nominee, you can proceed to answer the question.
I have walked quickly through the ministry by a briefing I received about Komenda Sugar Factory. I've been told that as we speak, it is not operational. And one of the major challenges the factory has suffered was the lack of raw material to feed that industry and some missing parts. I've also been told that monies were released to solve these problems. And the total health of the factory should be done after an evaluation. And so I will work to ensure that we know the actual health of the factory. But it's obvious that we need that factory to work for the benefit of Ghanaians, because we are importing about $500,000 worth of sugar into this country. And so once I take office, I'll work together with the ministry to ensure that we assess the health of the factory and do whatever it takes to put the factory on stream by whatever means to ensure that Ghana benefits from that monumental project.
Madam, how long do you foresee that it may take for us to operationalize this factory? I have paid a visit to the place. Everything is intact, and we are ready to see it operational. So what is the timeline that you would give to the good people of Komenda, Edna, Egwafo, Abrim?
Thank you very much for the question. The answer is expeditious timeline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I have all the answers that I need. Thank you. And Madam, you do an excellent job.
Thank you very much. It's now the time for Honorable Alassane Omar.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
Listening to you shows you will do a marvelous job at the ministry, helping His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to reset the agenda. My question is about the resetting agenda. In this, according to the NDC manifesto, what is your take on the amendment of the 2020 Act 1014 in order to encourage and promote businesses at Kokumpe, Kumasi Magazine, Abosorkai, and among others, which collapsed under the elsewhere Nana Akufo-Addo administration. Thank you. Act 2020, and which was amended. Customs Amendment Act. Oh, no, I have it. It's stated. Oh, it's not.
Hello, order. Please, if you are going to refer to a law, refer to the law well. Please, answer the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am excited that I know the law he's referring to. I think it's that portion that deals with the importation of scrapped cars. In the 120-day manifesto of the NDC, that law will be reviewed.
This will be done with
to
change in mind.
Improve the
It will be done with the new automobile industry also in mind. And so a quick look at all these interests will guide us into what will go into the amendment. Thank you.
Any further question?
Chairman, I'm done. I wish her well.
I will then give the floor to Honorable Ritana Odole.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to congratulate my GAN students. I call her my GAN student, and she's a very fast learner. Congratulations on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. Honorable nominee, I want to find out, as you are going to the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, what are some of the plans you would have for women in the informal sector, as well as persons with disability in these sectors, to enable them to also have opportunities in this industry?
Thank you very much for this question, Honorable Chair. Fortunately, the Parliament of Ghana has passed the Affirmative Action Law. That's the Affirmative Action Act, Act 1121, 2024. The whole essence of the law, if I take you with the greatest respect to Section 1, with your kind permission, I read. The object of this act is to ensure the attainment of gender equity in the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres of the society. With your kind permission, I move to 3. The government will promote policies and programs to redress the political, economic, and educational gender imbalance in the public and private sectors. It is the dream of Excellency John Dramani Mahama to implement the Affirmative Action Act. There is going to be a policy on women at the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry. The whole idea is to promote women to upskill what they do in the industry so that we can find a lot of women at the top of industry. It is tried learning that women have not gone that high. And so there will be clear-cut policies to ensure that this happens. 1, we'll deal with access to capital. 2, we'll deal with mentoring. The fact that we say there are not too many women at the top means that there are some there anyway. So there'll be a mentoring program that allows them to mentor young entrepreneurs to come up and also scale up. There will also be incentives for industry that have a lot of women or women-led industry. Fortunately, we have the Women Bank coming up. This is also going to cushion women. The Women's Bank basically is a bank that is set up to help women. The beauty of the bank is that only women work in that bank. I keep on saying, to wait. If somebody will beat you to cry, it will not be the same way as you have decided to cry. Women know women's problem. And so all Women's Bank, we know our problems, we know our strength.
We know our weaknesses. We know how far we hold our hands and go together. So the implementation of the Women's Bank program will also help women in industry to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, you are entitled to a follow-up question.
Honorable nominee, I didn't hear you touch on the persons with disability. What form of support are they going to get through the informal sector? There are a number of them that I work with, and they're into production of different kinds of things, but they do not have support. So can we hear something on that? Thank you.
The assurance is that they are part of the vulnerable group, and there will be policies to bring them up to speed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. I wish to congratulate you once again, and I'm rest assured and sure that you are capable and able to deliver in the ministry that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is appointing you to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the time of Honorable Kojo Okonkro.
Chairman, thank you. I would like to, on behalf of Pope John Senior High School, congratulate the nominee for some specific reasons. Mr. Ofori-Adjare will be pleased to know this. Chairman, I have just a few questions. My first is on Act 680, the Venture Capital Trust Fund Act, passed in 2004. And the objective of that act is to create a vehicle that the state can use to support the entrepreneurial ecosystem. From about 2009 to even 2024, both the MPP and the NDC have departed from the use of the Venture Capital Trust Fund as a mainstream vehicle and have resorted to other ad hoc vehicles. My question, are you minded to depart from this recent approach and go back to the use of the Venture Capital Trust Fund? And if so, what will you do differently to ensure that it gets the kind of resources required so that it can provide the capital and technical assistance to entrepreneurial ecosystem in this country?
Thank you very much for your question, Honorable Chair. Venture capital, as you have stated, is a trust fund that aids in, that helps in the production of capital to promote small, medium-scale enterprises. It is good, it is still in our law to use them to fund small and medium-scale enterprises. So I think that I'll have a discussion with the Minister for Finance so that a good budget is allotted to the venture capital to enable us to do what it's supposed to do. All the same, other agencies have come up for the funding, and I don't think that we have to stop them for the venture capital to thrive. I'm sure some of them can coexist, and it will mean more funding for these projects. Because interestingly, some of these projects are receiving grants from external donors, and so it's okay to keep them. It's fine to resource venture capital so that we get a lot of diverse source of funding to take care of the agencies.
Chairman, I have a follow-up to that question. The operators in the private equity and the venture capital space argue that they have challenges with getting good pipelines because the average Ghanaian entrepreneur sometimes doesn't want to come into that space. And then they've also got challenges with capacity. Do you have in mind any strategies to help deal with these challenges within that private equity and venture capital space?
I'm excited that your answer is even in your question. They lack capacity building. I have stated in my previous answers that capacity building will be a thing for the ministry. So I'm happy that you are bringing it up. The more it comes up, the more convinced I am that capacity building is a challenge and we should take it seriously. So I thank you for bringing it up again.
Chairman, my second substantive question, with your leave, is got to do with the non-traditional export space. The non-traditional export space is fast growing. It's becoming a major employer within the export space, averaging about $3.1 billion I think in the last about 7 years or so. Do you have any strategies in mind to do better than this 3.1 billion average within the non-traditional export space, at least within the next 4 years?
Thank you very much. There is certainly policies to ensure that we do better than this, because that is the advantage we have as a country. Our agriculture is great, and the business side must yield the positive results that we are looking for. It is obvious that most of these companies doing the exports are doing one shift. The 24-hour economy seeks to do one industry, 3 shifts, 3 people. So I can see that with the availability of raw material by our production, we are even going to produce more and export more and increase on this number, because we've done it before. If they are doing 3.1 billion and we are doing 3 times this, I know it will progress steadily. It's not going to happen the next day. The 3 shifts will not happen tomorrow. It will happen eventually. And so when the 3 shift is at full capacity, we are looking at 3 times what we are doing. Or conservatively, let's say we are looking at 2.5 times what we are doing. So if you are able to do the projects, which I'm sure we will do, because I'm soon, Honorable Chair, going to launch the Feed the Industry program. That is going to make sure that we produce more raw materials, availability of same in town, to enable us feed the industry so that we can do better than what we have currently. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. A quick follow-up on this one.
Very well. So let me ask the nominee. He said you will soon be launching a program. That is based on the assumption that you are approved.
Exactly, Honorable Chair. In the likely event that I'm approved, I'll launch this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So go ahead with your supplementary.
Yeah, Chairman, my follow-up question is to deal with the demand side of the non-traditional export question. If the 24-hour economy is successful, it will deal with the supply side. Do you have any ideas to stimulate demand some more on the non-traditional export side within the international markets?
Extremely grateful for this question, Honorable Chair. Once we produce more, the whole idea is to export. Fortunately for us as a country, there are already trade agreements. I think I've been asked a question on AfCFTA. There is also a trade agreement between the UK and us, a trade agreement between the EU and us. We are going to leverage on these trade agreements to promote our exports. And so we will drive the demand for these products to make sure that we have the needed market for what we produce, even as we do the 24-hour economy. Certainly, the whole idea of providing jobs to our team unemployed youth is this project. And so, as we produce, we are looking for markets, leveraging on the agreement that we have to ensure that our products are exported also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you have exhausted your questions. I will give the floor to Kofi Mafo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question to the nominee, I want us to go back to 1D, 1F. And you mentioned capacity building, and then you mentioned that raw materials are part of the reason why 1D, 1F is not shining. I want to find out from you, this aspect of exemption that has been back and forth, about 45 companies looking for exemption within the 1D, 1F since 2021. I want to find out, if you are giving the nod, what are you going to do about this 1DF exemption?
Thank you very much for that question. I have been briefed that there were a few challenges with the exemptions. Among other things,
some of the product that found itself on the exemption list did not qualify. And so when it came up, there was issue of transparency and all of that. When I get the nod, I will look at all of that and come back to Parliament based on what I have seen, what has been corrected, what needs to be done, and I can assure you that the right thing will be done and the correct things must be done. If we have exemption for A, it must be A and A alone, so that it does not affect our budget negatively. But once we have promised the exemption on a product, I think it is fair and right that we give same. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my follow-up. I want to ask this question, and the question is, you indicated that raw materials has been a problem for not only 1D, 1F, but for export manufacturing. So I want to find out from you, when they came in for the exemption, when these companies came in for the exemption, raw materials were taken out completely. But here we are, we lack the raw material to start production. What are you going to do with raw material exemption for this 1D, 1F program?
For starters, I've stated that the production of raw material is key in this country. That gives us lasting solution, and it gives us the advantage of a value chain in our production. We know that if we are even importing more of these raw materials, we are not taking the benefit of the value chain in our production. We need to create jobs with these production of raw materials, and I indicated that when I'm giving the nod, I will launch the Feed the Industry project to ensure that we have these raw materials. When I go into the ministry, I will look at the arguments that have been made, the calculations that have been made, do consultation, then I'll be able to come up as a lead in a team, what best we can do with the subsidies or the exemption on raw materials. But from here, without any argument, without what happens to our numbers, I'll not be able to say that we should take it off or keep it. But I believe in constructive decisions. I believe in decisions born out of research and consultation. Once this is done, I am sure what comes out will be the best for a country, because we need these raw materials to work. Thank you.
Honorable Nomi, per your manifesto, NDC manifesto, you propose incentives to support the private sector. That is part of your manifesto. Fortunately, you are going to be the trade minister, and the Akufo-Addo government brought in Ghana Enterprises Agency, which is seeking to assist micro, small, and medium enterprises, and then also look at gender issue as well, youth, women, and then person with disability. I want to find out from you, what are you going to do? Are you going to improve on the existing Ghana Enterprises Agency that has been able to sustain over thousands of people within the period that it was formed? Are you going to continue with the program, or you have a special initiative for small, medium enterprises?
Thank you very much. The LI for GE, LI 2470, even deals with micro. And so I think it is a law for Ghana. It's an institution in Ghana. And all we can do is to improve. I don't see anything wrong with it as I sit here. But anything that is being done can be done well, as you have said. And so
for starters, it's a law. It's not the LIC is not being repealed, and so I think that we can continue on that tangent. But you see, it was originally MBSSI. So GA, if you ask me, it's more like a rebranded MBSSI to do good. So it is not something new for us to cancel it. It's been rebranded to do more than MBSSI was doing. And I think that it is fair for us to also improve on this so that we are moving forward as a country. It is for Ghana, and Ghana must always win. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Follow up.
You have a follow-up on this?
Yes, on that. Yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I've done over. Yeah. Honorable nominee, talking about Ghana Enterprises Agencies and the umbrellas that is controlling, I want to find out from you exactly what do you have in mind when we're talking about enterprises agencies. We're talking about micro, small, and medium enterprises. That is the bedrock of our export position. What exactly do you have for micro, small, and medium enterprises?
Thank you very much for realizing that it's umbrella that is controlling it. Please, your answer to the question.
I'll try and answer your question as much as I understand. If you say, what do I have in mind by talking about micro, small, medium scale industries, it's already decided by law. The LI 2470 states what enterprise is micro, what is small, what is medium. It uses the number of staff you have and the capital you have. So if you are talking about micro, you are dealing with about 1 to 3 staff, an amount of 150,000 to I think 3 million. Then small scale is from 3 to I think 30. The law is here. We will do well to resource persons who fall under various categories. And at the end of the day, women again. Because of the affirmative action, we must be conscious of training more women. We must be conscious of giving access to more women in the space of the economy. And so we'll continue to do their mandate and even do it better. So thinking about the vulnerable, like the disability, people with disability, to work well with them. Thank you.
Thank you
my last
very much.
No,
Please,
my last
you are not entitled to. You said this is your supplementary, last supplementary question. So please, I'll give the floor to Honorable Mahama Shaibu.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. Council, congratulations.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
In recent times, we saw the exit of blue chip companies from our market. Painfully, they didn't go far. They were just hanging around our neighbors, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Togo. Aside the high interest rates and the falling fortunes of the city, there are also business bottlenecks and bureaucracies. The NDC manifesto has stated clearly that we will reduce bureaucracies, promote transparency, simplify administrative and regulatory processes, and above all, uphold the rule of law in business. For me, these are key aspects of promoting business, a clean business environment. How would you help the government of the NDC to implement this, to promote business? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is correct that cost of doing business in Ghana is high. Cost of production is equally high. And so
under a 24-hour economy policy, the government is going to do some interesting things that reduces the cost of doing business and cost of production. Government will be looking at time of use metering, because industry players have complained about the cost of electricity. And with the 24-hour economy, the time you use electricity will state how much you will pay. If you are using electricity in the evening, you are paying less. If you put all together, you are reducing the cost of your electricity and water. And so, cost of production will come down. Again, with the 24-hour economy, you'll be producing more. And you know, the more you produce, the cheaper it is. As we speak now, most industries are running one shift. And even in the one shift, they are not able to produce to full capacity. With the availability of...
Honourable members, order. Let's listen to the nominee in silence.
With the availability of raw materials, we'll be able to feed our industries. You know, these companies live because they have to import raw materials. And so if we put all these things together, in addition to the fact that as for the rule of law, you know, it's synonymous to Excellency John Dramani Mahama, perfect. And in this case, I'm stating his attributes. It is not in comparison with anybody. 100 people can be good. He's good, and he's synonymous to the rule of law. So you see, anytime he's in power, you can go to bed with the issues of rule of law. Transparency is going to happen. At the Ministry of Trade, there will be a desk for facilitation so that people who want to do business will get their trade issues facilitated easily. I think all these put together, trade will boom. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Yes, just one more. Honorable Chairman, and thanks for indulging me, Chairman. Council, I just want to pick up on where my good friend from Komenda ended. And growing up, you would hear Operation Feed Yourself. You hear eat what you grow and grow what you eat. In recent times, we've had our import bill of sugar and other food items rising so high. Again, the NDC manifesto clearly stipulates an agenda of made in Ghana. And for me, this is one surest way of curtailing some imports to the system. How would you help promote the Made in Ghana agenda? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If we eat what we grow, our imports will come down. And so if a lot of people were eating yam like I do, the importation of rice will come to a barest minimum. If they enjoy plantain fufu like I do, then the importation of other products will come down. And so we are going to encourage ourselves to eat what we grow. You've also spoken about the promotion of Made in Ghana goods. I'm excited to tell you that when I was Ghana's Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, I did this big time. I promoted Made in Ghana goods in Ghana and out of Ghana. Anytime we did our fairs, I invited some industry players to come with me to showcase what we have as a country. I'll even do it better and on a larger scale when I'm giving the nod to become Ghana's Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. But I'll also encourage Ghanaians to wear what we produce, to patronize Made in Ghana goods. If that happens, again, our importation of some of these foreign things will be minimal. I thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I wish the nominee success. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Deputy Whip.
Congratulations, Leonard.
Thank you, colleague.
I think your composure has been very good so far. I just want to ask, there is a spare parts dealer in my constituency. It's popularly known as Anson 1. He has Anson 1. He has few complaints. one of which is high port charges, high cost of spare parts, and he also talks about shipping cost, and that actually converts into people unable to purchase spare parts and leading to accidents because they are unable to replace some of these spare parts. How do you intend to address this problem?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on your behalf, to answer one and people in his trade, I will act as an intermediary between the private sector in trade and the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Transport, to work all these things out, because no ministry is a stand-alone ministry. In this respect, the Ministry of Finance is key, and the Ministry of Transport is also key. So working together, we hope to come up with things that mitigate their costs and make business interesting for them. I thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. So do you, in particular, have some arrangements in mind for spare parts dealers in Abosokai and what have you?
It is part of our 120-day delivery, where we talk of scrap vehicles and how to work on the law vis-a-vis our climate change responsibilities in our new automobile industry. And then, fortunately, there are industries that are coming up that produce some of these spare parts in Ghana. We also encourage them, give them what it takes for them to also come up with some of these parts locally. Thank you.
Your second question. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. So my second question is, given the significance of the African Continental Free Trade Area, how do you plan to maximize Ghana's position within the regional trade bloc to boost intra-Africa trade? And what specific actions will you take to support the Ghanaian businesses in taking advantage of the opportunities under the African Continental Free Trade Area, particularly in the context of improving trade relations with neighboring countries?
Thank you very much. 1.4 billion people, a total GDP of 3 trillion. It is excellent that we leverage on AfCFTA, because if you are able to do this, we are going to improve our various economies. I hope to do this by capacity building. The Honorable Speaker asked, we had an informal discussion previously about AfCFTA.
Honorable nominee is Honorable Stephen Amwa.
I think her own parents call him Sticker. He said it. So Honorable Stephen Amwa, sorry. Dr. Stephen Amwa, popularly known as Sticker.
Very well.
Yes. We had a discussion about AfCFTA. Honorable Chair, some of the things that we need to do to take advantage of AfCFTA is capacity building. Most of our companies don't even have capacity to do this. Two, is to synchronize some of our laws. You know that even though we say free movement of goods and services, some countries have banned the importation of a product that you want to export. And so we need to work on our security, we need to work on our economics, we need to work on our laws to take advantage of this. And since the headquarters is in Ghana, I will take an interest in working with these countries on diplomatic lines to ensure that there is free movement of these goods and services indeed, so that we can take advantage. In respect of the 24-hour economy, our business is to take advantage of AfCFTA and other trade agreements so that we can export most of the things that we produce. And so I think that these are some of the measures that we'll put in place to ensure that we benefit from our.
Thank you very much. Your last question.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. So a friend tells me the 24-hour economy is abstract. And we are also considering issues of synergizing industrialization and the trade sector. And then looking at the one district, one factory initiative, how do you intend to bring some value addition to all of this?
Thank you very much. There are low-hanging fruits with 24-hour economy. And I'll use my constituency as an example, Techiman North. We have a company called Obapak. It is into the business of adding value to onions, ginger, tomato, and what have you. We also have Tubodom. We have Arowa, where we produce a lot of tomato and pepper. These are rain-fed agriculture practices. Again, they are not into commercial contract farming. Can you imagine that under the 24-hour economy, when you give me the nod and I launch the Feed the Industry program, and we are able to resource farmers within this enclave to engage in commercial contract farming in tomato and pepper, Obapak will automatically do a 24-hour shift. One job, 3 people, 3 shifts. It will happen because there will be availability of onions, so much so that one shift cannot work on it. You need more shifts to do it. So you see how practical this is. And it will create a lot of jobs in that locality. Akomadan has a lot of tomatoes. If we engage them to enter into commercial contract farming, they will be able to feed Obapak. And then the 3 shifts will happen in earnest with availability of raw materials. So this is a practical policy, easy to execute, and we are going to do exactly that.
Thank you very much. You have exhausted your 3 questions, but you want to follow up on the 3rd one in relation to 24-hour economy. Please do.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your goodness. Mr. Chair, just to find out in very plain terms, what does it mean to say we have a 24-hour economy?
Thank you very much. I would say that relative to the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness, and Industry, we will have a 24-hour economy when our industries are producing around the clock. And we've said that that will happen in 3 shifts. And so, if you have Obapak and other companies, manufacturing companies, working 3 shifts, they'll be working within the 24-hour economy. That is in terms of the ministry that I've been nominated to head. In other economies also, or in other areas like banking, like other government institutions, they can do more than a shift. The passports, the DVLA, they are all companies that can, or they are all agencies that can do the 24-hour economy by working more than 1 shift. And so basically, the 24-hour economy is when we are all working and we are working around the clock. That is jobs that can be done around the clock. It doesn't mean that if you are a tomato farmer, you should be working 24 hours in the bush in the night where there are no lights. But it will happen to where you can work 3 times. It will happen at where you can work 3 shifts. And so we say 1 job, 3 people, 3 shifts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of... Yes.
Okay. Just wish you well, and I pray everything goes well for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's now the turn of Honorable Patricia Obama.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and let me congratulate my sister on her appointment. But I have 3 very difficult questions for her. Let's see how she deals with them. That's how I'm packing my stuff well, so I can have a very close look at her. Lizzie, we want to increase government revenue, and the best way to do that is to increase our exports, which will go a long way to have a stronger or better effect on our currency. You know, our CD has been performing not too well on the international market. The trade figures between Ghana and the EU, and even Ghana, America, and other trade partners, not been doing so well. There was a 3% dip in our revenues between the EU and Ghana. It was reported by the outgoing minister, Honorable K.T. Amon, between when he addressed the Ghana EU delegation in Ghana. Most of the issues they raised were on standardization, child labor issues, the use of chemicals, some unapproved chemicals in the cultivation of some of our crops, and what have you, I know. What are some of the things we are going to do to reverse these challenges, to ensure that we derive utmost revenues from our exports, and to protect our exporters from being banned on the EU and American markets? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Chair. Yes, it is right that we need to do the right things to have access to international markets. And so there will be conscious efforts with the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that approved chemicals are used, because at the end of the day, it will be detected. And if you work so hard and your produce and products do not land at the international market as you intend, you'll be doing yourself a disservice. And so we work on the approved chemicals so that at the end of the day, we will qualify for the standards. Child labor issues must also be addressed through the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. And so I'll be working closely with the Minister for Gender and Social Protection and Children and Social Protection to ensure that the issue of child labor is addressed. As for standardization, we need to up our game as a country. Sometimes, lack of knowledge. And so if we do capacity building, we should be able to fall within the standards. When all these things are done right, our exports will go up, the intended revenues will be received, and then at the end of the day, we will have a stabilized economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, I don't have a follow-up question on that. I'll go straight to my second question on cross-border trade challenges. Most of our traders go to Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina, and the Sahelian belts to bring in goods into our market, some from China and the rest of the world. We all know of under-declarations at the ports and other entry points. You can blame the politician, you can blame government officials, high-ranking ones and low-ranking officials, traders, the security agencies. We are all culpable. Minister of Trade, how do you intend collaborating with the security agencies to stem this very bad practice that I just mentioned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Certainly, it will not only be with the law enforcement agencies, it's also be with the Ministry of Finance. I'm not an economist, but I know that when we are charged reasonable taxes, people pay. Not everybody is interested in evading tax, but if it becomes burdensome, then there is the attractiveness to evade it. So I think that there should be a national dialogue on our taxation so that many more people will pay. I am sure if the taxes are not that exorbitant and all of them pay, we may get more than we are collecting. So a lot of things has to go in to ensure that people declare exactly what they are bringing into the country, pay the right fees, and it will be much more easier if the taxes are not exorbitant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have a follow-up question on that one too, but a very last question, and I'll congratulate my sister. Lizzie, the Exim Bank was set up under the NDC. Roxanne, do you know the question? You are not a member of the committee. The main challenge of the Ministry of Trade today is their low financial support. Since 2014, when EDF was converted to the Exim Bank, the ministry relied on their share of 1% from the inspection companies. It was not forthcoming. West Blue came in because of tussles between ministers of trade and finance. It was moved to Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Trade ought to hire the best technocrats to write the best proposals and have the right dealings with our multilateral and bilateral partners. How are you going to reverse this trend to ensure that you get the best of sources in terms of personnel and even cash from the Ministry of Finance to hire the best to assist you achieve all the laudable objectives under your manifesto, printed in green? Thank you. Congratulations. I'm not going to talk about the Green Book.
Well, instead of a tussle between the ministers of trade and finance, mine will be collaboration between myself and the Minister for Finance. I'm sure in so doing, we'll get all what it takes to implement our manifesto for Ghanaians. I thank you.
Chairman, we will see what we can do. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's now the turn of Honorable Roxanne Nelson Eche Dapamopo.
I'm a bona fide member. Chairman, thank you very much. Oh, that's opposition attack. You know, it's opposition attack. Hold on.
Sika, do you know the capacity in which you ask your questions? Please, Honorable Roxanne, proceed.
Chairman, thank you very much. Anthony Z, you are welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, I know your abilities, and I know that this particular ministry, where the president saw it fit to add agribusiness, you will deliver.
I thank you.
You deliver. I have 3 issues. I've been associated with the Trade and Tourism Committee for some time, and I understand the issues. 1, in respect of the Ghana Standards Authority, in Act 1078, and all the airlines that we passed for them, including the National Quality Policy, as well as the what we call the Product Certification Guidelines. There's no provision that mandates the GSA to extend the shelf life of products. And yet, GSA in recent times has the penchant for extending the shelf life of products that clearly have expired, to the extent that the Auditor General has taken some of these matters up and reported on them. It's a breach of 1078. What steps will you take as the sector minister to ensure that GSA as a regulator does not indulge in such conduct? At 1078. Please, 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 please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ghana Standards Authority is there to ensure that we abide by standards. It will be ironical for them to be flouting the rules of standards. I have not seen the report, but I'm sure when I'm giving the nod and I assume work at the ministry, I will take note of this dealing and ensure that no illegality is condoned in any of the agencies that will be under me. Thank you.
Any further question? Brilliant. Chairman, that is so. My other concern is in respect of reports regarding dwindling revenue mobilization efforts at our ports and across our land borders in respect of the use of ICOMs. It's on record that from 2003, when the DEN system that was in place, the GCNet system, in 2003, GCNet made 249 million. In 2004, it did 603 million. In 2011, it did 3.7 billion. In 2012, it did 4.7 billion. 2015, it did 9.7 billion. 2018, it did 16.3 billion. But since it got replaced, the performance of the ICOMs, the new system that has been installed, has downsized in terms of performance and revenue generation. As the sector minister, and in consultation with the minister responsible for finance, will you consider reviewing this policy and to reinstate GCNet as it is?
Thank you very much for the question. It is obvious that I've not gone to the ministry yet. Again, it is also obvious that we don't know the reason for the dwindling numbers. There is nothing at this point to tell me the reasons why the numbers have come down. And so once I start work, when I'm giving the nod, I'll look into it and make sure that at the end of the day, Ghana is the winner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Yes. A final question. That's a brilliant answer, I must say. Now, my constituency is Southdown. We are quite rural. In Peki Agbate especially, we had an agro scheme called the Agbate Farm System. It's in a deplorable state now. That's why I'm happy the agro business has been added to your ministry as by way of policy initiatives. Will you consider reviving some of these state-sponsored agro-based farms, like Piki Agbate farms, Peve agric farm, and Kwadaso, Nkuraza, and all that? My brother has provided some, especially where support for operating such agro-based businesses are very key to reviving and promoting activities in the rural areas to prevent the rural-urban influx of our youth, and also, as it were, to give oxygen to the 24-hour economy programs. Will you consider doing that for us? I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. These are some of the programs that I can say yes before I start with, when I'm giving the nod, because already the Feed the Industry project is there, and especially with these farms that have large tracts of land, they are good to go and they can fill in easily, because we are interested in commercial contract farming, and if the facility is there, revamping it shouldn't be a problem at all. I thank you.
Chairman, thank you very much. That will be all for the nominee for me. Thank you very much. We move to the turn of Honorable Ranking Member.
Chairman, I wish the nominee well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor. Order. I now give the floor to Honorable Ricket Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, Mrs. Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, congratulations.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Looking at your CV, your experience and background, I know you will do well at the ministry. May God bless you, and I wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable members. For the Minister Designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the following guests are seated to give moral support. Nana Kweku Jan Luoku II, Ufuman Traditional Council, Ufuma Traditional Council, Nana Yebua Kukua III, Awuwahini and Jasehini of Techima Traditional Council, Nana Posu Opoku Diabo, Kwasi Hini and Mawehini of Techima Traditional Council. Mawehini. Very well, very well. I will base it on your pronunciation and move on.
Next, I give that for good.
4. Nana Kwesi Konedo. Aya Suhuni. 5. Nana Kwesi Chui Mumpong II. Masidan Hini. Nana Yeboah Amayao the second, Timponin Hini, Nana Yeboah Amayao, Kokoroko Hini, Nana Intim Abua Tuabore, Tuabodom Manhini, Tuabodom Manhini, Adontihini, Techiman Traditional Council. Dr. Lawrence Ofori-Adjare, husband of the nominee. Most Reverend Father Pius Frimpong, Our Lady of Calvary Grotto, Techiman. Justice Dennis Ajay, Justice of the Court of Appeal. Lawyer Kwame Osu Secretary, President Ashanti Regional Bar Association. Siblings of the nominee, Chairman Abubakar Sadiq and Techiman North Constituency Executives. Honorable Annie Osei Okra, Mr. Agolozo, former NDC chairman, the representative of GUTA and representative of Association of Ghana Industries. You are welcome. Okay.
Elizabeth, extend my warmest regards to my Lord AJ, Dennis AJ. Extend my warmest regards to him.
Thank you, leader.
I know he's here, but I'm saying extend your warmest regards,
exactly what
not
I'm
for the
going to
records.
do. Okay, thank you very much. I'll do exactly that.
Your application granted. Extend my warmest regards to him.
Okay, now we know.
The leader is on record by saying not for the record. Our revered guests, you are most welcome. Nominee, we thank you very much for attending upon the committee and answering the questions in a very composed manner. Surely, we'll communicate from the committee's point of view to you. Thank you. You will surely hear from us. You are hereby discharged.
I thank you for having me. I'm so grateful.
Now, members, we'll take a break and shortly come back.
You're still watching the vetting of ministerial nominees live from Parliament, and here on TV3. Just gone by is the nominee for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Ministry, Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare Techiman Northern P. She's talked about a host of things to do with her ministry. In a tad, we'll get some interviews on the ground, but how about we go over what we know so far from that interrogation before Parliament's Appointments Committee. She talked about the One District, One Factory and what she's learned from the Trade Ministry already. She mentioned how raw materials curtailed or collapsed the One District, One Factory. Her hope is that a 24-hour economy will create an environment for readily available raw materials to feed the One District, One Factory program. She talked about how it would be able to solve all of the problems associated with that program. When asked about whether or not, or the contribution of the 24-hour economy to the country's GDP, she was unable to say, of course, for apparent reasons. But then she mentions that it will be a substantial or make a substantial contribution to the 24-hour economy. In a tad, like I said, we'll go to the ground. But before then, let's take you on a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll talk a bit more about what we heard from the Honorable Member of Parliament, Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare. Also remember that at 3 p.m., the first batch of approved ministers will be sworn in at the presidency. We'll bring that live to you as well. Don't go away. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Today, where everyone is striving to be part of a technological world, you need to hear this.
My dad found UPI for me.
We are Academy Nameba Uniat Street. Before coming to the institution, I was a graphic designer.
School leavers, it is practical.
to be revived, so to speak. And then on the subject of, the free trade within the African continent, she says that the country would have to take advantage of the free trade or AfCFTA, so to speak. And then the very thorny subject of Komenda Sugar Factory, she has said that the factory will be reset and brought back to life, brought back online to produce sugar. Remember, it's something that the NDC had established shortly before they exited office. And then she, on the subject of Women's Bank, she says it will help women in industry. I want to stay on the subject because the candidate before her, Agnes Namumulate, a PhD, she also faced questions about the Women's Bank. Again, because she's the candidate for the Women or Gender, Children and Social Protection Ministry. And she's also Member of Parliament for Krowo, in case you didn't know that. And when she was asked about that, she answered how, the impact of Women's Bank on her ministry or the women under her ministry, and why there isn't a setup for men as well. Take a listen to how she responded.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the school feeding program is something that all of us appreciate, because if a child is not properly fed, it affects the concentration in class. And so for the highs, I would say it's a good project that we intend to improve on. The other side of it is the processes leading to the feeding, ensuring that there's quality and also accessibility and timeliness in terms of the supply is also very important. And so these are areas that I will look at improving and then adding on. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you have touched on the quality and also timely delivery. I couldn't agree more with you. What is your assessment of the current situation?
Part of my life is also in local governance, and so it comes with decentralization. And I believe that if we are able to effectively decentralize the feeding program, as we are also looking at, it will help us to ensure that it is supplied on time, the food items are supplied on time, and then also we can keep an eye on the quality from the district level. And so I'll be glad to sit with all stakeholders involved to look at how this implementation will work out.
Women's Development Bank. And don't you consider it, with respect to our women here, don't you consider it a discriminatory, where you don't have a counterpart, Men's Development Bank, but rather Women's Development Bank? You are supposed to, your ministry is supposed to look at both sex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think, like I stated earlier, when you look at it critically, the traditional banks or banking system serves men the best. So there's an already existing financial support base that serves the interest of men more than women. I also stated that most of the women are in the informal sector, where we don't have the collateral, where we cannot afford the high interest rates that are being charged in the traditional banking system. And so this is something that will go a long way to help. And I'm glad, and I know the people of Ghana are also glad, and when they see it, will also be.
Dr. Agnes Namumulate, she's Krowo MP and Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection. She's just gone through vetting. Now the report will be prepared, then forwarded to Parliament for a debate and possibly confirmation thereafter. Let's take you back to Parliament. My colleague, George Queenan, is interacting with veteran actress Grace Omabo. My understanding is that interaction is not ready. But quickly, let's go over again what we've heard from the Honourable Member of Parliament, Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister Designate. Remember that the question on Women's Bank, I told you she had also responded to it very much in tandem from what we heard from Dr. Namu Mulate, the candidate before Elizabeth sat before the committee. She also said that Women's Bank will help women in industry, very much in alignment with what we've heard so far. Then she talks about Feed the Industry projects, which will boost production also in the country, narrowing into eating what we grow. And then she falls back on her success, as she says, with Made in Ghana campaigns when she was in the tourism ministry, encouraging us to wear what we make locally and eat what we grow as well. On the subject of over-chemicaled or over-chemicalized food produce, she says that she would look into that and ensure that the food produce, our exports, both cash crops and food crops, meets global standards and bring in some much needed forex as well. And then on taxes, the very important part of doing business in the country. When asked about the issue of taxes and how businesses were complaining about taxes, she said, well, if they are evading taxes, it's only because the taxes are exorbitant, and that, once the taxes are reduced, people will voluntarily pay taxes because nobody really wants to avoid paying taxes or evade tax payments. Well, that is the subject for another day, but we'll keep on with this, right? We'll keep on with this, but before we do, I want to tell you one last thing she talked about, underfunding of her ministry. I'll tell you about that when we come back from listening to the minority press conference. Over there, they had raised issues about certain appointments the president has made without the input of the Council of State, also because there is no Council of State at the moment. Take a listen.
That's the heading. And the side note is also the cabinet. 76.1. There shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the president, the vice president, and not less than 10 and not more than 19 ministers of state. 2. The cabinet shall assist the president in the determination of general policy of the government. Our emphasis is on 3, clause 3. There shall be a secretary to the cabinet who shall be appointed by the president. We believe that the mode of appointment of the cabinet secretary was not done in accordance with the Constitution and ought to have been communicated separately from what the President or the communications outfit of the Presidency has done. We are asking for the proper thing to be done in accordance with the Constitution. We don't begrudge the President or his nominee to sit as Cabinet Secretary, but I believe that it ought to be done in accordance with the Constitution. Thirdly, in the said release, under 6, a special envoy to the Alliance of Sahelian States. Ghana, we all know, is a member of ECOWAS.
So that minority press conference addressed by Okankwe Central MP Patrick Yawama raising concerns about certain appointments the president has made so far. But what are these appointments? Let's take a look. We know that yesterday the president made some key appointments. In fact, over the beginning of this week, we've been having some appointments come through. What you see on your screen at the moment, we see Lawyer Joyce Bar Mokhtari, Presidential Advisor, Special Aide to the President, Stanislav Dogbe, Jose Dogbe, Deputy Chief of Staff, Operations, Nana Oye Bampo Ado, Deputy Chief of Staff, Administration, Sir Emmanuel Tekpe, Presidential Advisor on the Economy, and then a few more. These are the appointments that the minority is raising concerns about. Professor Francis Dodu, Presidential Advisor, National Anti-Corruption Program, Larry Gbevlu Latte, Special Envoy to the Alliance of Sahelian States. You heard the Honorable Member of Parliament, Patrick Yabuama, talk about it. Nanaya Jantwa, Presidential Staffer, and Beatrice Ananfiu, Presidential Staffer as well. And the final on the list will be Professor Kweku Danso Boafo, Cabinet Secretary, Deputy Presidential Spokesperson Shamima Muslim. I remember that on the subject of Cabinet Secretary, which again, Patrick Yabuama mentions. Remember that at the sitting earlier this week, the Minority Leader, Alexander Apenyo-Markin, had raised questions about why a Cabinet Secretary was in copy of the letter to Parliament, because they did not know of any appointment of a Cabinet Secretary. Now there's a Cabinet Secretary. The question then has been raised from the minority point of view that how are these appointments being made? And you know, we'll go over that a little later. But yes, those are the appointments that the minority is raising concerns about. But today we expect 3 more candidates to be vetted. These 3 candidates were the originals for today. The reason they were not vetted from the beginning, you recall that the MPs yesterday had to return to Parliament to debate the reports, both the first report of the nominees, the second one that was done, including Haruna Idrisu, Gavin Zagboja, and Eric Opoku. Those ones that were vetted 2 days ago, I believe, were debated on Parliament yesterday, or in Parliament yesterday, for which reason the committee has spent a lot of time there. They couldn't come back to do the vetting. So the original 2 who were supposed to have been vetted yesterday have now been vetted in the person of Agnes Namumulate and Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare. So now we are going to start exactly the agenda for today. But let's head back to Parliament now. George is interacting with Samson Asake. He is a chairperson for the PNC. Well, indeed, my understanding is we are unable to go to George at the moment. But like I was saying, the originally scheduled candidates for today will be facing the Appointments Committee of Parliament. I want to show you who we expecting once the committee resumes. Ablajifa Gomashi, who is an honourable member of Parliament, Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Emilia Asa, also an honourable member of Parliament. She is the nominee for the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. George Ofori-Adjare, Minister Designate, Ministry of the Youth, Development and Empowerment. We expect to see these 3 covered today. But who are those who will be sworn in later this afternoon at the presidency? I want to show you the approved list of ministers so far. If we could take a look at that quickly. We know of the finance minister now, so to speak, pending swearing in, Dr. Castle Atoba Forson. And then we also know of the education minister pending swearing in, Haruna Idrisu. Shall we see the full list? Let's see the full list quickly. We'll also see the Agric Minister, Eric Opoku, Roads and Highways, Kwame Agboja governs. Oh, that's taken a while to show you. But yes, those are the names we would expect to be seen later today for swearing in. But before I show you their faces, perhaps let's go back to George. George is having more interactions from the ground.
Parliament House, precisely the vetting chamber, and reactions from what just went by, the vetting of Minister Designate for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare, who also joins as the Member of Parliament for Techiman North. It's been almost 2 hours of vetting, and we want to just, look at the perspectives. We have been joined by Samson Wingobet, who is in the import and export space, and we want to know what he makes of this very vetting, whether the bringing on board of Ofori-Adjare into that space will really make the ministry thrive. Thanks for joining us. And what would you make of the vetting, your overall impression so far?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to your cherished viewers. I must say that Honorable Elizabeth Adjare has really demonstrated that she knows where she's going, the ministry in which she's going. She has done a in-depth analysis, a very good research. And I was saying, as I was the premises before we went off, I was saying that the first time a minister designate is being before the committee, then you see the whole majority leader that we would have come with his controversies as it used to be, to say that I have nothing done to say, says, are you equal to her? So that tells you that Honorable Adjare will be a good minister. Questions in the industry, even though I will say that she's not a trade person, but she's a lawyer. And so the law background will help her to propel. And of course, if you get to the ministry, the rightful directors, the technical men and women that will be surround her, will definitely help her to propel, to make sure that she will sail through. This is the first time we have a ministry that has additional agency. I remember former President Kufuor time, it used to be Presidential Initiative. In this regard, John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, have added what we call agribusinesses. And so what it means is that when they want to drive into much more export. What it means is that when we produce our agro processes and other things, we add value. Normally, we export raw. So it tells that the government has sensitive in terms of adding value. So that when we add value, then we are going to get more and more forests back to the country. And that's going to be a good area. I'm sure she probably will have to get a deputy minister. I'm sure the president will give her a deputy minister to be in charge of the agribusiness. Guess as they used to have two deputies in charge of trade and industry. This time around, I'm sure they will have to give. And of course, maybe the agribusiness, they will have to also have an agency to set up. Apart from being the deputy minister, they should have an agency so that that agency will have a coordinating who will be able to propel and coordinate and make sure that they give the rightful education, technical support to industries, people who want to go into agro-processing and other things. And that could add on, that can give the lead up to the job creation and the 24 economy that President John Mahama and the NDC was promising and had promised Ghanaians. I strongly believe that one of the good questions that was asked, somebody posed a question in regards to what will she do to reduce importations? And she said, see, it's I
was even coming to that. That's your space. And she even mentioned that $500 million worth of sugar is imported annually. And so what that means is that they will encourage people to eat what they grow. Beyond just encouraging that, what do you think should be the right measures?
I think the Komenda Sugar Factory should be a baby to her. All past ministers tried their best. I remember Honorable Fifi Befi was in the committee. I remember one of during his time as a deputy minister, they promised us that the Komenda Sugar Factory was coming on board extremely. But up till now, as we speak, and they said they were even going to bring some semi-product from Europe and then to finish it at our factory. Till date, that factory will become a white elephant. I am quite sure that, I think it was established during President Mahama time also. Was it Professor Melson? So I'm sure that it is their baby. They will be able to. So
the question was posed by his brother, the MP.
The MP, so that's good. So I think that should be the minister's baby. The minister has been a woman or a badaye. Because if you go to that area, if that factory were to run in, the youth would have gone to job. Because they said the devil found the ideal person, is that not it? So the youth over there, and I'm sure the sugarcane farmers, they should put capital intensive to support those who will be growing the cocoa and the sugarcane, so that they will be able to use, because we need the raw material. If you build a factory without the raw material, what are you going to use to feed it? So I was not in support when the previous government said they were going to bring in semi-product to finish here. When the Ghanaian man tells them, I'm bringing semi-product, be careful, they will end up bringing finished product. I hope we are getting it, especially when they have a situation whereby they're having a free zone license and other things. So I think that we want processing, so that when there's processing, from the farm gate to the factory, there will be a lot of job creation for the Ghanaian women. And so I strongly believe that, and as also promise that we should eat what we grow. Normally you see me, you don't see me wearing suit and tie, isn't it?
And even smoke sometimes.
Since I wear smoke, this is Ghanaian made, Ghanaian trim dresses, dressmakers.
But you know it's very expensive trying to, look Ghanaian. You know that.
It's because of, she said it, even she talk about cost of production. Cost of production. So the seller is paying so much utility tariff, is that not it? Yeah. So sometimes that makes it, not that, and the finishing is one of the areas. I'm sure her ministry should also look into, finishing is a problem in Ghanaian community. Finishing product, because if I go and buy the Nigerian one, and you see the Nigerian policy, and you see the Ghanaian one,
You see the Nigerians, they do proper finishing. So we have to encourage, we have to train, we have to support our people to do proper finishing and packaging. Packaging is also, you have to brand yourself and then sell yourself to somebody to buy. It's about branding, and that's what I think we have to, that ministry will have to also look in that area. African Continental Free Trade. Remember she talked about African Continental Free Trade. The bureaucracy surrounding that area is an area that I think that she should, as a lawyer, they should try to streamline things to the business community. So I tell you, cost of utility tariff, cost of production should be key to her, and I think that it should not be on her head alone. She should be able to liaise with the Minister of Energy, she should be able to liaise with the Minister of Finance, so that some taxes that are supposed, or some utility tariff taxes, some levies that will go to kill the industry, instead of to expand the industry, that we should be able to look at those things and prune down, especially they are going to bring their media budget somewhere April, and I'm sure that I'm very optimistic that the minister, now a Minister of Finance, because he was approved yesterday, I'm sure they're yet to sign, and the President will give them, they take oath, and then into office, into action. I know Honorable Atufoshin, most of the last government minister, the problem that we're having in this country was that they were not talking to each other. That's the key. If the trade want to do something, want to be idle. Transport is doing something idle.
Well, now, I will take you back to the chamber itself of Parliament. We understand that proceedings are ongoing to do with the president's recent travels. Let's take a listen. Well, now, it would seem that we're having some sound challenges. Let's go back to that interview with Samson Awingobits, the PNC chair.
Yeah, at the end of the day, these are things that make things cost in this country. And I think that I want his ministers to talk to each other. Sometimes they should sit, even if they're meeting stakeholders, they should sit together so that everybody will have at least a fair idea of what the stakeholders are asking. So that when we want to formulate policy, we will think about it. By the time we come to implementation, you will not see stakeholders like us raising red flags.
Talking about taxes, she mentioned that not everyone is interested in evading tax. And so because it's very exorbitant, that's what people don't want to pay. They are shying away from paying their tax. Do you think even if we reduce it, that's full compliant?
Compliance is the best way. I remember during one of the 2021-2022, I remember, if my memory serves me right, when they give the benchmark values to Ghanaian importers, people who were taking their cargo to Ivory Coast, my people who were taking their cargo to Lomé and bringing it by other Freeport, there was total cut-off of those people. So everybody were compliant. They were bringing through Temaport. In fact, at the point, you could pay like, say, 14,000 to clear this Uber cars. But as you speak, when they take it off, the Uber car tax alone went over like 60,000. Buying that car today, if you don't have over 150,000, you will not get it. And meanwhile, that car used to buy 20,000 Ghana cedis in the market. So if you say you want tax and you are not producing the thing here, at the end of the day, what do? You do disingenuous to the people. And so I strongly believe, yes, you may want the taxes, but I expect the business to expand, to grow, then you can tax us. That's the way to go. And if you have a minister who will come and sit and want to lord himself over us, definitely we will strike. And I don't think we are prepared to strike. We want them to listen. We want them to engage. We want them, that's why I said, before they formulate policy, let them engage us. When they engage us, by the time you are implementing, I remember someone asked me during the election, I just want to say this, that between NDC manifesto and the MPP manifesto, who did you take? And I said, the MPP manifesto, policy was formulated, and they called us and they spoke to us. With the John Mahama manifesto, he came to us, he came to the maritime trade, he came to port, and met with us, and asked us, what do we want if he's elected as the President of the Republic of Ghana? And we tell him before he formulated his policy, became a document, and that's the one that we want to know, we want to work with, do you understand? So I strongly believe that if his ministers are approved and they've gone to their various offices, I have a lot of ministers that we'll be dealing with. Minister of Trade is one, Minister of Finance is one, Minister of Agriculture is one, Minister of Transport is one. These four ministers are key there to trade community. And I know my people are started asking, who is the Minister of Agric? Will he listen? You remember, if you are going to bring sorghum, what do you call it, the wheat for processing for flour, you must get approval from the Minister of Agric before you can load the ship. So sometimes the people go and put their letter during branch Achamon time, it will take you 2 months, but they will not even approve.
So you're hoping it will change it this time around? So
the few wheat that was there in the produce, that's why bread is very expensive. And bread should be a commodity. It's a commodity for everybody to eat. I strongly believe that whoever is going to that ministry, as soon as wheat, we don't grow wheat in Ghana. If they wanted to work on, I've heard President Mahama has appointed a minister who will be in charge of climate and sustainability. Yeah. I hope he will work towards that. Then when we have a good climate that we can produce wheat here, then you can talk of if they bring applications, why don't you buy from Ghana market? But so far we do not have it here. You cannot do that as a punishment. A minister of trade a few months ago said, I want to bring a 21 line items to regulate them. Regulate what? What you don't have it? What are regulated? I hope these ministers will take their lessons, and Minister of Finance will work with the Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana cannot sit somewhere and say, I am for monetary policy. Minister of Finance is for the policy, fiscal policy. Fiscal policy would be in correlation with the monetary policy. That is where you can fight inflation. And above all, I want to see proper drive in export. Okay. And our ambassadors that they are going to appoint should be able to go out and sell Ghana proper. Let us export more.
Yeah, okay. Because of our limited time, and lastly before I let you go, let's touch on the one district, one factory.
Well, more on that interview a little later. Right now, let's turn attention to Parliament, where I will be taking you in a tad. But so far, we know that 6 people have been approved. They will be sworn in later today. And I want to show you the people who and their respective ministries will be sworn in by the president today. We know, again, of the finance minister, Dr. Kassel Atoba Forson, for the Ministry of Finance, Dr. John Abdullah Dinapo, Ministry of Energy, Dr. Dominic Akorotinga Ayene, Attorney General and Minister for Justice. Then the second list of ministers who will be sworn in today: Kwame Agboja, Minister of Roads and Highways; Tamale Central MP; Haruna Idrisu, Minister of Education; Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agriculture. These 6 gentlemen and members of Parliament will be sworn in as ministers later today. They have gone through the vetting process. Their reports were presented to Parliament. A debate has taken place. Subsequently, the chamber decided to approve and confirm their nominations as done by the president. Now the president has the duty to swear them in to become the official ministers for their various ministries. Perhaps I should go over that list quickly again, then I'll show you what else we expect to happen the rest of the day. We do have Dr. Kassel Atoba Forson, Minister for Finance; Dr. John Abdullah Dinapo, Minister for Energy; Dr. Dominic Akorotinga Ayene, Attorney General and Minister for Justice; Minister for Roads and Highways, Kwame Agboja, Adaklu MP; Haruna Idrisu, Minister of Education; Eric Opoku, Minister of Food and Agriculture. Now, these men will be sworn in later today. We also know that earlier today, we heard from the 2 women, the first 2 women to face the committee. Dr. Agnes Na Mumulate Krowo MP, who is Minister Designate Gender, Children and Social Protection, Trades and Industry, Trade, Agriculture, Agribusiness, Trade, Agribusiness and Industry Minister Designate Elizabeth Ofori-Adjare. Tachima North MP has also been vetted. Now we await 3 more to go through the process, and I'll show you a bit who they are. But let's take you to the chamber where 2 things have happened. Questions have been raised about the president's recent travels and the likes. Let's take a listen.
Mr. Speaker, very inaccurate statements have been made by
Honorable member for Bibila, I haven't placed respectfully. I haven't called you. Honorable members, please resume your seat. No. I'm not giving anybody the opportunity to speak. Honorable Minister, Honorable Former Minister, please. I gave you the opportunity to speak, please. Oh, I've done that. It's not meant for. It's not meant for discussion. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, honorable member from Bimbila, respectfully, once I give you opportunity, I will have to give opportunity to other people. And no. Honorable member, no.
Mr. Speaker, my response. You want the market, we also want our market.
Honorable members, please help me to manage the house. I know why I'm saying I'm not calling anybody again. Please.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute.
Honorable former minister, let's find appropriate time to come. I believe at that time the ministers of state will be in place so that you can say whatever you want to say. For now, I want to close the chapter. Please, respectfully. I don't want to prolong this because honorable member for Bimbila, please.
Mr. Speaker, allow.
Honorable members, honorable members,
Mr. Speaker, let no one hold you hostage.
So, Honorable Dominic Nitiu. Hello, Honorable Dominic Nitiu. You are indicating one here. But you have already spoken. There are a lot of people behind you who would like to speak. Honorable members, under the circumstances, I will have to suspend the House, if that is what you have. Honorable members, the House is accordingly suspended for 30 minutes.
Well, there you have it. The second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andrew Siama, has suspended sitting again because the MPs were talking over each other and there was no order in the chamber. I was telling you earlier that this is as a result of two things that have been raised. The minority side is raising questions about not knowing who the majority leaders are. And they have also raised questions about the trips the president has taken outside the country. Remember that the president traveled to the Gambia and Senegal. Issues to do with his the mode of transport were raised, causing the debates there. Also, just a quick correction. I had mentioned earlier that the Honourable Member of Parliament, Haruna Idrisu, is Tamale Central. It's Tamale South, not Central. That was an error. I apologize for that. It's Tamale South MP, and he will be sworn in later today as Minister for Education. But listen, we'll talk to our correspondent on the ground and understand really what went on the ground. So we get a clearer picture of what the debate was and why the MPs were talking over each other. Because remember, they had moved from the appointments committee members, so to speak, gone into the chamber for business to be done. But then our reporter on the ground tells us that issues around the president's travels were raised. It's unclear exactly what issues those are. Also about the majority leadership, who these leaders are. The minorities raising that question as well. And why that is important, our correspondent in Parliament today should join us shortly and give us an understanding of why the suspension took place in the last minutes. Remember, out of frustration, it would seem, the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament suspended sitting for 30 minutes. Nobody was listening to him from what we saw. And the MPs, if we could take a look at what's happening at the moment, if we could take a look at what what's happening in Parliament as the suspension is taking place quickly, and then we will go over to the phone lines and speak more on this matter.
So you can see here, we are still live right here in the Chamber of Parliament, where proceedings have currently been suspended. And this is as a result of a brawl between both the majority and minority side of Parliament. You heard them earlier before the suspension of proceedings. They were arguing on the presidential jet. And so the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, he announced or made an announcement on the president's travel, which you can recall happened last week, where he used his brother's jet, private jet, to travel to Dubai, and so that raised a number of questions as to why he did not use the presidential jet. And so that announcement was made right here on the floor of Parliament, and that caused a bit of a brawl, a bit of confusion. And so we saw there members of the minority side of Parliament raising questions as to why the president did not use the presidential jet on that flight last week. And doing that was Dominic Nitu, who was the former defense minister. He asked that question as to why the president did not use that presidential jet when he knows that the jet is currently fit for purpose. And so that was what started the brawl. And we saw that Gavins Kwame Abuja, who is currently has been approved by Parliament as the Minister for Roads and Highways, saying emphatically that he does not understand why Dominic Nitu, who is a former Minister for Defense, actually has the right to talk about the president's use of his brother's private jet when he believes it is fit for purpose, because during his time when President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was still in office, they did not allow him to use that presidential jet, and so he has no right per se to, talk about the president, John Dramani Mahama, using his brother's private jet for that flight. And so that was what caused the brawl. You saw there earlier visuals right here from the Chamber of Parliament between the minority and the majority. You could see the Speaker trying to calm heads and allow some members to speak. Others were not allowing that to happen. And we saw also the minority chief whip also speaking about the matter. Earlier we heard Gavins Abuja saying that John Dramani Mahama is much better a president than Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo because he did not use the private jet. He used the private jet and saved some money basically, but the minority chief whip was angered by that statement. He got up and said that indeed President Mahama is different from Akufo-Addo because, of course, he used a private jet belonging to his brother instead of using the presidential jet. And so we are seeing that parliamentary proceedings are about to resume. The Speaker is being ushered once again into the chambers, and earlier the suspension was as a result of Dominic Nitu trying to make a response statement to Kwame Gavins Abuja statement, but he was not being allowed, and so he kept standing there, although the Speaker was telling him to, as a matter of fact, sit down for them to continue proceedings. And so that caused the brawl. Both sides decided not to allow Dominic Nitu to speak. Of course, the NDC side or the majority side not allowing him to speak, and the minority calling for him to speak. And that is what caused the suspension. We're heading back to proceedings as it is continuing.
Truly, you met us, and the agreement is that a member on our side will speak in concluding on this matter, then another member on their side, and we'll draw the curtains on the subject matter at discussion. So on our side, the former defense minister, Honorable Nitu, will speak, and then I don't know if Kwame will speak or anybody on their side will be elected to speak.
Speaker, I think that, Speaker, I think, if for nothing at all, I'm a fourth-term member in this House. And when we came, this is not how we behave. Honorable member, humble yourself and learn. What is that? Leadership has engaged the Speaker and you are there throwing comments. Learn to take a cue from your leadership. That is how you grow in this House.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please, I beg of you. Please.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, leader.
I sympathize with my colleague, but he should note that as for the heckling, I saw people heckling me when I was also speaking. So that admonishment is bringing should have been for both sides, not for one side. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we met, and then their side brought a proposal that they feel strongly, Honorable Nito, our colleague who was the immediate past defense minister, strongly feels about saying something. I suggested, with their numbers versus our numbers, if one person speaks on the other side, it should be at least two people speaking on our side. Hold on, I'm just narrating. You see, just few minutes ago, my respected colleague on your side was speaking, and when other people commented, he was throwing his hands all everywhere. Yet you didn't take a cue from him. You were doing the same thing to me. You see? But then, Mr. Speaker, you suggested that that formula has to come officially to you. But Mr. Speaker, it is no doubt that if you were to be doing 1-1, even on a budget day or anything, you realize that only a quarter or, one-third of the people on my side will speak. Because that is the ratio. But on this occasion, Mr. Speaker, we have agreed. Let our colleague, the former defense minister, speak. And when he finishes, if it's about me, I'll make a short comment, but we'll let the person who led us to uncover the travels of President Akufo-Addo on commercial, on rented jets. Honorable Okujeto is here. He will lead us to respond to him appropriately.
Yes, Speaker. So he's saying the same thing, except that he's veering off. So one apiece, one on our side, one on their side. You can't reinvent the rules. In this House, it has never happened that people who speak on the floor, we use ratio to do it. No. Composition of committees, yes, ratios are used. But it is not when we want to make members speak on the House. That matter, it doesn't come in. So, Speaker, not to rehash the agreement. One here, one there. They can elect to bring anybody, Aura, whatever, or whoever. We are ready. Once the former deputy minister, once the former minister is allowed to speak, then we can hear them. Speaker, you see, you have business to prosecute. You have government business to prosecute. If you go on this tangent, you can never prosecute your government business. So, Speaker, without adding more, the minister, the former defense minister, is ready to speak.
Yes. Honorable Dominic Nito.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. First of all, let me thank leadership and your good self for bringing order to the House. This House is a house of records. And so I just wanted to place on record the correct information. I'm not here to do propaganda. I'm not here to say anything about anybody. I'm just here to correct something that the Honorable Chief Whip made or said. Nothing more, nothing less. First of all, he said Akufo-Addo has not traveled on commercial aircraft. I want to say that President Akufo-Addo has traveled on numerous occasions on the same Emirates before. In fact, on some of the occasions, he went to Honorable Asenso. He's here. You can verify for him. I have the privilege as Minister for Defense to always be at the airport when the President is traveling. And your minister will do same. So I have the records. In fact, I am aware that the President has traveled to the UK numerous times on British Airways. We always had to be there between 10 and 11 for him to go. I'm aware that the President had to travel on Qatar Airways numerous times. So I'm just giving that information to Parliament and to the House. And for it to enter the hands that President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has traveled on commercial aircraft several times, not once, and I've mentioned at least 3 airlines. Can I finish? The second thing I want to correct is that President Akufo-Addo has not rented any private jet to travel within the country. West Africa, yes. Outside West Africa, yes. But in the country, no. That is also not correct, because that's what you said, that is rented just traveling within the country. And Mama will not do that. It's not also true. The third one I want to state is that ever since we took that aircraft to France for it to be done properly, it took almost 6 months, about 6 months to 7 months for it to be fitted properly and brought back. President Akufo-Addo has been using it. In fact, even I think 2 days before he handed over, he used that aircraft. President Akufo-Addo has used that aircraft for the last 8 months. So it is not as if we were not using that aircraft and now we want President Mahama to use it. It's not a true story. President Akufo-Addo has been using it ever since it returned from France. That's the third point I want to make. And the last point I want to make and still make, which is the last point I want to make and still make, is that President Mahama, when that aircraft was not available, rented aircrafts, private jets, and used outside the country. Yes. Yes. I say yes, that I can say that for a fact. Ask he himself, ask President Mahama himself. I'm saying you don't have the information, but you ask he himself. Ask him himself, he will tell you that yes, he did when he was president. So these are the 4 things I wanted to say. I'm not saying any controversial thing. I'm not bringing any new facts. These are just the 4 things I wanted to say. That one, President Akufo-Addo has traveled on numerous occasions with commercial jets, commercial aircrafts. I've mentioned the names. 2, President Akufo-Addo has not traveled and has not rented any private jet to be traveling around the country. 3, President Akufo-Addo, yes, I just repeated what I said. So it's in the hands that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abuja, please. What we agreed, if you are speaking, then it means you speak and you close the chapter. Please, so that we can move on, please. You have already spoken 2 times on this particular issue. Yes. So, honorable leader of the House, you are still leader. Until you are sworn in, we will still consider you as leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am still the leader of the House. And I have not been sworn in as the Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, God willing, tomorrow, Right Honorable Speaker, God willing, tomorrow, the NDC caucus, the majority caucus, will designate our front bench. That will be done tomorrow. But Mr. Speaker, in the meantime, let me state for the records that after consulting with my chief whip, he never said that President Akufo-Addo never traveled on private jet. Never traveled commercial. Mr. Speaker, he's here. But Mr. Speaker, again for the records. Right Honorable Speaker, again for the records. I traveled with the President Mahama, in his recent trip to the UAE. He did not use private jet. I was on the flight. I was on the flight with him. We used Emirates. So let no one create. And Mr. Speaker, the immediate past defense minister made a statement that President Mahama traveled on a private jet, rented a private jet. I challenge him to bring us evidence now. I challenge him to bring us evidence now. Mr. Speaker, you cannot just make statements without justifications. You can't. You can't.
us evidence to prove that he has traveled or rented a private jet. Mr. Speaker, the President Mahama, was sworn in on the 7th. On the 7th. No, but so you are saying when he was president, when? 2013. Mr. Speaker, you see that he's seen that he's changing the goalpost. You are changing the goalpost. You are changing the goalpost. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member for Bimbilla is now saying President Mahama traveled on rented a private jet when he was in the past, not recently. Mr. Speaker, clearly you can see that he has shifted the goalpost. He has shifted the goalpost. Because I know that President Mahama has not rented a private jet since he became president on the 7th of January 2025. He has not. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will leave it there. I will leave it there.
We don't understand the issues at stake.
So that we make progress. So, Mr. Speaker, guide us so we can make an excellent progress for the people of Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, let's now turn to item 6. Item 6. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, respectfully, before the interruption, you were on the communication from the President. You didn't finish that. And so, you didn't finish with the entire statement.
Oh, I finished. I just read the letter, and yes, even though it was belated, but I had to do that. So, yeah. So, honorable members, we are moving to item 6, statements. And today we have 4 statements. 4 statements. We imported one from yesterday's discussion. 2 of them are similar, and another one. So we will start from Honorable Sosu. Then we come to Honorable Asenso Boache and Honorable Emir. Emir and Asenso Boache are similar, so we take them together. Then we will discuss. Then finally we come to Manson Kwanta. So we have 4 statements. So we start with Honorable Sosu. We should have taken that one yesterday, but because of the appointment committee's report, we couldn't take them. So, Honorable Sosu, you may read your statement now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a statement on Ghana's leadership in ensuring the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, AfCFTA. Mr. Speaker, on 7th December 2024, Ghanaians went to the polls to vote to reset the nation. During his inauguration on 7 January 2025, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama vowed to collaborate with other African countries to deepen integration and regionalism and to fashion common solutions for Africans' challenges. Based on His Excellency's commitment, Mr. Speaker, I make this statement to remind us of our collective duty in ensuring that Ghana plays a leadership role in championing the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, headquartered here in Accra, and outlined some actionable steps for sustained leadership. Mr. Speaker, in January 2012, at the 18th Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the AU, which took place in Ethiopia, the Assembly of Heads of State adopted a landmark decision to ensure that there is an establishment of Continental Free Trade Area by 2017. The purpose was the progressive elimination of tariff and non-tariff barriers for mutually beneficial trading regimes among member states. Also, the heads of state endorsed an action plan to boost intra-Africa trade, also known as Boosting Intra-Africa Trade, BIAT. The BIAT recognized 7 main priority areas of action to promote its cause, namely trade policy, trade-related infrastructure, trade finance, trade facilitation, productive capacity, trade information, and factor market integration. Mr. Speaker, the potential of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement to unify 54 African states, representing over 1.2 billion people and with a combined GDP of over $3.4 trillion, reflects the continent's strategic commitment to collective prosperity. This momentum was further reinforced with Agenda 2063, adopted during the Golden Jubilee of the OAU in 2013, which envisioned a structurally transformed Africa under the banner of the Africa we want. In June 2015, at the 25th AU Summit of the Heads of State, the Head of State added another resolution to the commencement negotiation targeted at the creation of the AfCFTA, where the focus was heavily placed on the liberalization of trade in goods and services in Africa. Subsequently, on the 30th day of May 2012, the agreement of the Continental Free Trade Area entered into force when 24 countries deposited their ratification instrument. The operational phase of the agreement was launched in Niamey, Niger, in July 2019, and official trading under the agreement commenced after Johannesburg Declaration on the first day of January 2021. Mr. Speaker, current projections of the AfCFTA's outcome are very positive. According to the World
Welcome back from Parliament. The discussion, very long discussion over the President's travels. Unfortunately, we were unable to get to the bottom of it as the minority side that raised the question appeared to have changed the context of that question. And so we appear not to have got to the bottom of that question over the President's travels and its relevance to Parliament as they discuss issues pertaining to this country. But we'll go there in a bit. In the meantime, what you see on your screen also are the MPs, the nominees we expect to be vetted once Parliament's Appointments Committee reconvenes. The first of 3 to appear before the committee is Abla Jifa Gomashi. She is for the Tourism and Creative Arts Ministry. She is the nominee for that ministry. Our understanding is the place is already packed with her supporters, people who are there to support her, and not just, not just the average Joe, so to speak. Our understanding is Professor Dumont is there as well. Perhaps we could take a look at the hall where that event is taking place. We also know about the presence of veteran actress Grace Omabo there to support the candidates, Abla Jifa Gomashi. We affectionately call her Mamaga, but she's also the mama of her area in Aflao. Anyway, so we will keep an eye on events happening there. Remember that she is a creative arts person. She has a long experience, long history as an actress, as a producer, as a writer. And she seems very, very suitable for that position. But we'll know more about that suitability when she sits before the committee to answer questions pertaining to her industry, pertaining to the ministry where the president has appointed her to be. But she's not the only one we will see today. Today, after Abla Jifa Gomashi, if the committee sticks to time, we will also see George Opare. George Opare is Minister Designate for Youth Employment. If we could put that on the television real quick so we see the faces of the people I talk about. Remember, I'm saying that 3 people will be vetted before the committee calls it a day today. So there will be George Opare-Addo, an executive of the NDC, Minister Designate, Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. There's also Emilia Arthur. Emilia Arthur is the Shama MP. She's an honorable member of parliament. And she is the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture. We've spoken extensively about Abla Jifa Gomashi for the Tourism Ministry. Let's go back to the committee hall where the vetting takes place. George is on standby with some interviews for us.
And families here to support her. I see some veteran actresses here with us. I would want to talk to them, engage them before the vetting commences. And I see Ofori-Adjare, I see you do. I'm being biased. So why are you here?
Here to give moral support to Minister Designate for our sector, which is tourism, culture and creative arts. Yes, I'm lucky for permission. We believe that she's the right person for this position and she can do the job. And we are all here to support her. She can always call on us anytime she wants. It's one big family and she can't do the work alone. So we are here to let us know that we've got her back and we are here to support her to succeed for Ghana, for herself and for the president.
For you, what is that top priority for you when she assumes office? What should be that top agenda she should, tackle?
Well, the thing is that the culture is so broad. And so I expect that she will not work in isolation. She needs to work with, let's say, whoever will be at GTA, the National Film Authority and Commission on Culture. I expect that they will form that strong alliance and they will have a roadmap. And now the 4 of them can then decide the tangent to go.
Thank you so much. Maybe I'll come back to you.
No.
Madam Grace Mwabo, thanks for joining us on TV3. So, what was your impression when you realized that it was Jifa Gomashi? She used to be the deputy, and now she's going to be a substantive minister. What was your reaction when you heard the president nominating her for that very role?
I knew that she would be nominated because when she was the deputy minister, I told her. It came to me, and I prophesied. I said, Jifa, you will be one time be the minister. And when I heard her name, my heart leapt with joy. I have to be here to support her because she's my daughter. I brought her up. She has a mother, but when you ask her, she will tell you that I am the mother and I have to come and support her. I know that she will do well, but I have to come and support her so that she will feel fine to answer the questions.
Sure. I know one area I'm sure you'll be concerned about is the welfare of the aged, especially the actors. Sometimes you have people coming to social media seeking for support. I'm sure that's something that you're really concerned about.
Yes.
How best can we handle that?
I don't know, but when the monies come, the government says that he gives monies to the whoever it is to take care of the aged. I don't get anything, and I don't want a situation where I will come and then.
I know you're not really concerned because I know you're a bit wealthy. You have cash.
I'm okay, so I don't know. But I mean, it's sad when you see some of them in their old age, where they are living, and then you see some of them how they die, and then some of them begging for money. I don't know, but I think she should do something about it. She should try and do something. Maybe because she knows the mother is among the aged ones. So I will ask her to try and do something for them.
And so, are you ready to, offer some sort of expertise to boost the movie industry? Because as it stands now, I don't really know where we are standing as a movie industry.
Expertise. At the moment, what expertise can I
Maybe you want to train maybe the younger ones?
No.
You and then Akofa.
You go for the people like this to give their expertise. Right now, I am old, I have retired, and if it's not because of my daughter, I won't come.
I don't remember the last time I even saw you.
Yes,
you don't really come out.
No, I don't come out, so I don't think.
Unless it's critical.
Yes, you see, so maybe the younger ones can.
We're no more than
yes.
But thanks for joining us. But what are your expectations before I leave? What are your expectations?
Well, she's got one of the largest communities. When you look at culture, tourism, that whole entire ministry, she's got about 14 agencies, from Kwame Nkrumah Museum, the National Theatre with the 3 resident companies, to the 16 CNCs, Center for National Culture, all under the National Culture. She's got a lot of work to do, big time, but she needs to focus, sit down and reset.
She needs to focus, sit down and reset. And these are the words of some of the creative art persons here to support Jifa Gomashi. And I also can see Sharifa Guni here. She's a renowned artist, and I know she's here to support our sister. And what are your expectations? Why are you here?
Yeah, why I'm here, I know everyone who's watching us, who is a Ghanaian, knows what, when they talk about Jifa Gomashi, they knows about her and the excellent job they did in the past 8 years. In fact, she is a great woman with showbiz. She is a great woman. She's a woman that I respect a lot and service at National Theatre when I was a dancer. She is a great woman of culture, and when it comes to this tourism, I was there. We know, we see what she and the other madam did. I'm saying this fully so everyone will understand why I am here and why this room is full and some people are still outside who did not even get a chance to sit. Like, we even wish they do it outside. People would have understand why he deserved to take the role again, and we are going to support her because I am tourism, you are tourism, she is tourism. The chocolate and the beauty of the black of African lady, Jifa Gomashi, my only mother. That is why I'm here. So showbiz is back on its seat again.
Showbiz is back. What exactly do you want her to do in the showbiz business?
A lot will happen. See the one sitting beside me. You will notice, whoever knows her will notice that we are ready to take this, to run again, to make things work. I say showbiz is back.
Showbiz is back. These are the last words of Sharifa Gunu. She's a musician, and she's very confident that Jifa Gomashi will do a good job at the ministry that she has been posted. And there are some beauty queens here to support Jifa Gomashi, some traditional leaders. And I see the brother of Komenda with us here. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I know you're from the voter, and of course, you have some, affiliation with Jifa Gomashi. What are your expectations of her?
Well, my expectation is that she's going to give a good account of herself. I think her background in the performing arts makes her the right choice. Her experience as an MP and traveling across the length of the breadth of the country suggests that she knows the country well and she's in a position to advertise us and create the kind of jobs and opportunities that one expects from tourism in the country.
I just want to know your reaction. What was your first impression when you heard that this is a daughter of the land who has been nominated by the president to man this very ministry?
Very proud, but I didn't say I was surprised. I think she's exactly the right person for the job.
Sure. Thank you so much. And that's the brother of Komenda Dumor, very confident of the minister designate. He was not surprised when he had the president nominating Jifa Ablagomashi to really take charge of that very ministry, and also see his father, Professor Dumor, right here with us. I want to pick some few words from Professor Dumor. Professor, you're live on TV3. I just spoke to your son. I know you are affiliated to Jifa Gomashi. Well, how did you feel when you heard that the president nominated her to, take charge of the ministry?
Well, first you have to look at her background.
Yeah.
She's a very well-educated, well-grounded young lady. She's shown clearly she had the skills for leadership. And that's my daughter.
Yeah.
So obviously, if this is going to happen, I have no option but to be here and to see her through this process. So realistically, it is a non-starter if you ask me why I'm here.
But thanks for the support anyway. But one issue when it comes to tourism is that in Ghana, people find it very difficult to even tour the very tourist attraction site in Ghana. They would rather go to Dubai and then have a feel of these countries. But for your daughter to be manning this very ministry, how well can we manage this very situation where we'd want more people to stay in Ghana and consume the tourism in Ghana rather than taking the monies elsewhere?
Well, first of all, there is a lack of information about the importance of our own history from the time of the empire, Western European empires, colonialism and neo-colonialism. Along the shores of our country.
Well, we just lost the connection in that conversation with Professor Ernest Dumor. Indeed, he's the dad of celebrated broadcaster Komenda Dumor. Earlier was Dr. Koshi Dumor, who is, as you heard from George Quinn in there, brother of Komenda Dumor as well. They are there to support the nominee to come, Abla Jifa Gomashi, former Deputy Tourism Minister. Now she has been nominated to lead that ministry. She will be vetted in a bit. But those conversations going on, those interviews that George is doing, we'll take them in a bit when the connection is restored. But how about in the meantime, we take it to Parliament and find out how things are playing out there.
Development Bank we have in Ghana today, what is its state? So probably for the Women's Bank, we may want to take 0.1525% dedicated to support our women who are in need of credit. We should be able to do that. So, and proudly, Mr. Speaker, I conclude. Whilst commending President Mahama and President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, we should also commend the late Professor J.E. Mills. I recall at the time in January 2012, I was in Ethiopia with him and with Alan Chirimanting. Then, I think he was playing some role at the African Union, and he guided some of our processes in getting Ghana to insist that the Organization of African Union, the AU, takes a major resolution on that. Mr. Speaker, what Africa needs is trade and investment. It's unfortunate that Ghana beyond aid, we could not walk the talk. With this, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, let me give it to Honorable Member for Bosmo Frehon. Then I come to former Deputy Trade Minister. Bosmo Frehon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm giving you the opportunity for the first time.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my brother Xavier, Honorable Member for Medina constituency, for making such a statement. Mr. Speaker, before I comment on this statement, I would like to also commend some few and key personalities of Ghana who contributed greatly to ensuring that we have AfCFTA. Particularly to mention is Mr. Kwesikoti, the Deputy Commissioner of the African Union. Mr. Speaker, as a young man working in African Union as at that time, I noticed the key role he played in ensuring that Ghana win that bid to host AfCFTA, which has been one of the monumental achievements of the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo administration. Mr. Speaker, from records, it's clear that the World Bank is envisaging about $450 billion US growth in this area, in this AfCFTA. Minister Designate for Education mentioned the potential growth we are looking at in AfCFTA. Speaker, they went ahead to also mention that it is going to create a possible job for about 30 million African young men and women. Mr. Speaker, how do Ghana tend to benefit from this very huge, lucrative industry that we have set up, that we are hosting? Speaker, one, as he mentioned in his statement, harmonizing policies. Speaker, it is very important that for us to make maximum benefit of this after we are hosting. Speaker, the 1D1F policy from the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo government must be looked at again and empowered and strengthened. Speaker, like example, we have one of the largest cabbage growing areas in my constituency, Bosomefreho. Speaker, I am urging the NDC government to come and build a cabbage processing plant in Bosomefreho so we can manufacture the cabbage and export to African countries or other places so we can make money and also employ some of the young men and women in Bosomefreho. Then maybe the 24 hours economy can also have some rippling effects there. The Speaker, having said this, there are some few challenges that is confronting the AfCFTA, which is clear. One, the Speaker, is conflict around the African aid. The Minister Designate mentioned some key issues that are among them is conflict. The Speaker, we are seeing the conflict in Burkina Faso. We are seeing the conflict in Niger and other African countries, which is a key major issue that will hinder the development or the progress or the gains AfCFTA is capable of making. And Speaker, another thing we must look at is infrastructure. The former Exim Bank CEO mentioned some development or some projects that the SWAL administration did in ensuring that there is possible infrastructure, because the Speaker, to trade in Africa is movement. It's a human movement. I mean, rail, road, and all that. I will urge the government coming, I will urge the NDC government, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that all those projects that have been started be continued, so that the AfCFTA will make maximum impact of every benefit that we have. Mr. Speaker, the last one I would mention is the slow adaptation of technology. Mr. Speaker, the last time we were talking about the e-gate at the airport. Mr. Speaker, it is one of the major issues which major African countries are even having challenges adopting. Even to adopt the whole AfCFTA, it took many African countries not to even do. Why? Because they are having challenges in developing some of the technologies that can situate them comfortably in the AfCFTA zone. Speaker, when we are looking at making maximum impact in this AfCFTA area, let us encourage that our African partners and brothers would improve upon their technology so that we can synchronize them and make headway. Then Ghana, hosting it, can make maximum impact. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to thank you for the opportunity given.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Member, please, you mention your name and your constituency because...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Charles Bawadua. I'm the member for Bongo. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment on the statement made by the Honorable Member for Medina. Mr. Speaker, I'm doing so on the authority of Order 93, Rules 4 and 5 of the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, it appears to me that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is one of those numerous treaties that African countries enter into and do not in fact intend to implement to their letter. The statement so made by the honorable member shows clearly that there appears not to be enough efforts by African countries to ensure the full implementation of the agreement. Mr. Speaker, the benefits available to Ghana and Africa in general upon the full implementation of the agreement are enormous. Mr. Speaker, we're talking of investment that will increase in many parts of Africa and Ghana in particular if the bottlenecks associated with investments in many countries are ironed out, which is envisaged in the agreement signed by the African countries. Mr. Speaker, we talk also of trade, better jobs, and in better jobs, I'm not talking just about the number of jobs that Ghanaians and Africans stand to enjoy, but also the quality of those jobs. Mr. Speaker, in the manifesto of the NDC, which led to a massive victory by His Excellency Don Dramani Mahama, one of the key policies therein is the 24-hour economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that many of the youth of this country were influenced by the impacts of the 24-hour economy that they stand to enjoy, and hence the way the youth voted. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy will work effectively upon the full implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, it will bring in foreign investors. It will bring in foreign companies who will establish in this country, thereby opening up the job market. Many youth will get jobs. And so I want to commend the Honorable Sesu for making this statement before the floor of this Parliament. And I want to urge the Honorable Ministers designate for Trade and also the Minister designate for Foreign Affairs to work hard to ensure that the agreement is fully implemented, not just in Ghana, but urge other countries to do so that we can enjoy the full effects of the agreement. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ofori-Adjare, you spoke well, nobody interrupted. You wanted to interrupt, you are fresher.
Mr. Speaker, I was coming on a point of order.
Anyway, so honorable members, we are taking one more from each side, then we take the other statement. We have other equally important statements. So let me go to former Deputy Minister for Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to make a comment on a statement made by Honorable Susu. I guess this statement is a very important one for the simple reason that the African Continental Free Trade Area has come to stay, whether we like it or not. I have said it time and time again that this is a concept that has come to stay and we cannot do anything about it. The good news about this concept is that the African Continental Free Trade has become the biggest customs union in the world. It used to be the ACP Customs Union, but now it has taken over as the biggest customs union in the world. And for the records, out of the 55 African countries in Africa, 54 have signed the agreement and 46 have ratified the agreement, which means that it is going very well. The focus areas of this concept is in the area of agriculture, automotive industry, pharmaceutical industry, and logistics. The Speaker, the African Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity for Africans for the first time to explore Africa so well and trade amongst ourselves to be able to generate good things from this concept. There are a lot of good opportunities available in the concept in the area of pharmaceuticals, especially and automotive industry. Ghana has taken a very good advantage of this great opportunity by moving well in our industrial sector, especially the automotive industrial sector. As I'm talking to you now, Ghana has 7 different assemblies operating in Ghana. They are operating 7 different vehicle assembly businesses in Ghana. Out of this, they are producing about 12 different brands of vehicles, which means that Ghana is ready to move to other parts of Africa to do business. I want to entreat Africa that this is a huge opportunity for us, especially not only for SMEs and those in the trade sector, but those in the industrial sector, that they should take advantage of this opportunity. I'm talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area, to get a lot of benefits, because the benefits inherent in this policy is enormous. And I guess it is time for Africa to take its rightful place in the world of business and trade, because we should not sit down for the white man to come back and exploit this opportunity and we sitting down aloof without doing anything about it. That's how come I said that it's an opportunity for us. I have also said somewhere on a lighter note that it's an opportunity for Africans to explore and exploit ourselves well, gain all the benefits from trading amongst ourselves. And so I see this statement by Honorable Sasu as a very important statement at this particular time, and I want to entreat every business person or any business person who is seriously into business and want to explore other countries to take advantage of this wonderful opportunity called African Continental Free Trade. With these few words, Speaker, I thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. We take the last person from leadership. Do you want to contribute? Let me give the freshman who is up on his feet. Is it Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Salas and Suleimana, the MP for Yo-Yo. With regards to the subject matter, Yo-Yo is one of the border towns, and I'm very sure that Yo-Yo, some of us will move out of the country to do our farming, and then even bringing back the goods or the crops to your homes becomes a problem. And we also have even your animals crossing to Togo. When you go out of your country, maybe to Togo to bring them back, it becomes a serious matter. And I think this free trade would allow us to move freely without any restrictions. So I support the Honorable MP Sasu for us to work hard to make sure that this comes to reality, so that we don't just speak here and then we leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for Yo-Yo. Yes, leadership. Yes, minority leadership.
Speaker, I thank you for the treasure space. Let me commend my good friend, the Honourable Member for Medina, finding the need to present this statement to the House floor. Speaker, commentaries on the statement is encouraging, and it puts matters in proper context. The Honourable Adjare, the Honourable Ofori-Adjare, and the Honourable Ofori-Adjare have spoken well to the statement, and other colleagues that I cannot exhaust. So there are a few things I find fundamental when we are talking about trade. It comes to me as an irony that even in the face of the Mediterranean Sea, serving as a fiscal gap between Africa and Europe, other trade standards that are very repressive, fair trade standard, Eurogap standard, yet Africa finds a way to trade more with our brothers in Europe than ourselves. And for me, that is the fundamental issue that has to be dealt with. Speaker, the AfCFTA is the biggest trade agreement after WTO. However, many years down the line, we are still talking in terms of a narrative which is focused more on boardroom discussions. Boardroom discussions. To be able to practicalize this, get Africans to sign on to this huge trade agreement that we have to leverage on is still a matter that is still in discussion. Tariffs, which often have constituted a barrier, trade barrier, is still staring at us in our faces. Africa has the youngest, data proves that we have the youngest population globally. And so we have no excuse whatsoever. We have passed all the legislation. In the past decade, one can do a casual analysis of legislations that we have passed that are sensitive to trade, the enhancement of trade, the fair trade concept, the free zone concept, the economic zone concept, yet we appear to be moving in cycles as a country and also as a continent. So I think we have to change our mindset. We must change our mindset, and that is what can really get to the core of the matter and facilitate the very trade that we are looking for. Globally, we are seen as the producers of raw materials. And so until we change our mindset, all the trade agreements will be meaningless unless we change our mindset. We have to change our mindset as a continent. How come that we have all the raw materials? How come we have the biggest, arguably the biggest number of minerals, and yet we wallow in poverty, abject poverty, and still at where we are? I hope when my colleague, the Honourable Ofori-Adjare, was contributing to the statement, he observed all the key personalities who have contributed to these agreements across the political divide. I want to plead with our colleagues in the NDC administration particularly. It's very revealing that this statement is coming from one of your own on your side. The NPP has set the tone. I'm not being partisan here. We set the tone. We ensured that the Secretariat was won. We are hosting the Secretariat. We have set the tone. Let it be said that one day, if you are out of power, you will add on to this agreement, and this agreement will be more meaningful, not only to Ghana, but across the frontiers of Africa. So, continue where we've left off, and let's leave a legacy that one day Africa can be proud of. On that note, I want to commend my good friend, Honorable Sosu. The President, in his acceptance speech, made a very interesting comment. Ghana belongs to a number of international bodies, and then he mentioned there is a new emerging global body called the BRICS. The President has said that Ghana will take concrete steps for Ghana to join the BRICS. I found that very interesting, and if it is the case, we will be waiting that the President, in the fullness of time, will give us full details on this matter. The BRICS today, globally, are commanding a lot of respect, both in trade and other diplomatic and bilateral and multilateral exchanges. We hope that decision will be made and the dividends will come to benefit not just Ghana, but our neighbors, Côte d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and other sister countries who live in the West Africa region. So I thank you for the space granted. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, my majority leadership. Will you say something or should move on?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a contribution to the statement made by my able friend, Honorable Sosu, the MP for the good people of Medina. Mr. Speaker, the statement made today is actually one of the most important statements that has been made in this House, for the simple reason that the Continental Africa Free Trade, as leader rightly said, is actually the largest free trade area in the world today, in terms of population size, in terms of geographic, size, and actually in terms of member states. 54 African countries, are involved in this. Mr. Speaker, if we get ourselves involved properly, especially since we have the headquarters here, we should be leading the African continental free trade. Many a times we sign an agreement, but we don't put in place the preparation that we need to be able to benefit from this agreement. AGOA comes to mind. We have signed AGOA for almost about 20 years, but we can't actually give a tangible, result that we've got from that. So we shouldn't make a mistake with this one, because this can get us out of a lot of, serious problems that we have in this country. As many contributors, including the incoming education minister said, it is usually, Mr. Speaker, that we do sign all these agreements, but we don't put the preparatory work in place. And we keep signing this agreement, and other countries take advantage of us because they make the preparation. If you look at the rush with which we ratified this agreement, and look at how others took their time to do it, because they were putting things in place to make sure that they take a full advantage of it. We have we have a secretariat now, as you rightly said, government is a continuous process. You have a secretariat now. Now what we need to do is to be able to do the proper coordination and the implementation of this African continental free trade, so we can take advantage of it. We are now involved in a pilot project, but what are the plans after this pilot project to be able to take full advantage of it? We trade very little with ourselves as a continent. Most of our businesses are done in Europe, but we don't do much with ourselves. So we need to be able to ask ourselves questions and find out the reasons why we have these challenges or these bottlenecks to be able to take advantage of this African continental free trade. Recently, they have introduced a payment system which basically allows one country to be able to import from the other without necessarily going through dollars and foreign currencies. This, if it continues, will help us to be able to stabilize our currencies so that the depreciation that we are experiencing at the moment can actually be reduced. So hopefully we will take a full advantage of it. And I should thank the maker of the statement for this fantastic statement on the African Continental Free Trade, which will become
vetting of ministerial nominees, as you can see on your screen at the moment. Ketu South MP Abla Difa Gomashi, former Deputy Tourism Minister, is being sworn in. She's taking the oath, excuse me. She's taking the oath to, have her time before the committee today. Let's listen in now.
The truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable members, with all due respect to our guests, you would have to sit in silence and observe the proceedings. I am on my knee. No clapping. Thank you very, very much. May I proceed to ask the nominee to tell us briefly about herself. I know her to be Mama, and she is my Mama, so she has the full stamp on her. May you proceed to tell us briefly about yourself.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll seek your permission to acknowledge God for today, to thank my parents for raising me, my relatives who are here, to thank the industry for coming through today. I want to also thank my headmistress from my secondary school, who sent me a message this morning wishing me well. And my other mother who is sitting there, Grace Omabo, Auntie Grace, welcome. I'm the 6th of 8 children born to Patrick and Helen Gomashi of blessed memory. I'm the 5th girl of 6 girls with 2 brothers. My oldest brother is here, and my younger sister is also here. I was born in Burma camp to a military father and a mother who was a teacher, and retired to sell in the Medina market. I have a very checkered history with my primary school. I started at Gonda Barracks, Reki, and through Medina to Kumasi and to Sunyani, and proceeded to St. Louis Secondary School in Kumasi. After failing my first O-level, I had to work for 10 years. And after 10 years, I managed to go to the University of Ghana to do my diploma. I went back to do a degree and went back again to do an MPhil. I've been working since I was probably 17 into 18 years because I had to make some money to continue with my education. So it's at that point that I met people like Grace Omabo, who is seated here, who belong to the Talent Theatre Company. I volunteered in that group for years and had opportunity to perform for NAFTI students who were graduating as filmmakers. I was employed by the National Theatre of Ghana, and I've also worked at the National Commission on Culture. I proceeded to resign from the National Theatre in 2003 to get an MPhil. Whilst I was doing the MPhil, I set up Mama's Kitchen, which was an eatery. I ran that eatery for 10 years. I closed it down in 2016. Before I closed it down in 2013, I was blessed to be nominated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, to be the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. I served in that capacity for 3.5 years, and in 2016, when we lost power, I moved on to re-engage with an NGO that I set up called Values for Life, which I set up to basically give opportunity to young people to unearth their talents and also meet people in the same industry and domains to learn from them. So I managed that too for a little bit, and then that too is in comatose right now because I contested in Ketu South to be the Member of Parliament in 2020. I subsequently won that election and was sworn in as the Member of Parliament for same constituency. I have, by the grace of God, also recently just won the elections again, and I'm representing the good people of Ketu South one more time in this Parliament. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Thank
by
you.
the way, I'm a widow with children. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to vet you. Very well. Minority Leader, I want to say something.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable nominee, I have something to share with you. When we're vetting you, when we're doing the vetting, some of the guests who come think we take too long or that we overstretch in matters. I will plead with you that your answers, brevity, can help you. If you talk too long, it will lead to more questions being asked. So I would urge you, pay attention to the questions and proceed. Is that a fair advice?
Leader, totally appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I proceed to give the floor to Roxanne Dafamako, I am happy that the ranking member and the minority leader is now talking about brevity principle. I believe strongly when you get to his time to question you, the same principle will be applicable to him. I'm most grateful. Roxanne, you have the floor.
Chairman, may you live long. Ete, you are welcome. And let me congratulate you for catching the president's eye and getting this nomination. You are going to man a very important ministry, tourism, and I know tourism and culture and creative arts. This is a ministry that you had manned before by deputizing for the minister some time ago. Tourism for some brief moments between 1997 to about 2001 was the third highest earner for our country. And that was the time that you were in the thick of affairs in some departments in that area. And I hope that being the arrowhead now, you bring the ministry back to that lofty height. So you are welcome. Now, one of the key thematic areas regarding this subsector of the economy is a promise by our party now in government to roll out what we call the Black Star experience. Some persons don't really know what that is. Can you use this opportunity to expatiate on that program for us? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for the brief reminder. And once again, I acknowledge His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama for the honor once again. So I think that in our country, we admit that our symbol and what we stand for is the Black Star of Africa, given to us by the first president of the Republic of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah. And of course, I'm not a football fan, but we have the Black Stars also. The idea of having the Black Star as the center around which we are going to revolve tourism, culture, and creative arts is in its right place, because across Africa, wherever you go in the world at large also, people acknowledge us as being the Black Star of Africa. The Independence Square is also reflecting that same ideology. The Black Star experience is not an event. It's a culmination of all the things that we have been doing and will do to celebrate and promote our country as a destination for tourism, culture, and creative arts. The ideas around it revolve around what various districts and regions can do themselves to celebrate what is unique to those communities. It is also an opportunity for us to have mainstream culture, tourism, and creative arts, so that departments, agencies, and ministries will together see what components of their mandate can be hinged to my sector or our sector as creative artists, as cultural activists, as a Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. So it's a broad base of the various ways in which we can look at celebrating our uniqueness as a Black Star of Africa.
Thank you very much. Any further question? That is so, Chairman. In my constituency, specifically at Peki, I have some able-bodied, well-skilled young men whose vocation is into carving drums. And they build drums, beautiful drums, that are purchased and exported and all that. They are located at Peki and Yinsu when we are entering Peki from Asukuma. Now, I'm pursuing your ministry to, as it were, provide them with a well-developed red stop and artifacts village where they can display their exhibit and display their wares for tourists who are on domestic visitation to our region, to be able to have a one-stop shop to be able to purchase these things. We provided, I've sent the application, I've provided a site plan, land. The chief of AfCFTA, Togbe Ayim, has provided land for that project. I hope that you consider it and complete it when you are nominated. I hope so.
This is a chop, but Mr. Chairman, I would say that the District Assemblies Act should be reviewed. And as a lawyer, I'll be needing your help on that. The District Assemblies have opportunity to each of them develop tourism specifically for their communities. I'll be more than happy to work with them on that, so that the concept of having the centers for national culture across the country be revived. And I think that it's an area that has potential of having low-hanging fruits for young people who are talented and creative to take advantage of. So yes, I'll work with you to make that happen. Thank you.
Beautiful. Chairman, finally, I am troubled by, a lot of people don't know that I have a background in tourism training. I'm troubled by the incidence of climate change, which, as it were, affects the management of your nature-based tourist attraction sites. The biomes are depleted by bushfires, and recently the studies have established that Galamsey activities are also adversely impacting the nature-based tourism attraction sites. As an arrowhead for the ministry, what programs will you quickly implement to ensure that these attraction sites are not affected by such activities?
Thank you, Chairman. It's a matter that is worrying, considering that I come from the seaside, and you know what climate change and global warming has been doing to our communities along the beaches. So it is not only in the interland, but also our country, our country as a whole. The ecotourism is what the world is driving towards, and it's important that we take advantage of it. It will interest you to know, Chairman, that one of the committees that have voluntarily joined is the Climate Change Committee, because I know that it is what can help my specific community. So I share in your concern. I think that education, we cannot leave it in the hands of one sector. All of us must be interested in keeping our country clean and promoting ecotourism, and also ourselves being ready to want to live in a clean and healthy environment. So it will be great to be able to work with the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and also allied agencies to see how best we can do this together. I know that the World Bank invited me to a couple of meetings back in this, I think between 2013 and 2017 to discuss these things, and I'm willing to go back to them and see how we can take that up. So thank you.
Huge potential for growth and for the development of the tourism industry. From there, a few kilometers away from Mole, indeed in Mole Park itself, there is a beautiful waterfall that has not been mentioned. It's called the Paria Waterfalls. A few kilometers from Mole is the Salaga Slave Market, a very important historical site that has also not had a much needed attention. Honorable nominee, give us a fair idea how you plan to tackle these two sites in northern Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As I indicated in my earlier comment to Honorable Roxanne, the Black Star experience is the way to go, which is seeking to encourage districts, municipal assemblies, and what have you, to themselves invest in their own regions as far as their tourism is concerned. The ministry, being a policy-making one, has many agencies under it that will assist them. They are, and you rightly said, I haven't been there in 8 years, but they were equipped with the skilled personnel to help them develop ways in which they can promote and benefit from the tourism potential that they each have in their communities. I agree with you that Mole for years has been on one of the sites, the list of sites that are usually visited by visitors. What they probably need is more investment, and it's an area where our country needs to focus more on, to give more to the sector so we can bring in the required resources that we all agree that we are able to do. So I'll be pushing the agenda for that and hope that the municipal assemblies, as I indicated, when the MCs are nominated and they pass, to engage them. I started that with Honorable Julius Deborah when he was Minister for Local Government. I sought his permission to meet with the MCs when he met them at Gimpa, to let them know that it's important for them to themselves bring to the ministry what they want us to help them to promote. And so I'll be championing that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I wish you well.
I give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaboma.
Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, Honorable Jifa Abla Gomashi. I was just reading the report from the Ghana Tourist Authority about cruise tourism. I'm sure you're aware about it. They reported about 9,000 visitors in 2023. 86% of them went to Cape Coast and Secondary Takrady area, just about 13% in Tema area. I also found out that there are 2 local companies involved in this business, Sunseekers and Kaya Tours, Sunseekers Tours. I know a lot of Ghanaians will go to Bahamas and Caribbean to undertake this tourist activities. And I've never heard about this before until I read on their website. I believe it's an area you should look into, especially those of us from the forest areas who are afraid of being on a boat or a ship or a cruise liner to explore the beautiful sea. What are you going to do apart from looking into artifacts, trade shows here and there, in some of the untapped areas of tourism and the challenges therein? I want us to explore further some of these areas. And what are some of the new things you'll be introducing, especially with some of the things that I'm reading about? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Honorable MP, you're not alone in the fear of water. I was born in Accra and I live in Aplau by the sea, but I'm terrified of water. But it's an area that people have passion for and must be invested in and supported. I have had conversations with some Navy officers. In fact, only 2 days ago, one of them showed me also dolphins in our high waters, which could also be added to this cruise experience. It's an area that is new to me and the ministry. I do not recall our engagement in cruise promotion as Deputy Minister back in the day, but it is an area that has been brought to my attention, and the potential seems to be like a very good one. So I will be engaging more on that and seek knowledge and experience from those who have it, so that it can come to the benefit of our country. I think that the untapped opportunities abound, and this is one of them, and I thank you for bringing it up. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Jiva, Ghana has not been able to host major international conferences, and that is a source of revenue or income for most of our tourist facilities, the hotels, restaurants, bars, and what have you. And the answer is simple. We don't even have some of the best conferencing facilities here. We can't boast of 1,500 international or standard rooms in this country. We talk too much, but that's a fact. We can't boast of 1,500 top of the range rooms. If you go to Kempinski, I don't think they have more than 300 rooms. Movenpick, they don't have more than 250 rooms. Lancaster, they won't get you more than 250. Where again? Marriott. They can't, let alone conferencing facilities that will bring a lot of people into this country and engage car rental companies and what have you. Secondly, our room rates, very expensive. So why won't your nationals go to South Africa, Gambia, Cote d'Ivoire, and co, other countries, and explore? So what advice will you be giving to the finance minister to look into that area and rather bring down some of the taxes in the tourism sector to attract a lot more people and to raise some additional revenue for the country? What is your take on that, please?
Thank you very much, Chair, and you have hit the nail right on the head. This is an unending discussion, especially where the hotel rates are concerned. Even hotels that have franchise in other countries, ours tend to be very high comparatively. So I agree with you that the lack of infrastructure to meet the growing demands of the world and our country is there in our faces. Apart from engaging with the Minister for Finance, I think that everybody and anyone listening to me who has the wherewithal to engage with private sector in Ghana, out of Ghana, to ensure that we improve on our infrastructure capacity, you are welcome to engage with me after the vetting, and if I do get your nod, this is an issue that we must deal with. I agree with you that the lack of these facilities indeed take away from what could be revenue for our country. Taxes, taxes, taxes. It has been the cry of the hospitality industry.
Even in the ministry as Deputy Minister, I've emceed a lot of programs for this sector, and it is an issue that we must collectively deal with. I overheard the current, the incoming
Minister for Finance, Honorable Atuforsen, saying that he has studied this economy so well, and he has a fair idea how he wants to help us as a country restructure it. I'll be tagging along him and lobbying him vigorously. And I know that you are an economic person as well. And since you identified this problem with me, you perhaps would want to join me to have these kinds of conversations with the finance people so they appreciate the enormity of the task ahead. I thank you, Chairman.
Let me congratulate you and wish you the very best. Thank you.
Very grateful.
I now give the floor to Honorable Ritana Odole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, my dear sister. I call her Mama. Mama, oh Mama. And I want to say a big thank you to His Excellency for bringing you into your field. Congratulations, sis. My question, the cultural policy of Ghana was published in 2004 and spells out what has to be done. How are you planning to make it work to improve the fortunes of tourism in Ghana? And what is the role of the Creative Arts Council?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Honorable Ritana Odole-Sowa, MP for Lada de Kotoko. I'm grateful for the kind words. The cultural policy, I have briefing that some work has been done to review it. I think that it has received parliamentary approval, no, not parliamentary, presidential approval. It's gone to cabinet and I think is out. So they've done some work. I know a couple of the people who have committed their knowledge and expertise in reviewing the cultural policy. It's long overdue, and I'm happy that it's been done. The need for that policy really is, I think, the crux of the matter, because our tourism is hinged on our culture. One of our colleagues just mentioned that if you think of, for example, South Africa, you'll be thinking of safari. But for us, our strength is culture. And it's important that we take a second look at restructuring and realigning the laws that this ministry is going to be working with, make culture strong so tourism can benefit immensely from it. The Centers for National Culture have, over the years, played a huge part in the promotion, preservation, and conservation of our culture. It's been going down, and the revival of this policy document will help us re-strategize and make it better. The Creative Arts agency that has been formed, my understanding before we left office was that it was a multi-purpose vehicle, not an agency, but I see that now it is an agency. When I have the nod, I will take a critical look at the agency and its functions and see how best to make it work with the National Commission on Culture and, of course, the ministry as a whole. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Supplementary? Another substantive question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Mama Tifa Ablangumashi, there's one thing that has been baffling my mind as a member of parliament. As we are aware, MPs come from various parts of the country. And I've been thinking aloud, if it's possible that we can organize tours for members of parliament during recess, so that at least we can go around the country, know each other's constituencies, and then the tourism potentials there, so that at least when we have visitors from outside the country, we know where to take them. And I want to know if you will consider that when you are giving the nod as the Minister for Tourism. Thank you. And I know, Chairman, I want to congratulate you, and I hope that the agencies within your ministry are going to help you to succeed. Congratulations, sis.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Who am I to reject this beautiful offer? Considering especially the fact that to practice what she's preaching, she's one of the few people who has taken the trouble to come to my constituency to see the beach that I've been terrorizing her with. So it's a brilliant idea, and I hope that Mr. Speaker and the leadership seated at this table will ensure that we are able to do that. And I'm happy that I'll be more than happy to work with Parliament to make that happen. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of honor, Minority Leader.
Honorable Abdullah Gomashi, thank you for making time for this vetting process. You have indicated on your CV, page 1, that you live at 28 Gemfi Loop, Lakeside Estate, Adenta.
When I say I, you fill in with your name, and then you follow as I read. And so the oath of allegiance. I, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God. We now move to the oath of a Minister of State, and it follows the same pattern. I, having been appointed Minister of State of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I would at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Ghana in the office of Minister of State, and that I will uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana as by law established, and that I will, to the best of my judgment, at all times, when required, freely give my counsel and advice for the good management of the public affairs of the Republic of Ghana, and that I will not directly or indirectly reveal any matters that shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my duties and committed to my secrecy as Minister of State. So help me God. Now you take the oath of secrecy, and it follows the same pattern, but this time you mention the office that you have been assigned to. So I, holding the office of, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. You may kindly resume your seats. Well, at this stage, we come to the presentation of instruments of appointment to the ministers who have just been sworn in.
and His Excellency presentations. So it's in the same order that I mentioned earlier. Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuba Forsen, the Minister of Finance, will take his first.
Of course, now Parliament too. So depending on where I am, I go to church. Thank you.
So clarify this for me. Do we have hospital facilities inside the Burma camp?
Clinics.
Clinics inside the Burma
Yes,
camp?
please.
Very well. So you were born there?
I was born in Burma camp. Then there were clinics. Now I think there's still clinics. Their main hospital will be 37 Military Hospital. Thank you.
At what point did you become a member of the NDC party?
I was probably here when it was born. I was probably here when NDC was born. I recall that as a child, well, as a young woman.
Honorable colleague, please answer the question. At what point did you become a member of the National Democratic Party? Congress. National Democratic Congress. Correct.
Mr. Chairman, grant me this 1 minute to say that I cannot give you the exact date. Probably when I got the card, it will be on the card. But indeed, I was here serving in various capacities as a young cadre before the NDC was born. So I just transitioned into it. But my card will have a certain date, which I do not recall. Thank you, Chairman.
In other words, you've at all material times been a member of the party?
I would say yes.
Very well. At what point did you develop this interest in becoming a legislator for your area?
I would say that honestly, it would be around the time that I heard the Honorable Fifi Fiavikwete, who is my predecessor, indicate that he wasn't going to contest again. Prior to that, I don't recall that it crossed my mind. Thank you.
What was the specific inspiration to get you to become a member of Parliament?
There will be probably a couple of them. One that comes to mind quickly would be that I had an NGO called Values for Life. Now VFL Ghana is defunct sort of now. And I used to take money from my family to do the work that Values for Life was doing. And when my late husband was retiring, he told me this is the kind of thing MPs do. Go and do it so that you can have the wherewithal because I'm retiring. I think that was one of the key points. The other one being that in the southern part of the Volta region, 9 constituencies, no woman from these communities has ever been in this chamber. So I thought that being a cultural advocate and a women's advocate, that I set the example myself and dare to break that ceiling, to give opportunities for other women to also do that. Thank you.
Our revered guests, I will repeat, let's listen to the nominee in silence. I beg you with all due respect.
So you've indicated to us that Honorable Fifi Kwete's exit was the immediate thing that triggered your interest in coming into this legislative, assembly, this parliament. And you've also
indicated that your late husband encouraged you to get into this, for want of a better word, this enterprise. You were using your own money to do the NGO with the family funds and all that. And then the fact that there were no women on record to have participated in the legislative politics of the southern belt of the Volta. So now that you are in, apart from you, is there any other woman from the Volta region who has also been nominated for ministerial appointment?
Mr. Chairman, for now there's only 2 of us. We were 4 when I came to Parliament. 2 lost their seats and 1 maintained hers. And out of the 2, I'm the one who's, for now, has been nominated. Thank you.
Who is the other one, please?
My senior, Honorable Joycelyn Tete. Thank you.
Now, let me ask you, in total, Volta region, how many NDC MPs are you?
There's 18 of us. Thank you.
18. And of the 18, how many of you have been nominated for ministerial appointments? Apart from the regional minister?
3. 3. My colleagues. 3.
Apart from you, who are the other 2, please?
Honorable Okujetua Blakwa and Honorable Abuja. Thank you.
Now, you know the state of the roads in Volta region, and you are going to manage the tourism ministry. First of all, to what extent do you think that the state of the roads will affect the tourism potential?
Honorable Chair, I think that infrastructure in this sector is the most important thing to drive tourism. And I would say that it plays, the roads to the facilities, if fixed, will really increase the revenue that we get from tourism. So it is very, very important that we have the roads that lead to our sectors.
So let me move away from the hypothetical space I'm in and come straight to a practical situation. Are the roads that bad to the extent that they would affect tourism potential in the region?
Which region, please?
I'm referring to the Volta region. The subject matter here, we are staying a bit in the Volta.
Just for clarity, that's all I ask. Thank you. So that, amongst other things, will be important to drive tourism in the Volta region. Yes, thank you.
Would you therefore assure the people of the Volta region that you will work together with the roads minister to ensure that key roads are constructed to enable
of the presidency, national executives of our party, family and friends of the newly sworn-in ministers. Exactly 2 weeks ago, I took the same solemn oath before the people of Ghana that was taken by others before me to assume the leadership of this country as president. During the campaign before the elections, I made a pact with the people of Ghana to nominate ministers to my government within 14 days of being sworn in. And I had every intention of keeping that promise. 14 days after I took the oath of office, which was yesterday, that promise stood fulfilled. I had presented to the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament names of 23 sector ministers, 3 ministers of state, and 16 regional ministers for the approval of Parliament. So far, I've named 42 ministers of state and regional ministers to begin the urgent task of resetting our dear country, Ghana, which has suffered in recent years from severe crisis in many sectors. As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana. This will make this government Ghana's leanest and I believe most efficient government ever in history. I've just sworn you in the first 6 ministers who are responsible for perhaps the most critical sectors of our national life, especially economy and the energy sector. In economy, the people of Ghana are looking up to you, Dr. Forson, to reduce inflation and make life more affordable, reduce the cost of living. They're looking up to you to bring our debt level to sustainable, to bring our national debt to sustainable levels. They're looking to you to stabilize our currency, and they're looking to you to rein in the deficit so that we can achieve macroeconomic stability. To you, the Honorable Minister of Energy, Mr. John Ablai Jinapon, Ghanaians are looking for stable and efficient power supply. They're looking to you to accelerate our upstream and downstream petroleum sectors in order that Ghanaians can reap the benefit of the potential that God has given us. They're also looking to you to manage the energy sector debt and be able to remove it as an albatross around the neck of our economy. To you, Mr. Eric Opoku-Agric, Ghanaians are looking for food security, and they're looking for cheap and affordable food to fill their stomachs. To you, Mr. Govans Abuja, you probably have one of the most difficult jobs. Everybody in Ghana is complaining about bad roads. You have the duty not only to maintain existing roads, but to provide new roads for smooth transportation. And probably one of the most difficult and complex sectors, and that is education. The Honorable Haruna Idrisu is supposed to work for the people of Ghana to ensure quality education and to ensure that we equip our young people with the skills that they need to go into the world of work. And one of your first responsibilities will be to superintend the National Review Conference on Education, to bring stakeholders together to dialogue on how to improve our educational outcomes. Our Attorney General will be required to reform our justice system to make it fair and transparent to all Ghanaians. You'll also be responsible for holding people accountable and making sure that the sword of justice goes after people who have misappropriated the resources of Ghanaians. One of the major tasks you'd have to undertake is to shepherd the National Constitutional Validation Conference in order that we can begin amendment of our constitution to make it a living document for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, long before the elections, we were aware of the parlous state of our economy, and we made specific pledges to address same. The energy sector is also riddled with many hydra-headed problems, threatening its very survival. Already we've been at work since my first day in office to tackle these problems. Indeed, you elected us to confront and resolve such challenges. As you may all be aware, the previous government did not work to ensure the smooth running of the energy sector by neglecting to arrange enough fuel to power our thermal plants. This was important because of the known scheduled maintenance work that was to take place on the West African gas pipeline, which is responsible for bringing in significant gas for the thermal plants that we have in our Eastern Enclave. Through determined efforts, I can report that we have now averted the looming threat of power outages. And began delivering fuel to the thermal plants in the east in advance of the shutdown of the West African gas pipeline. And Honorable Jinapo, I want to congratulate you for working very hard. Similar timely interventions have been necessary in areas such as education, where an acute food shortage was a major problem when schools were ordered to reopen on 3rd January. We have put in short-term measures to ensure that our children have adequate food so that they can go ahead with their learning. These are short-term measures and will help to keep our children in school, even as we strategize on streamlining the supply of food to schools and pay off arrears that are owed to schools, some dating from as far back as 2021. Over the weekend, I announced that a committee of eminent legal and governance experts would lead the process for a comprehensive review of the 1992 Constitution, taking into account the work that was done by previous committees. This will ensure that we refine our Constitution to meet the current exigencies and stand the test of time to meet present and future needs. I believe that this effort will be supported by the majority of Ghanaians who yearn for a constitution that is responsive to our modern world. While we were all aware of the country's parlous economic state before the elections, it is important in the spirit of openness and transparency to inform the people of Ghana about the true state of affairs as we inherited it. Therefore, I encourage the ministers, as you assume office, to tell the nation about the state of affairs in your sectors, even while you work tirelessly to lift us out of the current situation. On the part of the Attorney General, as I said, you will be expected to spearhead the much-needed reforms in our judicial system to make it more accessible and beneficial to all, irrespective of their backgrounds. The people of Ghana are desirous of a system that guarantees equal justice for all and nothing more or nothing less. It is quite clear that so much needs to be done in so short a time, and I assure the people of Ghana that this government will rise to the challenge and will reset our country. As I pointed out during my inaugural speech, Ghanaians have, through their votes, declared their intention to demand the highest standards of governance, and we cannot afford to fail them. This naturally puts a burden of responsibility on us, which we must prove equal to. Ghanaians have shown that the days of tolerance for disrespectful gaslighting by government officials are well and truly over. They will take firm action as they deem fit to punish any administration that takes them for granted. I therefore charge you to serve in humility and candor, always remembering that we serve at the pleasure of the Ghanaian people, and that the authority we exercise emanates from them. We must exhibit tolerance for their views and work to meet their aspirations. This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office. Modesty and prudence must be the guiding principle upon which you, myself, and our Vice President fashion our governance. The people of Ghana will hold us accountable for the trust that they have placed in our hands. It cannot be business as usual. We must be transparent and fair in all our dealings. The anti-corruption institutions will be empowered to investigate and deal with any appointee who falls foul of the law. I expect all of you to begin the process of declaring your assets. The Chief of Staff will announce the cutoff date by which time all eligible appointees should have deposited their assets declaration forms with the Auditor General. I wish all of you good luck in your duties, and I pledge to work with you and give you the needed support, myself and Nana Jane, in the interest of working for the Ghanaian people. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that rousing speech.
I hesitate to say what I can do as Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts when you give me the nod, because it is not our strength. So I will be collaborating with my colleague, nominee, if you pass him, for us to take a good look at that. Thank you.
Chairman.
I recognize Patrick Boma on supplementary.
That's a very good answer, Jifa. I think that directive requires parliamentary ratification under Article 75. So you just have to collaborate with Honorable Ablakwa, should he get a nod. Thank you.
Thank you.
You mean the foreign minister designate?
Men, the member for North Tom.
Okay.
And the foreign minister designate.
Okay.
Should he get the nod? Should he?
Anyway, so let's get back to business. When you were campaigning as a member of parliament for election, when you were campaigning to be elected as a member of parliament, what really did you tell the constituents?
Chairman, is this in reference to 2024, 2019? Which one, please?
Very well. Let's limit it to the 2024 elections.
Thank you. Chairman, I told them to look at the work that I've done in opposition in 4 years, and also to
What I'm asking you is that, what did you forget about work done? That should they vote for you, what would you do for them? They are listening to you. I want to know too.
Yes, and I said that they should assess me with what I had done and give me the opportunity to build on it. And they agreed with me and
okay,
gave
so
me...
what then did you tell them that you were going to do for them should they vote for you in the 2024 elections?
Thank you, Chairman. So I see that I have huge numbers where the youth are concerned. And all they're looking for are opportunities to be able to earn a living, to get an education, and to live in a safe environment. And so over the 4 years, I've been giving them opportunities to learn skills. I've been assisting them to get an education. And I've been creating opportunities for them to look outside and think outside the box. That if, for example, my parents were teachers before my dad went into the army, whatever your parent did, you don't have to look at only that, but there are other opportunities. And I share experiences of other people from the constituency who have done very well in, as a form of role modeling and mentoring. I think so far that has been my strength in empowering the community to take charge over their lives by engaging in skills that they'll be proud of. And it's worked for me. Thank you.
Are you troubled by the extent of youth unemployment in your constituency?
Yes, I am.
How do you intend to address it with your government in office with this 24-hour economy mantra?
So in 2020, my party, the NDC, had in its manifesto the need to engage in entrepreneurship and skills development. And even though the party itself was not in power, I started that. It's in a manifesto again, and I intend to pursue it even more vigorously. Additionally, I will, put my ear to the ground and see areas in which opportunities may avail and ensure that they are not left out of the sharing of the national cake. Thank you.
So now you are in office. The youth are very impatient all over, and you can't blame them for their impatience. They need jobs. How would you react to a request by your constituency executives that, come what may, all employment in your sector should have at least 10% from your constituency? How would you react to a request of that by your constituency executives, that they come listing all the sectors in your ministry and tell you that every recruitment give 10% to your constituency? How would you react to them?
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose that they are a part of the population that we have, and it's fair for them to demand their fair share of the national cake and opportunities that avail. It has to be done equitably, that everybody who is a youth, when the opportunities come, gets or takes advantage of it. So I suppose that's the best way to answer your question. Thank you.
Now, you are 18 in Parliament. So far, only 3 of you have made it to the present list. Would you agree with me that the remaining 15 you will now have to share their burden with them?
Yes.
So in sharing their burden, it means that their constituency problems, because you are a minister, you will be privileged. So you will help them in resources, correct?
Chairman, I'll learn how to cross that bridge when I get to it. But I'll be tapping in the experience of those who have gone before me and see how they did it so that I model my steps according to what they have done. Thank you.
Let's come to the mainstream. What has brought you here? What is the tourism policy of your party? What is the tourism policy of your party?
Chairman, The policy is to make tourism, culture, and creative arts a driving force that harnesses the resources of our country, manages it, promotes it, and give it the energy to bring in the required results in terms of revenue. It seeks to employ culture, creative arts to accelerate the benefits of tourism. We have indicated that there's going to be a revamping of the sector, and the beginning of it will be to see how we align properly all the laws that revolve or work for the sector. Some are overlapping now, and so we have to look at that. But the policy will be generally to contribute to the GDP to the best of our ability. We have tabled the Black Star experience as one of the policy areas to see how we can make tourism, as I said before, take center stage in the ministry.
Do you have your NDC manifesto with you?
I have the abridged version.
The bit on tourism.
Yes, I'm here.
Were you part of the preparation of the tourism policy?
I was a part of the, sorry.
Honestly, were you part of, if you were not part of it, I won't proceed on that. But if you were, I can, because I have very critical questions to ask. I will spare you. If you were not part of the preparation of the policy, just tell me, I'll stay off it. I'm being very honest with you, and I'm not going to surprise you.
And my honest answer is that I was a member of the committee. I did not have enough opportunity to attend meetings, but I'm on the page with them, so I followed up on that. Thank you.
So you did not play an active role in putting this in the enactment of this policy? You did not.
I will agree.
So you would agree with me that it is your first time of having an interface with this policy of your party now in government?
That I will not agree to, because as I said,
explain. Why?
As I said, we have a page. We've met a couple of times with the committee, and I'm on the page with them. So every task that is given, the reports are on the page, so I read it, so it's not new to me.
So now you have the policy with you, right?
Yes.
Okay, turn to the aspects of the policy on creative arts, specifically creative arts. Share with us what the creative art industry should expect from this government.
Mr. Chairman, the page that is here is page 67, and it's very brief, if you permit me to read it. Do I have your permission?
Please do.
So, the next NDC government will create and promote the Black Star experience as Ghana's flagship culture, arts and tourism brand to make Ghana a preferred tourism destination. The Black Star experience will undertake a year-round celebration in all the major entertainment, artistic, and educational disciplines. This will include the celebration of the following: the Pan-African Month, celebrating heritage, history, and diaspora engagement, the Ghana Film Festival and Awards Month, Ghana Music World, Culinary Month, Architecture, Design, Arts and Crafts, Fashion and Textiles Month, Literacy Month. We will also support young digital content creators in developing content that promotes Ghanaian culture, revive the Creative Arts Fund to provide sustainable financial support for startups and the ailing large, medium and large scale, medium and small creative enterprises.
Okay, let's stay there. Let's stay there. So, back to it. Revive the Creative Art Fund to provide sustainable financial support for startups and for ailing large, medium, and small creative enterprises. So let's stay on sustainable, to provide sustainable financial support. How does your party seek to achieve this? How does it intend to achieve this now that you are going to be the main implementer of the policy?
So, from the experience of the NDC when we were in government under, shall I say, President John Dramani Mahama I, we had a fund for the sector. I think that to sustain it, domains will have to assess the fund and make it a revolving one. So whatever you want to champion with the fund that you assess, you should be able to make it have a turnover that is returned for other people to come and also benefit from it.
Good. You see, Honorable, this is an important thing that I want us to take note. You realize that a lot of times these supports come as a social intervention support, and people take it, access it, and will not want to pay back. If you want to pursue, they will remind you of their votes. Let's face reality. Are you sure that practically you can get people to pay back? Are you sure?
I think that we can work at it. Do we have opportunity to recover everything? Probably not, but we could try, because it's the same with, the financial sector. People borrow money from the banks. Do they always pay? They don't always pay, but some do pay. So we have to put in mechanisms that encourage people to return it and probably get rewards for that. So I'm sure that the examples abound in other sectors that we can learn from. How do the banks do it? We can pick from that and leave all out of their books and make it work in our case. Thank you.
So this fund, this Creative Art Fund that you are going to revive, how would you fund it? With your government promising a repeal of the e-levy tax, repealing even taxes at our ports, taking away COVID levy, doing away with a lot of taxes. That is one key promise of your government, to do away with a lot of taxes. Now, this fund would have to be funded. Going there, with the benefit of the manifesto, how is it going to be funded?
Mr. Chairman, I think that the history is there that funding for sectors don't always come from GOG only. It is the reason why we sought to ratify some conventions from UNESCO, so that it gives us opportunity to tap into the resources that they have as well. So it's not necessarily just GOG. Chances are you're very resourceful. Chances are even you can say that you will take a certain part of our domains and support us with funding, which can be used. But I'll hesitate to agree with you that it's only GOG that is capable of funding, giving us funding for this project. So we are open to the experiences that we have garnered over the years to see how this works. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, you see, there are many creative arts Ghanaians watching, listening, okay? they are looking forward to a sustainable source of funding for their survival. I have a lot of these guys in my constituency. You have a lot of them in your constituency. We have a lot of creative arts Ghanaians who are suffering. Now, for you to say that you are going to revive the fund should suggest that you know the status of the fund. Are you able to tell us the status of this fund that you are going to revive?
I am unable to, considering that it's been 8 years. I do not know where we stand with that, but it's one of the things that I have to do as soon as possible to see where it is and where we can take it from here. Thank you.
Can I suggest to you that the best way to sustain this and to make it active, to benefit the industry, will be to ensure a levy that will regularly feed into the fund?
Yes, we do have the tourism levy. It is possible that we can probably add on, but I'll hasten cautiously. And rely only on what we already have and see how we work around it and perhaps move forward with it. Thank you.
Can you assure the nation of some timelines? Because you know how our constituents, our citizens, especially the youth, when we make promises to them in our manifesto, on campaign platforms, when we come into office, they become expectant, and legitimately so. What time frame can you give?
It is for that same reason that I would plead with you not to ask me to give you a time frame, because you and I know that our youth are hungry, and when you're not careful, when you make promises that you are not sure of, you set yourself up for failure. What I can assure the youth of this country is that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has indicated his desire to create opportunities for them to thrive, and in so doing, help us build a strong economy for our country. I will put my shoulders to the wheel and assist him to achieve that. Thank you.
The Honorable, at this point, most respectfully, is about policy implementation. No rhetorics, no talk. They are demanding to know when the Creative Arts Fund will now be accessible. They would want to know even how much startups they will get and all. So to generalize will not be doing justice to the issue. I would want you to consider being as practical as possible if you cannot readily commit, but as soon as you get to office, because it's something that you cannot wish away. You agree with that?
Absolutely. I cannot wish it away, but I can be cautious as I go forward and be guarded in promises that I make on this platform. I'm sure that the opportunities will arise when we are sworn in and I take office, that I come back to the committee or on the floor for us to address these issues, but I will not be making promises that I cannot keep. I do not know what's in the kitty, so based on what will I make such promises? So I will plead with Chair to let this slide, because I do not have any promise to make, because as I sit here, it will not be good for me to make any promises when I have not assumed office. Thank you.
Now, would you know the Ghana Enterprise Agency, former NBSSI? You know about it?
I've heard about it.
We gave them a new identity through an enactment in Parliament. Ghana Enterprise Agency. You are aware that they've been disbursing funds to the creative art industry and traders and all. So I want to find out from you whether you can rely on that agency to support the creative art industry pending the introduction of this your creative art fund. Because they cannot wait. The youth cannot wait.
It's a suggestion that I will embrace and pursue when I'm given the nod. Thank you.
Similarly, would you want to tap into the Maslock Fund as an interim measure to support the creative art industry as soon as you get a nod, whilst you put your house in order on your own policy?
If it's something that you are sure of and sharing that information with me, I'll gladly go and pursue that. But I do not know the framework within which Maslock disburses its funds. But I will explore it. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, you agree with me that your work will require a lot of travel. You agree with me?
To a large extent, yes.
You would agree with me that that would largely take you away from the constituency?
I think that the travels for the minister are not cast in stone. I also know that you can delegate, and based on the experience that I have, I know that it is possible to have a fine balance between visiting the constituency and the official obligation of the minister. So I'll walk the fine line. Thank you.
When I refer to travels, I wasn't only referring to, when I talked about travel, I wasn't only referring to foreign travels, but I'm saying that I was also referring to local travels across the length and breadth of the country. Are you saying that you will, because of constituency demands, not visit various tourism sites to actually see for yourself the potentials?
Honorable Chair, that is not my suggestion. I will find a fine balance between what is officially my task as a minister of the industry and also my responsibilities to my constituency.
Do you know some of the... You want to ask something?
Honorable members, I believe in a situation like this, our constituents understand. When you fit into a new role, if you are with them every weekend, probably you may not be able to do that, and they perfectly understand.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable nominee, let me know from you how you intend to manage the agencies under you. By the way, how many agencies have you identified as being agencies under your ministry?
Thank you, Chair. We have about 14 of them, 13, 14. But I also do know that a restructuring of the ministry would be important going forward because some responsibilities overlap, but these are things that I'm sure that once the structures are properly set in place, we should be able to address. But for now, I think we have about 13 or 14 of them.
Can you mention a few of them?
Absolutely.
Please proceed.
Yes. We have the Museums and Monuments Board, the National Theatre of Ghana, the GTA, we have GATOF, we have the Du Bois Memorial Center, we have the Kwame Nkrumah Park, which is part of museums. We have the Centers for National Culture, the National Commission on Culture, the National Theatre. Yeah.
So these 13 agencies, the heads of these agencies naturally would be political appointees. You agree with me?
I believe so.
Would you consider members who are qualified from your constituency and the voter region, considering the limited number of people getting opportunity to serve in ministerial appointment, to fill these vacancies?
On merit, yes.
I should take it that in these agencies under your ministry, Ghanaians should not be surprised if you are filling them with members of your constituency on merit.
It would be wrong for me to do that. I think that all Ghanaians will be given the equal opportunities, and the best candidates will take the slots.
I'm not talking about regular employees. I'm talking about the heads, the chief executives, the director general.
Yes.
So you are going to conduct interview for the chief executive, director generals, because you are saying Ghanaians will be given equal opportunity. I want clarity how you facilitate this appointment.
Chair, these are areas of specialized areas. You can't, for the life of me, expect that because you are a constituent and you like me and I like you back, I should automatically put you there because you have applied. If you don't have the competency, it will be difficult for me to put you there. It's based on that I'm suggesting that equal opportunity should be given to those who apply and the best candidate put in the place. I believe that's the best way to go. Thank you.
So you would agree with me that the peace of this country will materially enhance your success as a tourism minister.
If you kindly come back again, please.
The general peace of Ghana. The general peace of Ghana. Okay, so let me give you a background to it so that you can appreciate what the point I'm trying to make. I spoke to some friends in the industry who are into hotels, and they tell me that before the elections, the bookings they were having were just around 25-30%. But after the elections, the occupancy rates increased. I asked them why. They said, well, because of the fear, these foreigners who were coming in, because of the fear that of the outcome of the elections, the uncertainties and all. So though we're entering into Christmas, they were not willing to come. But immediately we had the elections and they realized that Ghanaians were generally peaceful. They started booking. Right. So you get a background now. You get a background. So I now put the question to you. do you agree with me that the general peace of Ghana would necessarily enhance your success as a sector minister?
I agree, not only as a sector minister, but as a Ghanaian, for my own safety as well. Thank you.
Very well. So, would you be concerned about violence in the country, post-election violence, wherever it may be occurring? Would you be concerned as a tourism minister?
I'm always concerned, and I don't have to be the minister to be concerned about it. Thank you.
What advice do you have as a tourism minister? What advice do you have for those Ghanaian youths who may be burning party offices, who may be involved in unnecessary violence merely because Mr. President could not appoint people from their communities? What advice do you have for them?
Honorable nominee, I don't think we have any evidence to the effect that Ghanaians are doing such a thing merely because A or B has not been appointed. So if the Honorable Minority Leader has such an evidence, then he can table it.
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, you would agree with me that when a new government comes into office, there is general anxiety and expectation for political appointments, generally. You would agree with me?
Yes, to be fair.
You would also agree with me that not all persons will want to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner. You would agree with me?
Well, human behavior, is dependent on each individual. I'm not sure that you yourself would disagree with me. That seems to be the case.
You would also agree with me that for those who are unable to manage their disappointment in a peaceful manner and resort to violence, such violence creates a negative impact on the tourism potential of the country.
Well, Mr. Chair, to be fair, people across all disciplines manage their failures differently. Some people are just sore losers, and some people manage whatever failures they find better. I would just say that it shouldn't so much be related only to my work, but as a country, we need to be more tolerant of one another. And we need to learn how to do unto others what we want others to do unto us. I think that when we have fellow feeling, that it doesn't matter that I was nominated and you were not nominated, because it's only a matter of time. Thank you.
So in view of that, and as tourism minister, what would be your advice to the youths who may not want to register their protests in a peaceful manner as a result of such disappointment?
Chair, I'll urge all our youth, regardless of whether it's political or not, that we are in a civilized society. Institutions are available for you to seek redress if you are displeased about a decision that's been made or an action or inaction that has been taken or not taken. That you find the appropriate channel to express your concerns is the way to go. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chair, on that note, let me congratulate my respected colleague. You know, Mr. Chair, in the political space we operate in, we have moderates and we have extremists. And I want to say this to the nation, that our job as political actors is to move to the center. whether you of the right wing ideology or of the left wing ideology, moving to the center is what matters. Some extremists are of the view that when we get onto this table, we should be at war with you guys, and that we shouldn't even be nice. To those, I say no, that's not the politics of the country. Therefore, knowing who you are, I want to assure you of our support as a minority in the chamber. We'll be very constructive in following your affairs in the ministry. We, however, entertain no doubt that in view of your background, in all you've done for yourself, all that you've achieved in life, which we know, you will not fail the people of Ghana. But be minded that you are joining a government. It's not your personal enterprise. So you have a lot of work to do. I wish you all the best, my mom. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, my leader humbly has breached the brevity principle that he established from the beginning. But nevertheless, let me proceed to recognize the guests behind the nominee. We have Togbe Amenyafiti, the fifth paramount chief of Aflawood traditional area. We have Togbe Nyatako Saba of Kliko traditional area. Togbe Adama Makoso, also my traditional area. Brigadier General Lord Ativon, Professor Ernest Dumont, Miss Maukwenya Yawo Gomashi, Miss Gloria Ofori, Mrs. Grace Aku Adovon, Mr. Dola Gomashi, Nanahima Ajwa Awindo. You are most welcome. I will proceed to thank the nominees sincerely for appearing before the committee, very composed in answering questions. You will hear from the committee. You are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to thank the industry for coming in their numbers to support me. And of course, my constituency executives and my traditional leaders as well, and my family. Thank you very much for having me. And my colleagues, yes.
Upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
and creative arts, Ablan Jifa Gomashi there, and she's been highlighting on a number of issues in her ministry, the ministry that when she's approved, she'll be going to. I'll just run you through a bit of them, and then we'll go back to Parliament, particularly to the vetting committee, where my colleague George Quaining is standing by to bring us some more. But if you're just joining us, I want to take you through a few of the highlights from what Ablan Jifa Gomashi said as Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. She talked about the need to explore Maslow funding for the creative arts whilst we put in place the necessary measures. She put it this way: we put our house together to ensure that the ministry works. And also talked about visa charges and the fact that if you're looking forward to bringing in more people, tourists to the country, there's a need to look at that so that it promotes a lot of people coming into the country. Also, she went on to talk about the need for us to continue to promote Ghana as destination of tourism and culture. Also, there's a need to engage the private sector and the need to really improve infrastructure. And I'm sure if you've been going around the country, you realize that even roads leading to tourist sites are problematic. And so when she talks about infrastructure, I guess you understand what she meant by that. She also talked about the need to equip her constituents with entrepreneurial skills, and also the need for us to rely on funds we already do have, the Creative Art Fund, and that she'll be guarded by the promises she's made. And so these are some of the things that the Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Ablan Jifa Gomashi, has been saying at a vetting. You just watched there, she was let go after she answered those questions. We'll be going back to Parliament. George Quaining is there. He's monitoring events for us, and he will bring us the latest from there. And so if you're just joining us, I just want to take you through again. We just watched the vetting of the Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, Ablan Jifa Gomashi, and she's been highlighting or talking about a lot of issues in the ministry she's going to. Let's go to Parliament now because George Quaining is there for us.
Some ministerial nominees, and the Minister Designate for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts has just been discharged by the committee, and as you can see the visuals, descending the stairs, and her vetting was close to 2 hours. Some tough questions were asked, and according to some of the creative art persons here, she was able to surmount all of these pressures. More like it, some questions coming from the minority leader, Alexander Penyo Markin, and these are entourage, her friends, some persons in the creative arts, you know, working with her. But earlier I spoke to a veteran actress, Ofori-Adjare, and she was expecting that the nominee would deliver her best. But I want to know, after all the vetting, did she, you know, impress you like you envisaged?
Well, yes, I think that she did her best. She answered, yeah, to the best of her ability. It was a long session. Some of the questions, at least to me, were totally unnecessary, but she did well to answer all of them, well composed. So yes, I think she did well.
I may be right or wrong. The questions, are you saying unnecessary questions? Are you really targeting the minority leaders' questions?
Yes, some of that. I'm entitled to my opinion.
Exactly.
So I'm saying, to me, some of them were unnecessary. Okay. That's how I see it.
Okay, Ofori-Adjare is a veteran actress and sharing her thoughts about the vetting of the tourism minister designates. And hello, I also have a man here, A+. Hello, do you want to share any word with us? So we just finished vetting the Minister Designate for Tourism. Yes. I'm sure you're really, you know, passionate about that very sector. What advice do you have to give to the sector minister designate?
I think that they should improve on December in Ghana. That's the main reason why I came. They have to improve on December in Ghana. It's a big one. It brings in a lot of revenue. It opens up the country to tourists and for business and all. And so that is one area that is very important to me. And I think she should look at it and take good care
job. And so she was a deputy of Ofori-Adjare, and now she's going to be the substantive minister if she's approved. Do you think she's the best, fit for that very sector?
Of course, she has been in before. She has been out 8 years on the sideline. And so, yeah, of course, who else is more qualified to be in that position? I think she's the best person, and I'm confident that she will excel.
Sure, thank you so much, A+. So that's A+, and sharing this, views on the vetting of the minister designate. Earlier, we spoke to Professor Dumont, and he's leaving. He gave his, initial impression that it's going to be a good vetting because it's her daughter, and she is a daughter of the land. And I want to know if really he's impressed overall of the vetting, which lasted for, let's say, 2 hours. Are you really impressed after the vetting?
I am, because I think my daughter answered all the questions, with brevity, and I'm very pleased that everything went well.
And also part of
George Queney, bring us some reactions from Parliament, and we'll be going back to the vetting committee very shortly. But you heard him and the people he spoke to, some of them asking the incoming minister, that's if she's approved, to revive and improve on December in Ghana, among other things that they talked about. But we do have Amelia Arthur. She is the next to be vetted by the appointment committee, and she is going for the Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministry. That's an interesting ministry which was occupied by then Howard Kumsin, who was MP for one of the Ewutu Senya areas. So let's go now to Parliament and hear the vetting of Amelia Arthur, who is going to that ministry, Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Auntie Amelia, and better your vetting. Enjoy. Maybe so. Maybe I can drove and painful. A cuckoo dam now what to which him do have mass painful. That's one of us. In the better business. Oh, yeah, me and nominal wage, major. No, direct. A basan. And you will believe in me, and now. Very well. Very well. So, uncles behind her, there's an exercise that is not personal. So, bear with us. Thank you very much. So, Auntie Amelia, you have for your residential address 14 Swanika Street, Apelingpe. Share with us, rented, private property.
That's my marital home, rented by my husband.
So we are supposed to be neighbors, and we don't know each other. Yes, I've lived on that street for 23 years. So we would have to find a way of knowing each other. It's unfortunate. So we'll proceed on that. You are not to answer. That's okay.
You want to come to my home?
I'm surprised we don't know that we live close to each other. That's okay. Anyway, your hometown is Shama. Is that where mom comes from, or that's where dad comes from?
Both my mother and my father come from Shama. My mother comes from Ase Kesano, Ekisi, Ebusia, Apo, Shama. My father comes from Abraze, Ebusia, Shama, below the castle, Abekum. That's where my father comes from. So both parents come from Shama. Thank you.
Your guests would want you to leave us as quickly as possible. So please, just brevity, okay? You want to come? Okay, if you Honorable Amelia Arthur, I have gone through your CV, and before you took your oath, I had told you
that I had read your CV. Before I get into some specifics, share with Ghanaians all that life has taught you. Share with Ghanaians.
Thank you. Life has taught me a number of things, both from the academic world, from practice, and just from experience, and how life happens to one. So, for example, though my first attempt at representing the people of Shama was 24 years ago, I waited and worked patiently towards it, and 24 years later, I am a member of this house representing the people of Shama. In that period, I can write a book. Academically, after University of Science and Technology, I took an interest in community development because my national service posting took me to a community where there was real poverty that you could actually see and describe poverty. But the 1 year of national service there changed some things for me, after which I decided then not to pursue my line of training, but so I'd rather go into community development. So I started working with an NGO that was called Center for the Development of People, because I thought that was where change would occur and human dignity could be restored. After a while, I thought, where can this be? So I went into consulting, and I consulted widely for DFID, USAID, for German Development Services. I consulted widely in the hope that I could influence development organizations, programs for my country, Ghana, and the people of Ghana. And then I asked myself, I'm not sure I'm seeing the change that I want to see. So I asked where the change would be, and I thought it was politics. So in 1998, I returned to full-time political work, still going along with my consultancies. In the process, I was admitted to Yale University as a Yale World Fellow. It was actually structured as a postgraduate program. I've been to India. I did a research, 3-month research at Institute of Applied Manpower Research. All I'm saying is that as Emilia Arthur, life has taken me through local work, communities. Life has taken me through working at regional level, Africa region level, globally, and almost every corner of the world. And that when you wait, good things happen. And that also, when you actually focus on bringing change to people's lives, it might be painful, but then eventually it happens. I am a happy girl that life has brought me where I am today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But let me say that you have to be brief in your response.
Previous world diversion issues, and then about can I have?
Now, on your CV, page 1, 3I, languages spoken and written. Do you speak Fanti?
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
But you have here that you speak English, Twi, and Ga. Would you want to amend your record with the leave of the chair?
Yes, please. I would like to amend it to I speak English, Akan, and Ga.
Thank you very much. Proceed to do the changes.
Why don't you? Why? Look, let's educate ourselves. I mean, it's good. It's not when you say that you. Let's educate ourselves.
Let me take it up with you. Akan, is it a tribe or a language?
I said I can because then I would just shorten it, because then I would say Fanti, I would say tree, I would say Equiapim tree, I would say Asante tree, but then I can't cover all. But I take your instruction. I'll change it to I speak English, tree, Fanti, and Gan.
Thank you very much.
So, would you also want to amend your record to reflect that you only speak these languages? I mean, the tree. Do you write the tree?
I can write. Please.
Do you write it? Did you study tree? And you can write tree?
I did not study tree, but as a Methodist girl, they taught us Fanti reading and writing, Fanti Bible, so I can write.
So you can write Fanti?
Yes, please.
Can you also write tree?
Yes.
But there's no problem. Let's be very specific, honest answer. For Fanti, you say Methodist. Methodist, Fanti, that's fine. You can write Fanti, can you?
I can, please.
Can you write tree?
You can. Yes, I can write tree.
Very well. I won't belabor. You share a bit of your story. You said 1998 you got into active politics. Tell us, what political party did you join in 1998?
Thank you very much. So prior to 1998, I had been a member of the NDC party, but not working actively. In 1998, when I decided that I wanted to get into where there was real opportunity for change, I investigated the grounds, and there was a movement that was starting within the NDC called the Reform Movement. So I joined the Reform Movement with the hope of bringing some changes within the NDC party. Eventually, Reform Movement became a national reform party, and I joined it fully. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So your entry into active partisan politics was with National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, in the year 2000, were you the candidate for the National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In the year 2004, were you the candidate for the National Reform Party?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What of 2008?
2008, I was not a parliamentary candidate. By 2008, all of us reform had returned to the NDC, and we worked with the NDC party towards winning the 2008 elections.
In 2009, were you given any political appointment?
In 2009, His Excellency Professor John Ivan Sata Mills, may he so rest in peace, appointed me as the District Chief Executive of the Shama District. Thank you.
And you occupied that position for how long?
I occupied that position for 18 months, Mr. Chairman.
What happened thereafter, politically?
They said I was too good for a district, so they took me to the region and made me the Deputy Western Regional Minister. Thank you. And thereafter in 2013, my apologies, sir. And thereafter in 2013, I was appointed to the Office of the President when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was President as a presidential staffer. Thank you.
Don't take it personal. I'm just laying a foundation for the next question. Before us now, what are you here for?
I am here as the Minister Designate for Fisheries and Aquaculture.
What is the NDC policy on fisheries?
The NDC's policy on fisheries covers the different aspects of fisheries. Marine fisheries, actually we have capture fisheries and culture fisheries. When we say capture fisheries, we are referring to two types, marine fisheries and inland fisheries. And when we talk about culture fisheries, we are talking about aquaculture. So let me take marine fisheries. Marine fisheries, we have three types as well. We have the artisanal, the canoe owners, and we have semi-industrial, and we have industrial. One of the main things that worries the artisanal fishers, particularly those both in marine and inland, is premix. The premix have had problems, management of premix in terms of supply, in terms of how often they get it, in terms of prices. And so NDC is saying that when we assume office, which we have done now, we will improve the premix supply. The other aspect of premix is that landing beach committees are supposed to be set up. The landing beach committees comprise 7 members. The premix, as we all know, is subsidized, but there's a profit margin on it. When the premix is sold, the profit margin of 47% is supposed to go to the premix landing committee. But
Emily, are you still on policy?
I'm still on policy. Premix policy is what I'm talking about. Can I please go on?
Go on.
Thank you. So the point is on premix. The policy of premix is to continue premix as is, as was, but especially make it available and on time, and also ensure that profit margin on premix, the 53% particularly that is supposed to go to communities for community development, happens. That's one policy around premix.
We'll stay a bit on premix and then come to the marine fishing thing, some aspect of it. So let's stay here a bit. The premix, you talked about challenges with it, the lack of transparency in the distribution and all. Have you become aware of the solar outboard motors?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would you agree with me that in view of the subsidy costs to government, the way to go is to promote the solar outboard motor?
I may not agree with you in total because it's an area that I think we must explore further scientifically. Now, I understand the point you make about the subsidy on premix becoming expensive for government or a burden for government. But if we look at it, it's the other way. If the premix policy is implemented as it's supposed to be, the 53% profit that goes into community development, some build schools, some build chips compounds. If the chips compounds are not built, central government will have to build them anyway. So the money central government will spend to build those development projects are covered by the profits from the premix. So the area of advanced technology, exploring solar and things are areas that I'm open to understand some more and see what is possible. Thank you.
Honorable nominee, do you think that it is still sustainable to subsidize premix fuel in view of your government's policy of repealing taxes and levies and all? You know, there's a little bit of background. the repeal of these levies, these taxes at the ports, your government says that it's going to help importers. They are going to have a good day, and they're expectant. The mainstream e-levy is going to go and all, which means that revenue coming in would go down. At the same time, you are going to subsidize premix fuel, and you are a bit hesitant on technology because you think that you have to hasten slowly and all. Do you think that this premix subsidy business is sustainable and that your fisher folks will have these on time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
There came a time that this premix fuel had to be colored. They dropped some color in it so that people will not smuggle it. Were you aware at the time they were having this challenge?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Do you intend to repeat the same strategy to stop the smuggling?
Mr. Chairman, when I get there, I will explore and find the best means of getting things done properly. Thank you very much.
Now, Honorable Nominee, I'll give you a background to my question and then put the question to you. In 2015, the then Minister of Finance appeared before the Finance Committee, of which I was a member then, and capped a loan facility that had earlier been procured in somewhere 2011, the famous CDB loan. That CDB loan had a portion for London Beach projects. And the NDC government did some capping. And the capping that was done was to take away London Beach projects out of it. So the 3 billion we're going for, government decided that it was no more pursuing the London Beach project. Our people call it WAF, you know, Bridgewater, etc. They call it by all manner of names. I want to know from you, how you intend to continue the construction of those 14 or so London Beach projects that the new government that inherited the NDC government, I mean the Akufo-Addo government, 2017 to 2025, saw to the construction of 14 London Beach projects. Some have been commissioned, some have not been commissioned. What plans have you, as a sector minister, in ensuring that all these uncompleted London Beach projects are completed?
Thank you very much. We will review the projects as you have mentioned. We will review the sources of funding. Where we need to attract more funding, look for more funding, we will find the funding either from GOG or from our development partners. Thank you.
Well, just for the avoidance of doubt, so that we don't appear hypothetical, Government of Ghana procured full funding for all these projects. In fact, government came to Parliament and Parliament actually approved everything, the commercial agreement, all the loans, all that government needed to do this project, was approved. I'm just giving you the information so you can pursue it. By the way, were you part of the policy on fisheries?
Honorable Leader, is the money still there?
This issue of policy.
The money, is it still there?
You have to pass through cabinet.
Honorable Chair, respectfully, my question was very clear. We must not have give and take at the head of the table. Government approved a loan. This was a structured facility.
That's transport.
The contractor will have to access the fund upon submission of certificate. We all know in this country how construction payment is structured. You do get your certificate and you submit whichever stage you are paid. So it's not a matter of the money is there or not. There's a loan that we procured and same has been disbursed. So if she says that she would pursue it, that's fine. But I want to know from the honorable nominee on these landing beach projects. It was originally under Transport Ministry. It was originally under the Transport Ministry. There is a new government with its own policy initiatives. Would you be happy to pursue getting the facility and the supervision of these landing beach projects under your ministry?
I think this would be a matter for cabinet discussion.
Now, the NDC manifesto, the policy on fisheries, were you part of the enactment?
No, I wasn't. I was a member of many other committees except that one. Thank you.
So, by the way, do you have the manifesto with you?
I do not have a copy, but I have what we said in the manifesto under fisheries here.
Share with us.
Okay.
The specifics.
Okay. So we said that we will collaborate with landing beach committees and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel. We will establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources.
The first point. The first point.
Collaborate with landing beach committees, 350 of them, and leverage technologies to combat corruption in the distribution of the premixed fuel.
That is a policy?
Yes. And that relates to the automation and other things that we will come out with.
Policy must pass through cabinet. I don't know why.
What I want to know is that what you've just read to the committee, is that the policy?
It is what we said we would do, out of which, yes, policy statements can clearly emanate from that.
Yes.
Yes. I'm telling you, reading verbatim to you, what, Mr. Chairman, what the NDC manifesto said we will do under fisheries and aquaculture. So that is one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My question is that what you just read out to us, is that a policy? That was my question, respectfully.
Yes.
What is policy?
Please proceed. If that is your policy, proceed.
The next one is establish a Blue Economy Commission to sustainably harness and regulate our marine and freshwater resources. The next one is to enhance aquaculture through improved fish genetics, commercial fingerling production, strengthened quality assurance, and disease control.
Let's stay there. Let's stay there. So on this third one, how do you hope to implement this?
As we know, aquaculture is extremely important since fisheries provide 60% of protein for Ghanaians, but our marine and inland fish resources are depleting, so we need to enhance aquaculture. Currently, I think we have only 6 or so large aquaculture, 6 large-scale farms, 14 medium-scale, and a lot, 2,300 small-scale aquaculture farms. So one of the things that we intend to do is to support, attract, direct, facilitate funding for operators of aquaculture farms. Also, one of the very expensive things that affects aquaculture is the feed, because the inputs into feed are imported, and it makes the feed very, very expensive. So linked to and in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, we will look at how to produce especially maize and soya bean in Ghana, just for the aquaculture subsector of fisheries. We also want to invest into research, especially around disease control, so far as aquaculture is concerned. So these are some of the things that we intend to do to support the growth of aquaculture for jobs and for prosperity, especially for our young people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, to the Ghanaian youth listening to you now, this is very assuring. What timelines would you want to provide?
Mr. Chairman, if it pleases the House, then I'm approved. And it pleases the President to keep me for 4 years. I have 4 years under the President's instruction and direction to implement this. But when I get to the office, then I'll work out the timelines, because I cannot be saying things that I do not have the concrete facts for. Thank you.
Will 3 months be enough for you to work out the timelines?
3 months to work out timeline? No. Yes, please.
That's fair. Now, you know the poverty levels along our coast. How do you look forward to creating opportunities for women in the area of fishing?
Thank you very much. As we all know, women really dominate the fishery sector. Men own canoes. Some women own canoes as well, but men go fishing, and when they bring the produce, it's the women who take over. They process the fish into the different smoked fish, fried fish, what have you. And sometimes they are faced with the problem of capital funding. And so linked with the establishment of the Women's Development Bank, we are hoping that small loans will be given to the women, the fishmongers, so they improve their work. We are also looking at processing centers. Even in the area of aquaculture, we are looking at perhaps big investment in creating aquaculture farms where there's cold storage, where there's cold vans, where there's easy market. You bring suppliers and buyers together. All of those things are important. Now, one other thing that's extremely important to support women who are into fishing, fishmongers, is actual markets, physical markets. So in my constituency, for example, Shamar constituency, there's big postal markets there. And every Tuesday and Friday, they bring their produce there, but the market needs to be rebuilt like we did Kedetia market. So if we did that, lots of the women also take their fish to Techiman, for example. So if Techiman markets are rebuilt and things like that, then we are supporting the women so that they become economically much more empowered than they are now, and they support socially as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I shall bring my questions to an end at this point, and wish the nominee very well. Thank you very much indeed.
I will now give the floor to Honorable Patrick Bowman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and a veteran politician. Congratulations. I want us to go to the European Union's ban on Ghana. I'm sure you know about it. The yellow card, you're aware. Fact is that this ban came about as a result of the illegal, unreported, and unregulated, that's the IEU, that's using vessels on the high seas to do some transportation, which is $1 billion business. How strong are you going to be to get us out of this ban in the face of the fact that you have strong fisher communities who are involved in some of these activities? Can we hear from you on this and the steps you're going to take? Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you rightfully said, IUU, standing for illegal, unreported, and unregulated activities in fisheries, have earned a yellow card. Now, EU outlined a number of things that need to be sorted out so that the yellow card will be lifted. It is my understanding that those activities have begun, one of which is to review the law on fisheries, Act 625, and apparently a bill was even brought to the last parliament. As it is now, the bill probably has to be withdrawn and reworked. In the Act 625, the law is quite quiet on inland fisheries and aquaculture. And so I'm told by the Ministry of Fisheries that work has already begun in correcting those things that EU raised. That is one, the law. And then what's something they call Minister's Directive. So steps are already underway, and I pledge to move very quickly on addressing the issues to make EU take off the yellow card from Ghana. Because you see, the yellow card is affecting especially the industrial fishers who catch and export tuna, and which brings in a lot of money, nearly $400 million or so to Ghana. So we have to do the right things so that the trade will go on and the foreign exchange too will come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable, we have about 550 kilometers of coastline from Aflao to Alubo. We also have a lot of river bodies. You and I know that the river bodies, most of them have been contaminated by illegal activities. Legal mining, mercury, and all those chemicals have been used to the extent that fish from those rivers that we revere so much cannot be eaten. We cannot get the number of fish stock that we used to. What are some of the strategies your ministry is going to put in place, especially with mining in the river bodies, which will be under your control? Obviously, as fisheries and aquaculture, you are not going to focus so much on the sea, but also on our rivers, Stanop, Pra, and Cobra, Densu, Brim, and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is one of the issues that would be that will require an intersectoral approach. It would have to be with the Ministry of Fisheries, Environment and Science and Technology, Lands and Natural Resources. It would have to be with even maritime comes under which ministry? Transport, with Ministry of Transport. It has to be an intersectoral approach,
And it has to be that has a cabinet, even task team. Because, like you said, Galamsey has destroyed the water bodies and even entered the sea. I come from the place where River Pra meets the sea, the estuary. When you see what is happening now, it's deadly. So, and I remember His Excellency John Mahama has said that we would like to tackle this issue head on. I am told, I myself belong to a scientific body that are trying to do work in how they can take away the pollution from this river body. So I'm expecting that we will work together with all the other ministries to make this happen so that the aspect that relates to us, particularly aquaculture, will be able to do it well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, before I go to my next question, I saw in your manifesto the Blue Economic Commission. What is that? Please.
Thank you very much. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in broad terms. And so now there is the concept of blue economy, and blue economy refers to sustainably exploiting ocean, sea resources for economic growth, livelihoods, jobs, and what have you. So we want to look at fisheries and aquaculture just beyond just people going to fish, catching fish and selling. We want to look at fisheries and aquaculture in a broader sense. And blue economy refers to or has many components, and one component is fisheries, the other component is bioprospecting, the other component is mining under the sea and all of those things. Now, what we want to do with fisheries is to set up a blue economic commission that will be working to look at how we situate fishing beyond the narrow sense that we see it now. So we will be establishing the Blue Economic Commission.
Different from the Fisheries Commission, that is a regulator?
Yes, yes. So now the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture has only two agencies, Fisheries Commission and the Premix Secretariat. If this comes on board, then we are going to have a third one called the Blue Economic Commission. And who knows, maybe when it's set up and we begin to go into it, we'll realize that maybe we have to merge or something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don't worry, we'll go to the regulation aspect. Let's look at your regulations. Fisheries Commission, you have an enabling act. You have a commissioner, I believe so, and a board. I want you to look at the licensing regime. Madam Martha, you say Ajay, what is Ajay about? The question. You don't know the question. You don't worry, don't look at the act. It's just a straightforward question. What steps, some of the steps you are going to take to ensure that the licensing of vessels and operators within your space are done with utmost transparency? Because a lot of Ghanaians do complain that vessel licenses are issued to, I don't want to mention countries, and I want to ask you whether you are going to be fair to Ghanaians other than, I don't know. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think the four gentlemen to my left have answered the question for me. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I asked a very important question, and I need an answer from the nominee, not from the praise singers on your left.
Mr. Chairman, we will be fair. We will be equitable. Whoever is deserving of a license, following the due process, will get a license. But also, we will have to see the traffic. If it's too choked, then people will have to wait for later. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Arthur, let's do two more and I'm sure you'll be discharged. Let's look at safety. Our children at fish landing sites, river bodies, not going to school, Come on. We've come a long way as a country. We need to get all our kids in school. I'm sure if you go to Abuesi or Abuaze in your area, I know that. Because I did my national service around you, Dabuasi, in 1993, many years ago. So I know your area very, very well. So, yeah. So, Honorable Arthur, I know before, so you stand on River Pra, you look and the color has changed. The children at fish landing sites not going to school, putting their lives at risk. Please, tell the country something about what you intend doing to assist.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is true that children who should be in school sometimes are not in school, but it is also a fact that quite a decent number of them go to school. But there are issues relating to education that as a nation we have to look at. When the classroom blocks are not enough, when a classroom that should take 25 takes 100, when one teacher is teaching 5 subjects, then it is difficult to have control over the kids, and the kids run away. When our education curriculum is not structured around what the kids know and do, then they lose interest. So this requires a comprehensive, holistic approach to getting our children who should be in school to be in school. The kid watches his mother who has never been to school smoke fish. The woman who has never been to school knows that if she puts a certain quantity of firewood under a tall stack of fish, they all cook at the same time, not one is burnt. The physicists tell me that is thermodynamics. Why is it that the kid is learning about in school, in physics, and not learning what he or she sees his or her mother do every day and every time? So there are things that we must do to make education interesting for those kids to go to school and stay in school. Also, we have to do scholarship schemes to get them to stay in school and be interested in school. And therefore, I am saying to the whole of Ghana that we will be extremely creative. We will work with different models in different parts of the communities in the coastal districts to get our children interested in school, go to school, and stay in school. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. A very good answer. Honorable Arthur, my last question. Very last question. I promise you. I know you to be a firebrand politician. I saw you during the launch of the Reform Party in Lagos. Very long time ago. Yes. Then you reformed and you've reformed and you are here. Today you are very sober and we like your composure. What do you want the fisheries sector or subsector and Ghanaians to remember you for? Not forgetting the fact that President Akufo-Addo appointed Afolekwe, a woman, to that ministry. Mrs. Asma, may her soul rest in peace, was there. Gladys Asma, under President Kufuor. Then came the almighty Howard Kumsin, a late Shariaite. Then Howard Kumsin, former MP Kaswa, Ewutu Senior East. You are taking the seat, God willing. What do you want the country to remember you for? The next year, 2 years, you never know what President Mahama will do, whether to reshuffle you. But between now and when the next reshuffle is done, what do you want us to remember you for, Honorable Arthur? Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. That by the grace of God and the support of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, that Emilia Arthur, was the fisheries minister, under whose regime fisheries production went up, and that indigenous knowledge was respected and integrated with scientific knowledge in improving fisheries in this country. And also that it was under me that the long-awaited Fisheries College that we started in 2013 became operational. But you see, the indigenous knowledge part is very important to me, because you see, our fishers have knowledge. Some of them have been fishing 12 years, 15 years, 30 years. In fact, when they go to sea, for example, they can see that, in the Nsuwa Kwefutu. Nsuwa Kwefutu, Chede, on Chi, Wunyanam, and then the Nsuwa Pado, Okado no Chede, what will Papa will be Yanam? Why are we not paying attention to that? They were also like stargazers. Our fishermen could follow a star and use a star to navigate like a compass. Of course, today, because of technology, different things are going up there, so you might see something you might think is a star, but it's a capsule hanging in there. But I think that importantly, we have to marry indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge in coming to whatever policies that we bring in the fisheries sector, with the sole aim of improving fisheries in this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the close and open season.
Thank you very much. May I proceed to recognize the presence of Nana Afokweku II, Chief of Uhiamadwi. Okay. Nana Kofi Bequeen III, Chief of Anto. Nana Kondua V, Abuasi Chief Fisherman. Nana Kobabo III, Queen Mother of Abuasi. Nana Kweja, Chief Fisherman of Mori. Madam Faustina Nelson, Mrs. Sati Okran, Mr. Samuel Kwame Bolu, Miss Daniela Mavis Matthias, Mrs. Beatrice Achampong, then our own Honorable Kofi Totobi Kwachi, Isaac Patterson Eshen, John Manoma Kwesi, Delphina Jones Gordon, Patience Ankama Ado, Kirk Mensa, Sisi Kwenu, Nana Buru Batla, Queen Mother of Grabodo Shama Junction, Queen Mother of Nyankrum Shama. Nyankrum Shama, you are welcome.
Yeah, Nana Sambu Batla. Yeah, Nana Sambu Batla.
The great nominee, congratulations on your nominations. We thank you so much for attending upon the committee and providing answers to questions. For now, you are discharged, but you will surely hear from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Our next and the last nominee for today should get ready to take his seat.
Permanent member.
That designate for fisheries and aquaculture Emilia Arthur, who is also the Member of Parliament for Shama. And I'm sure if you followed the conversation, she talked about how she had to fight 24 years before she got the nod of that constituency. And prior to that, she was also the Deputy Western Regional Minister under the Males Administration, Males Mahama, now President Mahama administration, and she served in that position until the demise of the late President Professor John Evans Atta Mills. And if you're just joining us, I want to again take you through some of the things she said she would do if she's given the nod to become the substantive Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. And the conversation started with the premixed fuel and what needs to be done about it, and indeed whether or not even the subsidy we have for this product is sustainable. And she did say that it is sustainable, and moving forward, the government will be looking at ways to make things better in the fishing area. And of course, talked about the construction of landing beaches as well. The government, under her leadership in her position as Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, will be reviewing what needs to be done, the funding, and also try to deal with corruption in that area. She also went into what the NDC government has promised to do under her ministry, the blue economy and other ideas under her ministry as well. And of course, producing maize and some other stuff needed as feed in aquaculture, because she acknowledged that is one of the challenges in the sector that she's been appointed to head. And of course, talk about loans that women need or people need in that area to be able to deal with the challenges there. And of course, that almighty issue about illegal mining and what she intends to do. And she admitted that indeed she's working with a scientific body that is already concerned about the pollution of our water bodies and our environment. And so it is going to be one of her priority areas in terms of tackling the challenge of illegal mining. And if you were following the campaign, Professor Nana Jenopoku Ajiman, the first woman vice president of the country, we had talk about sustainable mining. And I'm sure if you continue to follow us, we'll be bringing you all of that. But we need to go back to Parliament now. We'll go for a break, and when we come back, we'll continue and perhaps go for the next person who is to be vetted, George Ofori-Adjare. Stay with us.
Upon a time in the
Live here on TV3. We're going back to Parliament because George Ofori-Adjare, Minister Designate for Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, is currently before the vetting committee, and he, prior to the appointment, has been the youth organizer of the governing new NDC. We'll take you back to Parliament now for that.
Kindly take leave of us. Nominee, in 2 minutes, tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is George Ofori-Adjare. I'm a lawyer by profession, and I'm an active politician. I'm married with 3 kids. Currently, I serve as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. I am an active Presbyterian. I'm from the Equapim state of Edukro, and I was born in Nima. Briefly, so this is all I think it should be of relevance to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honourable members will proceed, and I'll give the floor to Vincent Akwasapwa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate the nominee for his appointment, as the Minister for Youth. My question to you is that, as you rightly indicated, you said you are the National Youth Organizer of the NDC.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And so, because of our architecture of our political system, the winner takes all, there seems to be the belief from young people who are not necessarily aligned to your party that in the event that the NDC and its Minister of Youth has an opportunity to create jobs for young people, they may not be considered because you are the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. Can you convince me and the people of Ghana, especially the youth, that you are going to be fair, you are going to be patriotic, and you are going to apply your role or your office justifiably?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, poverty knows no political color. And when His Excellency nominated me, the first statement I put out was that my doors are open for anybody, irrespective of political party, creed, religion, or ethnicity. I am here to serve the good people of Ghana. And as National Youth Organizer of the NDC, that will not limit me, and I want to assure this committee that my doors will be open to every young person who wants to see some development and improvement in his life. The good thing is that, let me quote Elon Musk. He says, "Your education doesn't matter to me. Give me a code and I'll employ you." I don't care which political party you belong to. Give me a proposal that will create jobs for young people, and I will work with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Right. Honorable nominee, are you aware of the age bracket as far as the definition of who a youth is with respect to the UN definition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Ghana, we use the 15 to 35 rule.
No, I asked a very simple question. I'm saying that, are you aware of the age bracket for UN?
Mr. Chairman, if the honorable member would be a bit specific, because within the UN, there are 2 different definitions and age limits for the youth for age. There is a 15 to 24, and there is a 15 to 35. So I don't know which one the honorable member is referring to.
Let me
be specific. UNESCO puts it differently. UN organizations also put it differently.
United Nations has a definition for the youth bracket to be from 15 to 24.
That is for UNESCO.
That's okay. The AU Charter also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 29. The National Youth Policy of Ghana also defines the youth bracket to be from 15 to 35.
That's also correct.
In the event that you have an opportunity to review the National Youth Policy, would you want to have our definition to be in consonance with what the UNESCO and the AU Charter is?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our situation may be slightly different to some of the developed countries around the world. And the challenge may be that whilst in other jurisdictions, a 15-year-old, a 16-year-old will be very independent and be able to manage and live on his own, our economic conditions here are not the same. And so I believe that when our policy formulators decided to settle on the 15 to 35, they knew exactly why they settled on that. Because our socioeconomic programs and challenges that confront young people here may be totally different from challenges that confront young people in other jurisdictions. But as it stands now, this is what the law is in Ghana, and I believe we should work with it until such a time that it becomes necessary to change it.
Yes, your last question. Honorable nominee, the NDC manifesto promises to create sustainable and decent jobs for the youth through strategic partnerships with the private sector, through strategic partnership with the private sector. Can you outline specific policies and timelines for job creation, if you can, and how will you ensure these opportunities reach marginalized youth in rural areas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For any government policy to affect young people directly, we must first be intentional and deliberate. Over the years, we've had a lot of youth policies, but because we've not been deliberate and intentional, we miss out. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has a vision of resetting Ghana. And by resetting, he's not only talking about resetting in terms of building infrastructure and what have you. We first need a mind reset. And for every young person to be productive, we must first appreciate the challenges that come with it. For instance, let's take the agricultural sector. We talk about our grape not being attractive to young people, but the question we ask ourselves is, have we been able to break down agriculture to the young person, to him to appreciate that without agriculture, he may not be able to live? Because once his survival is threatened, he may begin to take agriculture seriously before we get into the issues of land tenure systems or what have you. And so we must look broadly at what the challenges are. The NDC promises to create sustainable jobs in our manifesto, and that we are going to do. We are going to create jobs in the green sector. We are going to create jobs within the ICT space. We have spared the AU African Technological Strategic Report. It means that 350 million jobs will be needed from 2025 to 2030. Clearly, if Ghana is not equipped with the right skills, we will lose out. Also, the kind of jobs that exist today, the sad aspect is that most of these jobs in the next 5 to 10 years will not be available because of machine learning and machines taking over most of these jobs. So we must equip the Ghanaian youth for the next generation so that they will be able to take advantage and work hard. And most importantly, we also need the private sector. Without the private sector, we will not be able to create all the jobs we are promising to create. So government is willing, the youth ministry is willing to partner with government and create jobs. And we are going to create jobs in various aspects. The other challenge we have is that there are a lot of jobs too out there. But because we've not formalized those jobs, you will meet somebody who works as a bartender and she'll tell you, I don't have a job. The reason is that because no skills training has been given to such a person, and so he in his own little writings, he doesn't have a job. But when you go deeper and you dig deeper, you realize that even his pay, how much is being paid every month, is above the minimum wage. So we need to formalize that sector and get the jobs working so that at least we'll be able to create all the sustainable jobs we are talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, if you...
Thank you. You have a follow-up?
Chairman, mine is just a guide. Honorable nominee, take it easy, relax, pay attention to the question. Brevity is the rule. The whole space is yours. Bring down your voice, relax, take it back and do the needful.
Chairman, you should know that he's not commanding the youth of the NDC here.
I am guided, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to Honorable Adam Agbana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. Honorable George Ofori-Adjare, accept my compliments on your nomination, and I'm grateful to you for building a very robust youth wing, a youth wing that I am a product of. Today I'm in Parliament because of the work that we started together in 2018 when I was your deputy, and I'm very happy that President Mahama has decided to appoint you as the first ever Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Now to my question. Having worked with you as your deputy for 4 years, I know you are very passionate about the youth. You are passionate about job creation. You are passionate about youth development. You're passionate about providing opportunities to young people. But in this public space, passion is not enough. With a nation under austerity, looking at the challenges that we are confronted with in our economy, how will you answer to the real questions of public policy implementation as against the challenges in the economy? I'm talking about the funding gaps. How will you raise resources to implement all the beautiful policies contained in the National Youth Manifesto of the NDC?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that when His Excellency President Mahama decided to set up the Ministry for Youth Development, he had a plan and a vision. And so I want to believe strongly that he will make resources available, even though we are under austerity. But that notwithstanding, if this committee graciously gives me the nod, one of the first things I intend to set up is a desk at the ministry that will go around the world and solicit for funding to support initiatives of young people, and that will pursue aggressively. Thank you.
Any more questions? If you don't have more questions,
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Let me give the floor. You have a follow-up?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. The honorable nominee, on the issue of funding and establishing a desk, the Ministry of Youth used to be together with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Now it has been decoupled. You are the first minister designate, or you will be the first minister when you are approved. Do you have any ideas how much in terms of allocation is likely to come to your ministry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I looked at the appropriation bill for last year, the total amount that was allocated to the Ministry of Youth and Sport was about 35 million Ghana cedis. I am yet to sit down with the finance minister and look at how much they intend to put in. By His Excellency the President, because I know how passionate he is about youth issues, I want to strongly believe that they will heavily fund that ministry so that we can help resolve the many challenges that confront the young people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Nana Asafo-Adjare.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity. Mr. Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Let me first and foremost commend the Commander of the Youth Army of the NDC. And I want to also congratulate you for your nomination. It's important. My first question, I want to know or understand what your scope of work or what your ministry would be about, because it's a novelty. Normally we've had the Ministry of Youth and Sports together. Now it's been separated. So what will be your scope of work?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's look at this scenario. Football is played by 22 players, or it's played between 11 players on both sides. Over the years, our focus as a country has been on the leather ball. The leather ball representing the Ministry of Sports. And then the human beings that play the game, that is the soccer ball, have been left idle. We have not paid deliberate attention to the human beings that make us enjoy the game. What President Mahama is seeking to do is being deliberate and intentional in setting up a ministry that will focus its main emphasis on how we can improve, develop, formulate policies that affect young people and see to it that the unemployment challenge and scare that stares at us every day is brought to an end. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, a follow-up.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up, sorry. I want to understand, how are you going to clearly segregate the youth issues? Because clearly we have youth issues under the Ministry of Health. How are you going to clearly segregate all these ones?
Well, I will allow the question, but treat it as a substantive question instead of a follow-up question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, because issues confronting young people, if not treated well, will become a national security scare for all of us. President Mahama, identifying this problem, was very intentional in setting up the youth ministry. It is true, from what the honorable member said, because young people are everywhere, you find our issues scattered across all ministries, yet no proper coordination is done. Over the years, you hear that there is one issue happening in one ministry, there is one project happening in another ministry, and so there is a lot of duplication of efforts. What the youth ministry seeks to do is to sit in the center and coordinate all these activities, so that we don't have the duplication of efforts that has happened previously, and proper attention is paid to issues confronting young people. We are being intentional, we are being deliberate in our resetting agenda. That is why we have this ministry for youth development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You have one more chance.
Mr. Chairman, so still following up from your response, it means you're going to have the National Youth Authority as a sole agency under your ministry. No, let me finish, because my questions are limited. I want to pack them so that you get it. Now, if you are going to have the National Youth Authority under your ministry, do you intend to create other agencies so you would help coordinate all the issues you are running about us in the youth issues? How are you going to synchronize?
Mr. Chairman, can I answer now? Thank you. The EI that President Mahama issued in establishing the youth ministry, 6 agencies under the ministry. And so it is not going to be the National Youth Authority alone. Other agencies are going to be there. And I believe the head of civil service together with the chief of staff are working to align those agencies. But the National Youth Authority, because of its acts and its mandate, automatically falls under that ministry. There are some special programs that we promise in our manifesto. And so as and when we begin to roll them out, His Excellency in His wisdom will decide under which agencies that they will fall. But most likely, most of them are youth-related, and I want to strongly believe that those ones will come directly under the purview of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Mr. Chairman.
So the National Youth Authority was passed by this House. And then you clearly remember, is a follow-up. Act, I'm referring to the National Youth Authority Act, which was passed by this House. We remember or we recall that Honorable Kodo, Honorable Kwashiga went to court to get the court to declare that the 5% which is being given for youth development is null and void. How are you going to raise funds to support?
Hold on. I believe that is not what the Supreme Court judgment said. The Supreme Court judgment interpreted a constitutional provision in relation to what constitutes total revenue. And this has nothing to do with national youth. That's what the decision says in the case of Kodo and Koshiga versus Attorney General. So please, if you have another question, proceed to answer. Proceed to ask.
Mr. Chairman, the NDC ran several campaigns, and then under your time, I mean, I heard you on radio talking about 133 formula, 101, 102. Can you explain it clearly to the House?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't run any commentary on 1001. If you can be very specific, I'll be able to give you an answer. But from what you are saying, I don't know which ones you are referring to, because we ran a few adverts and we had a few formulas. But
well, Honorable Nominee, you are not entitled to ask questions. Once you say you did not say that, okay, we take that for an answer.
Thank you, Mr.
I will now proceed to give the floor to Nana Ofori-Adjare. Well, Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations. And I want to find out from you, a lot of your party youth went on rampage after the 2024 elections. What do you have to tell them?
Order. If you have the evidence that something happened, and such a thing is coming from the people identified to be NDC youth, please table it for consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I will forward to the committee after this. Enough is
another question.
Mr. Nominee, some youths, an example, in the Northeast region, right after the election, the regional coordinating council was locked by some youth of the NDC. I want to find out from you.
Can you proceed to ask another question? Honorable Nuruddin, ask another question.
Mr. Chairman.
Order. Please, order. Please, order.
I will not be scared.
Honorable member, let there be some order. I don't want to be mentioning names. Please ask another question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, let me help you.
Another question. Please ask another. Ask another question.
Mr. Nominee, I want to find out what plans do you have for the youth who are into agriculture in this country? No way. I will not be scared.
Please proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agriculture is the backbone of every economy. And as such, His Excellency President Mahama has a vision for young people who want to venture into agriculture. I started by saying that it is because we have not made agriculture very attractive. It doesn't entice young people to get into it. And young people don't even appreciate the need why they have to get into agriculture. So we need to sensitize young people on why we need to get into agriculture and also make agriculture very formal and very enticing. We want to start by first, because of our land tenure system, because most people struggle to even acquire lands to go into agriculture. As part of our manifesto promise, we are going to do what we call the land bank systems, so that people who have lands will make their lands available to their district assemblies and then form a land bank. And then if I am a prospective farmer, I go and assess that land. I don't have to pay for the land. But when I finish farming and then I get my produce, some percentage of whatever I get will be given to the landowner, like what we used to have previously called in the Akan cultures. we're also going to start the farmer-based service centers. Because if you're a young farmer who wants to get into agriculture, the cost of machinery is so much that you may not be able to procure them on your own. And so you will need some support. Government wants to set up the district mechanization centers or the farming-based centers and procure these equipments, put them at the disposal of the assemblies, and then young people who want to venture into farming can go and have access to it, rent them at very reduced prices, and then they can use it to get into agriculture. We're also going to support with improved seedlings, fertilizers, and every other service that is going to help young people get into agriculture. And so under the watch of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, we are going to empower many more young people, turn their passions into purpose, and develop agriculture in such a way that young people will enjoy themselves doing it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Mr. Chairman, my second question has to do with
third one.
The first question wasn't answered. The first question wasn't answered. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nominee, we all know in this country, illegal mining has caused our water bodies a lot of havoc. I want to find out from you, what plans does your ministry have about the youth in illegal mining?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before you answer, with all due respect, let's observe some decorum. Let there be order so that we can have the opportunity to listen to the question and the answer from the nominee. With all due respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a Ghana we all want. And one of the things we want in the Ghana I want, illegal mining is not part of it. I want to see a Ghana where we do mining in a manner which is sustainable and doesn't degrade the environment in any ways. And I believe that is also the vision of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. And so young people who want to get into mining, first we need a reset of the mind. Until we reset the mind and re-engage them, there is an old way that they've done things, and we must re-engage them to change them from the old ways they've done things. We are going to work together with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to look at sustainable ways of mining. Because I've always said that wherever there is gold and there is poverty, people will find ways and means of getting under the ground to take something out. We must eradicate poverty from the areas we find ourselves. And if we're able to do that effectively, by giving them alternative livelihoods, we may bring an end to the illegal mining menace. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now call on Yusuf, former Minister for Youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to congratulate the nominee for his appointment, especially being the first minister for youth development, standing alone, because previously we have Minister for Youth and Sports in the various regimes. So I want to congratulate you. Mr. Nominee, my question to you is that His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration launched a 10-year youth policy and also its implementation plan. Given that this policy is at the early stage and you are taking over, what do you have to make sure that you implement this youth policy, and how do you intend to address the challenges that may come during the rollout of its implementation? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have met the authorities at the NYA, and I've taken a brief from them. I intend to work with them on what they have started. I've looked at the policy, and I think it's laudable. You don't need to reinvent the wheel when there is something already in motion. And so we'll work with them. The good news is that President Mahama has put issues of youth at the center of his government. And so whatever the challenges are, I'm very rest assured I'll get the needed support from Cabinet to make sure we pursue it and make sure the action plan and the policy framework works effectively. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo roll out a lot of youth initiatives. And these initiatives, like the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Plan, you have the Youth Start program, you have the YEA, you have National Service, you have National Youth Authority. We have various youth initiatives in most of the ministries, like Youth in Agriculture. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to avoid duplication, because every year during budget, most of these ministries will come with budgets for youth programs. If you even take the Ministry of Lands, for example, Lands and Natural Resources, the Alternative Livelihood Program was also a budget separate. How do you intend to coordinate all these things to ensure that the youth of this country get the benefit of the various youth initiatives that we roll out during our time, and making sure that you maintain them and possibly bringing more initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The good news is that today there is a Ministry for Youth Development. Previously, it was not like that. It was the Ministry for Youth and Sports, and we all know that issues of youth, because they are scattered, forgive me, Honorable, but once you get into the ministry, the issues become too cumbersome. Your focus just goes on to sports, and sports is easy. When I say it's not easy in the sense that there are no challenges, but it's a one-stop shop, and so you're able to deal with it. Luckily for us, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has set up a ministry that is going to coordinate all these activities, and so we will not have the duplication, because now information will be shared, and we're going to set up teams that is going to manage, and then there's going to be inter-agency committee that will look at programs that this agency is doing, and then we'll be able to sync them together so that we don't end up wasting the little scarce resources we have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are you done?
Yeah,
thank you very
on this note, I want to wish him well. It is a laudable initiative, especially making sure that we are able to judiciously use the taxpayers' money, and no different agencies doing different things, the same thing in different agencies. So I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm still on my left. I'll give the opportunity to Fred Che, Dr. Fred Che Asamoah. Honorable. No, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the opportunity. But first, let me congratulate my junior brother for his nomination. Honorable Chair, first, can the nominee tell us the agencies that are going to be, I know it's been repeated, but I want to ask him to tell us the agencies that are going to be under his ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Youth Employment Agency, the National Youth Authority, the National Service Secretariat, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program, which is not an agency yet, but then before you left, there was an act that was being worked on, and so I hope the act will get passed when we take charge. MASLOC, and then the Scholarship Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, my next question will be, which of these agencies will you recommend to His Excellency the President to merge due to the duplication that is seemingly existing in terms of the functions? As a Minister for the Youth Ministry, which of these agencies will you recommend that we merge?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's early days yet. I believe when I take over as Minister, I'll have a proper brief from the various agencies, and then we'll be able to look at it and decide which ones we need to merge and which ones we need to keep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please, order. Please, order.
Honorable Chair, the OECD projects that in 26 years, the working population is likely to double in Africa. That means that 1 out of each working population will be found in Africa. Then also we know we have what we call not in education, not in employment, or not in training. With you at the Youth Ministry, how are you going to ensure that you can work with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we prepare our youth to meet this challenge, taking into consideration what we call needs, and also looking at the fact that the working population in Africa is going to double, and also considering the unemployment rate of our current youth in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Probably that's the last question. That's why it's convoluted. listen to the answer first before you decide whether you have a follow-up or not. Because the follow-up must strictly flow from the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our challenge is not just the working class increasing. Our challenge is that there will be no jobs for us or for our population because of the issues of IT and machine learning. And so we need to prepare our youth towards that. By 2030, there will be 230 million jobs that will be needed in the IT space. And that is why His Excellency President Mahama is talking about training 1 million coders. It may sound audacious, but even 1 million coders for the 4 years will not be enough for us to meet the challenges that lies ahead of us. We need to build capacities of our young people. Currently, about, if I'm not mistaken, the net population, not in employment, not in training, and not in education, stands at about 12-point-something% of the non-working population. It's a danger. The danger is that these are the group that anybody can fall on. So when we have vigilante groups, because if I have a job, I will not be a gun for hire. You will not even find me to hire me. But if I don't have a job, then I'm available to do anything that anybody asks me to do. And so I am more than willing to liaise with all the relevant agencies to find out how we can reduce that number, train them properly, reset their minds, because most of them are tired. It is not that they fall into the hardcore unemployment bracket, because they have tried severally, they couldn't find jobs. And so they've come to the end of their search and said that I'm not going to do anything anymore. We need to have a mind reset. We need to reorient them. We need to constantly engage that group, because that group is a national security threat. And I am going to work with all the relevant agencies so that we train them, look for opportunities for them, and formalize some of the things they do so that they begin to see it as formal employment, and then we'll be able to get out of some of these countries.
Thank you very much. Strictly a follow-up.
It's a follow-up. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. So with respect to training them, that is where there's always a conflict, because we have Ministry of Education that is supposed to be in charge of skilling. And we also have other agencies that are supposed to be in charge of funds. So if you say training, how are you going to ensure that you don't duplicate what is happening at the Ministry of Education? And you also talked about agencies that you want to collaborate. Definitely you need to collaborate with agencies to professionalize your youth so that they can have some job. And also you will need some increased investment to be channeled to this upscaling and professionalization. So how will you ensure that you cannot have this duplication that has bedeviled this country? And how will you also ensure that you can have enough investment channeled towards your ministry so that we can have the teeming youth well prepared for this new job? Because definitely there's going to be a lot of jobs that will be lost, but the amount of jobs that are going to come in will double. So how do you intend to make sure that you don't duplicate what is happening in other ministries? And how will you also ensure that you can get that enough funds or investment to support this professionalization and upscaling?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To find funding, you must go look for it. And that is exactly what I will do when I am approved as minister. I will go look for funding wherever there is funding. We will have to knock on every door. We'll also appeal to traditional authorities, local individuals, organizations, wherever we can find resources. In other jurisdictions, individuals contribute significantly. People make money and then give them out. We've seen a lot from the Jeff Bezos, the Donald, what's he called? Bill Gates and co. A lot of them. And so we'll reach out to, and in Ghana, there are so many individuals who are capable of doing that. And then we'll write their names in gold in the history of this country that they supported Ghana, did ABCD. And then we'll find funding. We'll also collaborate effectively with all the ministries. Luckily for us today, there is a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. And so our task is to coordinate with all the various agencies and ministries. So if education is doing anything, just let us know, so that we also tell you that no, employment is doing the same. So channel these resources into this area. By doing so, with effective collaboration, we'll be able to end the issues of duplication. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. It's not a turn of Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Deputy Whip. Okay, thank you, Chairman. Honorable Muhammad Yarga has a follow-up. No. Oh, okay, yes. Thank you, Chairman, and congratulations, nominee. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee. Your ministry is Ministry for Youth Development. Many a time, majority of violence and other things that happen in the country, youth are involved. Post-election violence. I want to get your view on post-election violence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My ministry is Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment. The Ghana we want requires the active participation of the youth who constitute the majority of the Ghanaian population. Resetting Ghana means total re-engagement, that is, reorienting their minds, engaging them, and building for all of us the Ghana that we'll be proud of. Violence has no place in the Ghana I want. And so, as minister, I am going to work effectively with the relevant agencies, the young people out there, by finding for them sustainable jobs. If we don't address the challenge of unemployment, we'll always have these issues of violence always staring at us in the face. If I have a job in the morning, and you call me to come anywhere, and I'm going to work, there is no way I'll follow you there. And so we will tackle aggressively the issue of unemployment. And by doing so, we'll render skills training. We'll try and put everybody who is willing and able to work, so that we'll be able to change the narrative, and then these issues of post-election violence do not continue with us in our space. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order. Chairman, I understand the nominee is the current National Youth Organizer of the NDC. And then you know or you understand. Chairman, I'm not NDC. I cannot speak to that fact. What about if he resigned before coming in here? It's a possibility. He could resign before coming for his... How do you understand something you don't know? So, Chairman, the nominee, are you still the National Youth Organizer of the NDC?
Mr. Chairman, I currently remain the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Chairman, now that it has been established, let me now ask my question. As National Youth Organizer of the NDC, what is your message to the youth out there on post-election violence? This question has been asked and answered, but I will give you the opportunity to repeat the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Violence has no space in national development, and so nobody should subscribe to it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, let me just, my last question. You are the National Youth Organizer of the NDC, and you have been nominated to head the Ministry for Youth Development. It means that youth development, not NDC youth, but youth of the country. When will you resign your position as a National Youth Organizer so that people will see you as a minister of state, not a minister for NDC youth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When the time comes, I will resign. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now proceed to Honorable Patrick Boma. I will now give the floor to Minority Leader.
Honorable Leader, you have the floor.
Mr. Nominee, you've given your name as George Ofori-Adjare, Esquire.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman.
Have you, since birth, had this name and no other name?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a local name, but it's not on any of my certificates, so when I write it, I don't write it. My mother has a pet name she calls me.
Is this a name you have on your birth certificate?
Yes, please. On my birth certificate, it reads George Ofori-Adjare.
Please, you've given your residential address as Maple Avenue, Agboba, Accra, on page 1 of your CV.
That's correct, Mr.
Respectfully, tell this committee how long you've lived at this residential address.
If I am not mistaken, ever since the NDC lost in 2016, for 8 years I was domiciled in Ekropon when I was MCE. So when I lost, I moved to that address. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, respectfully, do I take it that this was a property you acquired yourself, or you rented it, immediately you moved out of government bungalow into it?
Mr. Chairman, it is my own property. Thank you.
Honorable Nominee, are you able to tell us whether you have title to this your property?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not at the moment. I'm still working on the title because the area was demarcated, and I'm sure there was a ruling not too long ago on lands in those areas. And so we are still in the issues of resolving the issues of title. Thank you.
Are you aware of the laws of Ghana on property tax?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that.
Have you paid any tax to the state since, wait, I'm not done. Have you paid any tax to the state since you bought this property?
Mr. Chairman, I did not buy the property. And every year I pay my property rate. The district assembly sends a rate to me and then I pay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me go to the educational background column of your CV, still on page 1. I know for a fact that non-LLB holders who desire to pursue the law program at the Ghana School of Law for some time back had to study for a qualifying certificate in law. On your CV, you state that you are a holder of LLB from GIMPA, and at the same time, you state that you pursued qualifying certificate of law from Ghana School of Law. If it pleases you, would you want Mr. Chairman's leave to amend this record?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. It's a mistake, and I'm sure it was an oversight. So I'll need Mr. Chairman's his leave to amend the CV. Thank you.
So may you take Mr. Chairman's leave to amend your CV and specifically what you would want to amend, and do so aloud.
If it pleases the chair.
Honorable nominee, I realize it's a typo. The P, the professional certificate, is missing.
Certainly.
So you can amend and add it.
Honorable nominee, if you be pleased, may you take Chairman's leave to amend the records.
I've already granted leave that you can amend.
Bit confused, if you can help me out.
Well, I noticed that what he's complaining about, PCL, can mean something else. Because the PCL, those who didn't go through law school have the opportunity to do that preliminary law course to get to the... Those who didn't do LLB from the university. But you have done the LLB, you entered the law school, and you graduated as a professional lawyer. So it should be qualifying professional certificates in law. So I realize that the word professional is missing. So you have the opportunity to put the word professional there.
Give me such a I'm doing.
So what are you amending? No, he's still not done it. Colleagues, my dear guests, we are here for a serious business. Please bear with us. And Chairman, I think...
Mr. Chairman, I have amended the professional certificate of law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Rox now.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, I'm surprised about Ranking's approach. It is the practice of committees of parliament that where clerical errors such as this are detected and there are corrections, the corrections are deemed effected consequentially pursuant to the leave sought from the chairman. So it is not the case that the nominee must take pen, make the corrections around the table. The correction is deemed done consequentially pursuant to the leave sought. So the document before each member on this committee is deemed corrected. The members will take pen and do the insertion where appropriate. I think that the ranking member, who's a senior member of this house, knows this. So we plead with him. He should make progress on this matter. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable Chairman, thank you. Honorable nominee, page 4 of your CV, you have the hobbies: reading, playing football, surfing the internet. Let's go to the second one, playing football. How often or how regular do you play football?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Averagely, once every 2 or 3 weeks, I find myself on the field to play. And I play with a few of the honorable members of this House sometimes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, on the same page, you have references. 2 names are there. I shall first deal with the name Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. I am aware that he earned a PhD from GIMPA. Would you be fair to him to amend your records, which record currently stands at Mr. to Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, PhD? Would you? With the leave of Mr. Chairman.
With the leave of Mr. Chairman, I will make those amendments. Thank you.
Honourable members, amendment accordingly carried out.
Now, to take somebody as your referee, to me, means a lot. Share with us how Dr. Ofosu-Ampofo has inspired your career.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you indulge me, Honorable Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo was instrumental in me coming into mainstream politics. In 2008, he was one of those who identified me and pushed me to become a parliamentary candidate for the NDC in Dakri constituency. In 2009, when His Excellency President John Evans Samuels of blessed memory nominated me to become district chief executive then, he was my regional minister. And then within that same period, he became the local government minister. National Youth Organizer in my first term in 2018, he was my national chairman. And so I have had him in all my space through my political life, and that is how come, for my political experiences, I have learned and garnered a lot from Dr. Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo. Thank you.
Who is Richard Ado?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Richard Ado is my big brother and a business mogul in this country. I worked under him in the private sector when I was working within the private space.
Now, the company IGIT group of companies, are you a director of that company?
Mr. Chairman, I used to be a director until I joined politics and he cut me out. Thank you.
Since you're a lawyer and some law students would want to know some fact, did you resign as a director?
Yes, I did resign, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have some shares in the company?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have shares in some of my family's businesses.
Honorable nominee, I am only...
They are asking the question with specific reference to a company. So your answer should relate to that specific company.
Mr. Chairman, the name of the company is AfCFTA Group of Companies. So it is not just one company in question. It's the AfCFTA Group of Companies. That is why I said I have shares in some of the companies.
All right, so let's do a little exercise there then, since you are. Now, the AfCFTA Group of Companies, how many subsidiaries are there?
Mr. Chairman, I may not be able to volunteer that information rightly. I don't have all. I know there are a few companies in there, but I don't know the numbers because the company keeps growing. And because I'm not active in there, I may not be able to answer all the specific questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The AfCFTA Group of Companies, is it a holding company?
Mr. Chairman, like I said, it was structured. It was one company initially, and then we had other subsidiaries under it. But I left the company a very long time ago. In 2009, when I became municipal chief executive, I ceased working with the organization. But it sits in the family, so occasionally I find out what is happening. And I know I have shares, because my shares, I know how shares work. I have not relinquished of my shares, and I've not taken them back. But I know that he's added on a few other companies. But as to what the structure is, I have not found myself asking those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I don't want us to enter the company law classroom, but your juniors at the bar listening, your seniors and your contemporaries will expect certain answers, because these are very specific matters of law which you and I cannot do anything about. Is it your case that a group, the name you've provided, AfCFTA Group of Companies, is not a holding company? Is that your case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it's not a holding company.
I didn't hear that.
It is not a holding company, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee.
Chairman, Mr. Adam, once you've told the committee, we are all students of the law, that AfCFTA Group of Companies has some subsidiaries, and it's trite, that is the holding company, with some subsidiaries they're under, with a different structure, directors, shareholders, and different shareholding structure. So don't worry, let's make progress on that. That's it.
So that is why, I urge you to please pay attention, so that if we might have to do some corrections, or chairman would always grant you the leave to amend. I understand. We give out things to our secretaries to type for us, and sometimes they make mistakes. So I will move away from there. However, I need you to confirm whether the resignation that you tendered was a resignation to the Registrar General, where the Registrar of Companies, who is a custodian of all these the communications, whether you sent it to the secretary to process it at the Registrar of Companies.
Mr. Chairman, in 2009, when I resigned, I handed over my resignation, the letter to the then Chief Executive Officer of the company. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Nominee, you have indicated membership of bodies and associations. Are you a Freemason?
Yes, I'm a Mason.
Who is your mother?
Amity.
In all difficulties and dangers, in whom do you place your trust?
The Grand Architect of the universe.
To what extent do you assure the Ghanaian youth that this new portfolio given you will be to their benefit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I started by saying that the day His Excellency nominated me, I put out a statement urging every Ghanaian youth to believe in the kind of leadership I bring on board. I am not going to be discriminatory. I'm here to serve the Ghanaian youth and no other person. Thank you.
The CV that you provided you indicated religion, Christian, into brackets, Presbyterian. Tell this committee how active you are in the Presbyterian Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not too active, but I'm a Presbyterian, baptized and confirmed a Presbyterian. Thank you.
Mr. President, has recently told us that perhaps instead of enacting on the family value system, we should rather introduce the Ghanaian value system in our school curriculum. Do you fully support this view by Mr. President?
Mr. Chairman, I'm in full support of what the President has said. Thank you.
So just by way of recap, instead of Parliament enacting a law against this LGBT++, you also share in the view that we don't need a law, but rather from our basic schools, our children must be taught and taught actively.
May I know where the view that we shouldn't pass the law is coming from?
Okay. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, very respectfully, thank you for the question. I didn't want to bore us. Quite recently, when His Excellency had the honor of
Please go ahead.
When the President had the honor of receiving the Catholic clergy, the issue of the LGBT law came to the fore. Mr. President in responding to the clergy, stated as follows, that one, he is aware that Parliament passed the law. However, since it got some potholes along the way, we already know the Supreme Court issue that came out. It didn't eventually get to the presidency for assent. That to him, a new discussion would have to come up, and possibly the Attorney General owning the bill. That is, it being owned by the state. Then he went further to say that perhaps if the discussion is escalated and we pay attention to introducing our value system in our schools for our children to know what our values are as Ghanaians, perhaps there may be no need to enact. So that's the background. That's the background. Now, having that background, I just want to know from you whether you...
I recognize Roxanne Dafamoko on point of order.
Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman, gratuitously, I was one of the people who sponsored that legislation. And I listened to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama carefully when he had that engagement. I think the ranking member and the minority leader is misinterpreting and getting the context wrongly in regurgitating what is supposedly is attributable to the president. I think if he wants to make his point, he can make his point firmly without linking it to what the president supposedly said or not. To that extent, I think that he's misinforming the public. He is suggesting that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says that there will be no need to pass that legislation, and that cannot be accurate. With all due respect to the ranking member, that cannot be accurate.
Honourable members, from even the narration of the minority leader, he said the president says the Attorney General may have to own that particular bill. What is the meaning of Attorney General owning a bill that is not going to be passed? Definitely, from his own narration, it means that the bill must be passed, introduced in Parliament by his Attorney General. The bill itself is seeking to promote Ghanaian family value. Therefore, the introduction of that bill in our schools is in tandem with the very bill. So how can the statement be to the effect that he doesn't want that bill to be passed? So please, let's make progress. If you can, minority leader can veer from that point and then we proceed.
Chairman, I've learned that patience answereth all. Honorable nominee, there is a school of thought that holds a view that we should enact a law as Parliament to promote proper Ghanaian family value and sexual family value and our sexuality. There is also another school of thought that holds a view that instead of an enactment, we should rather introduce our value system in our school curriculum. Being the minister designate for youth development and empowerment, well aware of the Gen Z thinking and how society has become fluid on a number of these issues, thereby diluting our value system. What option would you have out of these two schools of thought?
Option one, Mr. Chairman, thank you. A law being passed to promote our family values in our schools and also make sure that things are done right there. So we cannot use Gen Zs as an excuse. The older generation has a responsibility of bringing them up right, and that's what we must do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, if God willing, you get the opportunity to serve in cabinet, do you assure the nation that when this matter comes up and these two schools of thoughts make a presentation, you will reaffirm your position on the enactment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
And yes, I've heard you. I appreciate that. The issue of youth unemployment is of concern to all of us. Would you agree to a suggestion to the effect that our youth do not take advantage of social intervention opportunities that are often introduced by governments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It cannot entirely be correct that our youth do not take advantage of social interventions introduced by governments. As a country, we've not been very intentional and deliberate about issues confronting young people. And so if we are intentional and deliberate, I believe we will achieve the results. We have paid a lot of lip service to issues that affect young people. And over the years, we have seen a lot of duplications, and so we have not built the right synergies to get the right results that we seek. If we put issues that affect young people at the center and focus and make the information available to them, I believe we'll be able to fix the issue of unemployment that confronts us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable nominee, I would give you a practical background to the question I want to ask you. I claim your attention. I've been 8 years assemblyman in my 4th term as a member of parliament. The youth of Efutu, that's where I know. So I will use that as an example to lay the foundation and see how you react to it. Will come, they want to be empowered. I'm doing business. I need money. I want taxi, work and pay, buy me a car. I need industrial machine, buy me, do work and pay. I need Praja, buy it for me, I'll do work and pay. I need Abubuya, work and pay. I need Argo Motor for fishing. Buy it for me, I will pay. I need canoe. Buy it for me. I will go fishing and I will pay. My experience from Ifutu is that these opportunities end up as giveaways rather than the funds being plowed back for us, I will put it, the second batch or another batch. I've spoken or engaged a lot of my colleagues in Parliament. The story is the same all over. First of all, as MC for 8 years, did you have such an experience? Be honest to the issue so that we can have a national conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was MC, we implemented a Let's Step program. Under Let's Step, I still know some of the people who benefited and are still using the equipment they got under Let's Step in the equipment of municipality. The challenge is not that our youth are not hardworking or they are not aspirational.
Honorable, with respect, that is not what I've said. Please, I'm careful with the language. Take it easy, take it easy. I haven't used the word our youth are not aspirational. I have not used the word our youth are not hardworking. If we want to have a national conversation which will solve your problem and my problem and our problem as a political class, let's do so. And I think around this table, the nation has offered us an opportunity as a political class to confront this matter. If we choose to do partisan politics, well, I will leave the jury out there to judge. And you may not have gotten a golden opportunity. So please, take it easy and deal with the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The approach that some of us have used in resourcing our young people has been wrong. The manner in which we give out some of these items, it becomes giveaways. But if we put them through a program, a regime, and then we mentor them through a certain process, because other organizations are doing it. MasterCard is going through a similar program. Other international organizations are doing similar programs and are elevating poverty and resourcing people and taking them out. So we need to go back to the drawing board. We need to go back to these organizations and find out how they are doing it and why they are getting it right. And then we need to take out the politics. Fortunately for us, because we are politicians, we tend to look at our people first. And so we don't end up giving resources to people who genuinely deserve it. And that is what we must first check. Let's take out the partisan politics, and then let's begin to see the young people of this country as young people irrespective of which party they belong to. And let's listen to them. Let's put them in some incubators, build them, resource them, and we may get some coming out well. You may not score 100%, but with the right approach, right incentives, you may get a lot of them turning out right and then fixing this problem that confronts all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nominee, I appreciate your answer. That will be a happy one for a good theorist. But you and I know, as National Youth Organizer, your constituency youth organizers are expectant. Your regional youth organizers are expectant. The many youths who during the campaign took pictures with you are going to show you pictures that they were there with you. I agree with you that the approach by politicians could be a factor. But can we really detach from this And can you assure the nation, including your own party members, that all social intervention opportunities aimed at empowering them, aimed at empowering the Ghanaian youth, will not be based on party lines, and that it will not be freebies. They would have to pay back to allow for another batch to benefit.
Mr. Chairman, I give assurance of the highest order. Thank you.
Now, I will lay a foundation on this same youth empowerment thing. You know, because I've been part of the District Assembly concept for a long time, I know this as a fact. President Rawlings, blessed memory, introduced this poverty alleviation intervention program. Many people got loans. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Kufuor introduced Maslock. Many people got the funds. They didn't pay. It became a cost to the state. Professor Mills of blessed memory continued the Maslock and even further introduced some empowerment programs to support the youth. People did not pay. It became a cost to the state. President Mahama, in his first step, continued. I remember State of the Nation addressed some youth intervention programs. In 2017, when Akufo-Addo came into office, the records at Maslock was to the fact that a lot of people took the funds, did not do what they did. In MPP, 8 years, same thing happened. They didn't pay. You've come in. Once again, share with us, with timelines, when you intend to introduce a system to change the psyche of our youth, to the effect that when it comes from a political source, please pay. Because if you don't pay, it becomes a cost to the state, and there will be nothing more left for your brother or your sister who is yet to get it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish I could share with you timelines, but it is not feasible at this stage. I know what the problem is, we all know what the problem is, but we need to sit down with the state actors and have a thorough understanding of what the problem is. When that is done, I'll be able to tell this committee at a later date how long it's going to take us to fix the problem you are referring to. Thank you.
Honorable colleague, do you have your own youth agenda as you go into the ministry?
My vision sits with that of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
What is that vision? Share with us your vision on youth development and empowerment.
It's to build a merit-based society, a society where opportunities avail themselves to every young person, where we will empower them for them to take up the challenges of national development that awaits all of us. Thank you.
My worthy brother, I know you would have challenges. It's not easy, but with God on your side, I know it shall be well. It's not easy. I wish you well, and I pray that you are able to implement this great vision of yours. Thank you so much indeed for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Order. I will now turn to my
Right. And take a question from Honorable Ayaraga.
Nominee, congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. You were asked a lot of questions about the fact that the other sectors that we have, say education, healthcare, housing, agriculture, they all equally pertain to the welfare of the youth. Their training, education, skills development, their economic conditions, health, and etc. And I see that you were pressed to define how you will coordinate activities across sectors. My question is, as the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, you will get to sit in cabinet. Even if you are not a cabinet minister, you get to sit in cabinet, where all these policies in these different sectors will be developed, approved. As Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, do you see an opportunity to advocate across sectors to ensure that every ministry sector, policies, programs, whatever it is that they are developing, even financing, that they make adequate provision for the youth of this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe rightly so. That should be the norm because of the challenges that we are all confronted with, the issue of youth unemployment and the danger that awaits all of us if we don't deal with it. President Mahama, recognizing this, has set up this ministry so that we'll be able to add our voices and coordinate the activities of all the various ministries to help solve this challenge that confronts us. So rightly so, that will be done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You went around the country, you campaigned very hard, you sold the agenda of the NDC to the youth. They bought into it and they voted NDC into office. And for the first time, President John Dramani Mahama, in an unprecedented fashion, has set up a special ministry to focus on the welfare of the youth. How would you grade President John Dramani Mahama in terms of his commitment to the welfare of the youth?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me use this opportunity to commend President Mahama for what he's done. When we opened the National Youth Secretariat, he made a commitment to the young people of this country that when given the nod to lead a game, they are going to set up a ministry solely for youth development and empowerment. That promise he has fulfilled. He also promised that he's going to empower and appoint a lot of young people into his cabinet. I believe the list that has come, we've seen a lot of youthful faces. And so we commend President Mahama, on behalf of the Ghanaian youth, we commend President Mahama for giving us this opportunity. And we assure him we won't let him down. Thank you.
My last question. With the creation of this youth development and empowerment, and you know the word empowerment is itself very powerful, do you see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the welfare and progress of the youth of this country?
Leadership, they say, is a cost. What follows are the effects of it. President Mahama has shown leadership, and I believe with his 4 years, the Ghanaian youth will set well. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations once again. And I also want to say thank you for all the work you did in Ayawa SOS. Well done. For me to become MP, my question is simple. I don't know if it happens in other constituencies, but when you come to Ayawa West, you have airport traffic lights, Shashi, Oponglo, and in recent times, the ANC area. You have a lot of street guys there, the young guys, and sometimes they do bother a lot of motorists in traffic. My first question is there any plan for them so that they can stop what they are doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot of those people you find there are children, and so I have to liaise with the Minister for Gender and Children Protection to look for a comprehensive planning program to enroll these people. But I assure you that we will do something about it. It's becoming a menace and it must be dealt with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. My second and last question. You did touch on agric, but as a proper farmer myself, I would want you to just elaborate something on agribusiness. That is adding value to what we the farmers produce. You did talk about farmers and the help you give to farmers. What about those who want to add value? What about those who want to set up their small industries so that they can all add something to the value chain? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the manifesto of the NDC, we have a program that seeks to support young people, young entrepreneurs who want to venture into agri-business. Apart from that, we are also going to pursue an aggressive program where Ghanaian can be marketed abroad internationally to the international market. And so we'll be liaising with the Ministry of Trade and all the relevant agencies. And we'll also be helping young people set up cooperatives. And we are going to set up a fund that is going to support young people who want to venture into agriculture. It is all stated in the manifesto. And so once it rolls out, we will help support the we cannot continue with the harvest losses. It must come to an end somehow, some way. And that's what we intend to achieve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did for you. I did for you too.
Any further question? I will now give the floor to Honorable Zuera Ibrahim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and congratulations, my brother, my friend, my in-law.
Thank you.
And I call you Pablo. Please indulge me, Chairman. I just want to say congratulations to you.
Thank you.
And wish you well. You and I have worked successfully on 3 projects and all have been very successful. I trust you. I believe in your capabilities. And I know that you are going to meet aspirations of the youth of this country. The youth of Salaga South are upbeat. The youth of Ghana are upbeat. And I know you are going to deliver. May Allah be with you. Thank you.
Para members, I will recognize Patrick Boama. He promised to be very brief.
Very brief. Very, very brief. Congratulations, youth leader.
Thank you.
I know you are very energetic, and the youth of the country, not the NDC youth, are upbeat to see how you deliver your new portfolio. But let's do some mathematics. I went through your manifesto. That's the blueprint of your campaign. And realized, I think it's paragraph 5.5, that's where it starts. It's page 156 of 200. Yeah.
Honourable members, I believe strongly our brothers from the other side are in love with our manifesto.
They did a seminar.
Chairman, tells you how serious we are, not wanting to let anybody slip through. Under your Ejumara program, do you have it there, Pablo? Or you chewed it?
We had the youth manifesto. The Entrepreneurial project is also in it, and then we found space in the main manifesto. So
that's right.
I'm able to speak to it.
I can tell from that paragraph that you are telling the good people of this country, your microphone please, that you'll be creating 10,000 jobs annually in that particular program. Given the fact that we have 276 constituencies. I don't know, if you have a calculator, let us know how many jobs you'll be creating in each constituency under that program. I did my mathematics, but I want you to tell the committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In terms of constituencies, I will not be able to give a figure.
Oh, 276 constituencies.
No, if you indulge
me. We are 276.
If you indulge me. If you indulge me. The reason is that the urban areas have more people than the rural communities. The migration into the urban areas is one thing we should also consider in looking at this problem and creating of jobs. Currently, with our population, about 60.5% of our total population are within the urban areas. And so if I intend to speak to constituencies, I may end up leaving out some because of where the numbers are. But we intend to create jobs. And you see, I've always said that there are a lot of jobs in the system. Unfortunately, we've not formalized them. Let's take Accra, for instance. There are about 200,000 middle-level income households. And in each of these households, you will find a domestic worker in that house. We pay them an average between 1,000 and 2,000 cedis. Yes. Some earn as much as 2,000, yes. The minimum wage is 18 cedis, 50 pesos or so. It comes up to about 820 cedis or so. But when you meet this person who works domestically, you tell him he's unemployed. It is because he needs a reset. And so we must reset them to appreciate what they do. And then scale them up and add value to what they do. Because in other jurisdictions, we live in this country and people bring in domestic workers from from the Philippines and employ them. But we can do same. Let me give you another example. The National Service Scheme is doing something that we are not paying attention to. It's called accounting aid. We train over 3,000, 4,000 accountants every year. They come out of school and can't find jobs. Yet a lot of our mothers who own our shops in Makola, Cantamanto, have no basic knowledge of bookkeeping. Deploying these people to even go help them manage their books. And per the records I saw, in one area, one shop, one person lost almost 12 and something thousand worth of goods because all the goods had expired. She was just buying and not checking and taking stock. And so imagine we deploy all these young people and then set them up, give them the right training, and then ask them to go out there and help with basic bookkeeping skills for these organizations out there. A lot of jobs will be created. In the ICT space, that is what is driving the world today. If we put special emphasis on training and embarking on this 1 million coders program, you'll be amazed how many young people who will be able to set up. Because today, creating and opening of a business is not brick and mortar anymore. With your laptop in the comfort of your bedroom, you can work anywhere in this world. Business process outsourcing is happening, call centers are happening all around the world. Knowledge process outsourcing. People with the technical know-how sitting in Accra on Zooms and then lecturing and impacting knowledge around the world. And so it is how we look at it and how we intend to fix this problem. And I assure you, Honorable Patrick Guama, we will get Ghana working again. Thank you.
So, thanks for the lecture, but my question was not, you intend putting together a formula based on the size of districts and constituencies to share these 10,000 jobs. That's my understanding. But it took me to another level. But I've gone through it. I know you have digital literacy, access, youth and skills development, youth participation in entrepreneurship, and what have you. I also saw that you want to set up establish a youth entrepreneurship micro scheme, institution with a seed capital of 750 million Ghana cedis. We are under an IMF program. Your Minister of Finance was here, seated where you are, trying to cut down waste, trying to find innovative ways of raising revenue. 750 million Ghana cedis is about 46 million US dollars. How can you convince Dr. Kasiela to force him, who is seeking additional financing from the IMF and World Bank, to put in money into this credit scheme, not believing in the repayment of the credit that you intend to give out, which is a very good idea, but you and I know that it's not easy going after people who owe. How can you convince this committee that Dr. Forsen will put in so much into this program? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where Ghana sits today, if you look at the data and you appreciate the challenge of youth unemployment, 14.8% of our population are unemployed. Out of that 14, 7.3 million Ghanaians are within vulnerable employment, and 1.2 million Ghanaians are within the not in training, not in education, and not in employment. This is a national security threat, and issues of national security should be treated seriously. I believe strongly that when we pitch with the Honorable Minister for Finance and we put forward a good proposal and we decouple this fund from the usual strings of politics attached to it, and what we seek to do with this fund, the vision is clear and there is a clear understanding, I believe strongly that he will buy into it and help us find the necessary funding to fund it. We'll also have to look elsewhere internationally to find funding for this. And so there are issues affecting young people, and because of the digital space we find ourselves in, there is a lot of funding out there. We will take advantage of it, go out there, seek that support, and get funding to come and roll out this program. But it will help change and re-employ our young people. Thank you.
Just a follow-up. I know the Green Army is right behind you. Very
Now, members, please, we are in Parliament. Committee sittings is the same as parliamentary sitting. So what you have just done is out of order. We don't do it in Parliament. So if you do that again, I'll be compelled to cite you for contempt. And we'll send you to a privileges committee.
Chairman, and you'll be the same person to represent them there, since they have right to counsel. So, Mr. Ado, my good friend, my last question. You were very honest in your presentation that you give effect to the National Service Act, which was passed under President Akufo-Addo and the MPP administration. Which aspects of the Act will you be giving effect to enable you realize your dreams as a minister for youth empowerment, youth development and empowerment? On that note, I wish you the very best and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at the acts and I've also looked at the national policy. There are a lot of good programs in there. I met the outgoing Director General, and after the brief, I assured him that I'm not the appointing authority, but whoever goes to sit in that chair as the National Service Director General, I will try and put the two of them in touch, so that all the knowledge he has, because he's very knowledgeable when I engaged him, all the knowledge he has.
Osesibe entry, Doctor.
Yes, Dr. Osesibe entry, very knowledgeable. All the knowledge he has, he can share with whoever comes to sit in that chair. Because I believe that if power changes hands, whatever is good must be carried upon. And I've seen a lot of good things in the act, and I assure this committee that we will work with it and give it the necessary effect that it deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Luket again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My good brother, Honorable George Ofori-Adjare, a.k.a. Pablo, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have no doubt in my mind, first of all, it's going to be a brief question because we've been here for a while and I think almost all the questions have been exhausted. And but rightly so, because of the position you are going to occupy. Youth unemployment is the biggest economic problem this country is facing, apart from our debts. So we want to make sure that the gentleman we are sending there, who knows so well about youth, will be able to, do the job. My specific question is that when, not if, you get a nod to become the minister responsible for the youth and the youth development and empowerment, very powerful post. What will be your grand plan, very briefly, about women development? You have Women's Bank coming out, but that is just a tool in the grand scheme of women's development. Just a very simple, grand plan to that you'll be able to, bring on board. Now, I just want to congratulate you. As I said, I have no doubt that you do a good job. The only thing I want to say to you is that up Santa Claus, stand up to honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive us, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate. If you want the largest collection of gentlemen, you find them in Addis Ababa College. Thank you. If you look at the data, women unemployment is high. It stands at about 60.2 or so percent. And so we need to look at it from a different perspective entirely. I will need to sit down with the minister responsible for gender and social protection and then come out with a workable plan, one that is feasible. We have a lot of programs we'll be running under the manifesto, the National Apprenticeship Program, the 1 million coders program, but we must do something deliberate for women and we must be very intentional about it. And I want to assure this committee that given the nod, we will do that to the best of our abilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for your endurance. I will now proceed to recognize the following people. Aina Garba, a spouse of the nominee. Ohiniba SB Ado, nominee's father. Faustina Labi, the nominee's mother. Richard Yao Ado, brother. Reverend Francis Entry, Reverend Ubopo, Ofori-Adjare, Kwesi Ekupu, Ubopo, okay, thank you. Ofori-Adjare, Kwesi Ekufu, Ekwepim Hini, Nana Ansasa Sraku III, Mampi Hini and Tidom Hini of Akwapim State, Nana Otubo Jankwesi, Eburihini and Adontihini of Akwapim State, Osudumja, Osuodumja, Otutu Ababio, Edukrom Hini and Manfi Hini of Akuapem State. Osajifo Ampim Anye Wenchi Hini, Ochechekro Kwamisachi Ababio, Abotachi Hini and Akuapem Asoso Hini. Forgive me if I don't pronounce the word correctly. Emmanuel Okaminta, National Youth Committee Chairman. Order. Harry Entry Kakari, Special Aid. Alhaji Farian Alasan, renowned banker. Reverend Philip Makoni Doji, head pastor, Charisma House Chapel, Ghana. Abubakar Mutu Raman, Esquire, lawyer. Osahini Boafo and Son the Third, Krontihini Akuapem. Awo Korama Nifahima Edukrom. Last on the list is Adisadel Old Boys Association. Santa 1999. Honourable members, I use the opportunity to thank the nominee for attending upon the committee, answering questions vociferously as a lawyer. You are hereby discharged, and surely you hear from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Should I cite you for contempt? Should I cite you for contempt? Please. We are still in Parliament. Parliament is in session. So tomorrow night. Tomorrow 10. Tomorrow 10. No, tomorrow let's start at 9. My brother, I beg you.
Hello out there, very good evening to you and a warm welcome to our delayed edition of News 360. Thanks for making a date with us. My name is PWDs.
And I am Portia Gabo. Coming up, the headlines.
News 360 Headlines is brought to you by
Flamingo Paint,
Pepsodent Charcoal and Pepsodent Herbal.
President Mahama tasked newly sworn-in ministers to exhibit modesty and prudence, warning he will not tolerate arrogance and disrespect.
Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection Agnes Namomolate promises to work to enhance the school feeding program if approved.
Details of all this and many more coming up shortly tonight. Now, President John Dramani Mahama has directed his Chief of Staff to give a deadline for the submission of asset declarations by appointees of his administration. At a swearing-in ceremony of 6 ministers, President Mahama warned that he will not tolerate any appointee who exhibits gross disrespect and misconduct towards Ghanaians and his administration. Here's a report by my colleague Komla Kluche.
President
Mahama walked into the banquet hall of the seat of government in the company of his senior members of his administration.
Do in the name of the Almighty God.
He first administered to the 6 appointees representing finance and economy, attorney general and justice, energy, roads and highways, education and agriculture, the oath of office, secrecy and allegiance.
Integrity of Ghana.
In tens, the ministers signed the oath book.
We must exhibit tolerance for their views and work to meet their aspirations. This government will not tolerate arrogance or disrespect for the people who elected us into office. Modesty and prudence must be the guiding principle upon which you, myself, and our Vice President fashion our governance.
President John Mahama affirmed his pledge to Ghanaians with a charge to the ministers, but a greater call for accountability.
I expect all of you to begin the process of declaring your assets. The Chief of Staff will announce the cutoff date by which time all eligible appointees should have deposited their assets declaration forms with the Auditor General.
With his full ministerial list already exhausted, the President announced his next line of action.
As the ministers are approved by Parliament and as they are sworn in, I'll proceed to name deputy ministers for some of the ministries, which will bring the total ministers to 60, as I promised the people of Ghana.
As the ministers assume office with a resolve to fully discharge the reset agenda of the President, they affirm they cannot fail the President and the goodwill of the Ghanaian people.
We have witnessed the misgovernance and misrule of the previous administration. We've learned, indeed, that Ghanaians will not tolerate such misgovernance any longer. We've taken a cue from what you've just told us. We want to assure you that we will serve and serve in such a way to make you the best president in the Fourth Republic.
It is very important. We serve, as he said, we serve at the pleasure of the Ghanaian. So whatever we do, we must make sure that irrespective of the challenges we have, we must serve with humility and everything. So I think it's the right thing to do.
In the coming days, the President will further swear in additional ministers as he charges them to hit the ground running.
The Minister Designate for Gender, Children and Social Protection, Agnes Namumulate, is promising to work to enhance the school feeding program if approved. Appearing before the Vetting Committee of Parliament, the Minister Designate said she will see to addressing these challenges.
Namumulate acknowledged concerns about payment delays affecting caterers under the school feeding program and pledged to resolve outstanding areas. She assured the committee that she would work to ensure the quality of food is improved.
I think the school feeding program is something that all of us appreciate, because if a child is not properly fed, it affects the concentration in class. And so for the highs, I would say it's a good project that we intend to improve on. The other side of it is the processes leading to the feeding, ensuring that there's quality and also accessibility and timeliness in terms of the supply is also very important.
The Minister Designate also spoke about the need to decentralize the program to ensure its effectiveness.
Part of my life is also in local governance, and so it comes with decentralization. And I believe that if we are able to effectively decentralize the feeding program, as we are also looking at, it will help us to ensure that it is supplied on time, the food items are supplied on time, and then also we can keep an eye on the quality from the district level. And so I'll be glad to sit with all stakeholders involved to look at how this implementation.
The Ghana School Feeding Program is a national initiative aimed at providing free, nutritious meals to school children, particularly in public primary schools in underprivileged areas. In the 2024 budget, the government claimed the program served over 3.8 million children in 10,000 schools. Currently, caterers under the Ghana School Feeding Program receive 150 pesos per child. The program, which was launched in 2005, was designed to address several challenges faced by students, including poor nutrition, high absenteeism, and low enrollment rates. Over the years, delays in payments to caterers and suppliers have disrupted meal delivery.
A reminder, still watching News 360, our major news bulletin for the day. There are more stories coming up after this short break.
One bucket of flamingo
Let's continue with the rest of our stories. The Minister Designate for Labour, Jobs and Employment has the daunting task of beginning negotiations on salary and minimum wage discussions for public sector workers without delay. According to the Trade Union Congress and the Civil and Local Government Staff Association of Ghana, any further delay could affect arrears payments, resulting in agitations on the labour front. A report by our Labour Affairs correspondent, Daniel Opoku.
Dr. Rashid Purple, the MP for West Central, is the Minister Designate for Labour, Jobs and Employment. The Member of Parliament, although a former Minister of Sports, is not widely known in the labour sector. However, some labour unions have argued that his appointment and competence could ensure a peaceful labour climate. According to the Trade Union Congress TUC, the new minister, when approved by Parliament, should consider facilitating the passage of the Labour Act.
If the act is reviewed and it's reviewed properly, as you have all inputted, it will address all the labor issues, labor rights, pay inequities, and relationship between the workers and the employers. They are all part of the Labour Act which is under review. So we pray that he should speed up and ensure that the Labour Act is passed.
The Secretary General of TUC, Joshua Ansah, was also concerned about negotiations on base pay and minimum wage.
I wrote to the Chief Director of the Jobs and the Employment Ministry. Now it's the Chief Directors who are acting now. So I have intentionally done that so that the Minister will come and meet the letter in his office. I think that he should expedite action on that, call the tripartite committee for us to meet and determine the minimum wage to pave way for the determination of the base pay.
He urged the new minister to consistently engage organized labor to reduce the need for the National Labour Commission to adjudicate on matters. However, the Executive Secretary of the Civil and Local Government Staff Association, CLOCSAC, Isaac Bampuado, was of the view that Dr. Rashid Purple should address what he described as the mess at the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission.
If you recall, getting to the latter parts of the year, there were so many institutions that were threatening strikes, were on strike. It was because they've been negotiating in bad faith. They tell lies. So it's an area that I think the minister will have to put an eye there, or else he will have problems. So there should be a shake-up there.
Elsewhere, the General Agricultural Workers Union, GAWU, has implored the acting Chief Executive Officer of Cocoa Board, Dr. Randy Abe, to roll out measures to tackle cocoa smuggling and increase the amounts paid to cocoa farmers. The union is of the opinion that this will help the country improve its production from the current 400,000 metric tons to over 1 million metric tons. The Deputy General Secretary of the union, Dr. Pascal Kaba, spoke with our Labour correspondent, Daniel Opoku.
President John Dramani Mahama has appointed Dr. Randy Abe as acting CEO for Cocoa Board. Dr. Randy Abe has been in the media space for 30 years. Prior to his appointment, some staff opposed it, but the president proceeded to appoint him. The General Agricultural Workers Union, GAWU, which represents many workers at Cocoa Board, has lauded the president's appointment. However, the union said the acting CEO should prioritize tackling smuggling. Its Deputy General Secretary, Dr. Pascal Kaba, noted that this will help restore confidence and increase production in the cocoa sector.
Main objective should look at how the fully improves upon productivity in the sector. In terms of currently, we are operating between 430,000 to 530,000 metric tons. We were some time ago in the 1 million over metric tons. So anybody who should come into this sector should be somebody who should be taking us close to our glorious days of 1 million metric tons. And so first priority should be how he improves upon productivity. Now we have issues of even smuggling within it. Even what we have produced, there are instances where we are not even able to gather what we have produced ourselves as a country. It is not because basically...
He also said the acting CEO should consider the pricing of cocoa for farmers.
Today it could be that 6,000 relatively is how much, if let's say is 60% or 70% of the world market price. If tomorrow 6,000 is no more 60% or 70% of the world market price, then that is what we should be looking at. Because as per how things should be done, more of the world market price should go to the farmer. So if it is 6,000 that is representing that, then we as a union will also still advocate for that.
Ghana's cocoa production has declined over the years, partly due to the activities of illegal miners who have destroyed large areas of cocoa farms. Data from the Ghana Statistical Service showed a sharp 26% decline in output for the third quarter of 2024, marking the 5th consecutive quarter of contraction.
Well, that's all for News 360. Thanks very much for watching. For more news, you can log on to our website. It's www.3news.com. My name is Pa Kwesi Asare.
And I am Portia Gabodu. Join Alfredo Kansa at 10 p.m. for Ghana Tonight. Good evening.